Hello, this is the 22 Q2 tournament of Lime War. In this, we'll be covering all the winning rounds, the finals of the losing round, and the final fight. Enjoy.
Hello, welcome to Lime War. Today we have the first tournament of the 22 Q2 tournament that was hosted by the Lime War developers themselves. And we are looking through the eyes of Phylas, I hope that's how you pronounce his name, and Orbnet. And so far they've started right next to each other, and my phone alarm's going off, let me turn that off. There we go. So, they started right next to each other, but Phylas has crossed the water with his starting territories so that he can expand in peace. Whereas Orbnet has pretty much cut him off of the main island. And he has pretty much gone one airfield, 3 factories, and that is a barracks there. And Phylas has put his production right in the front line there, and that is 4 factories there. So he's gone for a lot of factories, and he's hoping to defend this area. That's what he's doing there. He's trying to just hold the line. And Orbnet is putting a lot of pressure right on there. He's trying to take out those structures. And if he does, that's going to be a really big advantage to him very early on in this game. But having 3 places producing artillery might just be enough to hold him off. Because, yes, they're causing damage to the structures, but they're not taking out the artillery because that's really hard to do in this situation. So the artillery are getting 3 hits in here. But if that structure goes down, it should be a bit more easier to take him out in the future. He's already got artillery rolling in as well, so this is going to be really hard for Phylas to defend against. Phylas, sorry. And we also have this airfield to consider as well. What else is going on up here? Is he just taking land? He is. He's taking a lot of land fast. That's going to help with his eco in this game. Whereas Orbnet has neglected his eco. He's not really expanding. He's got 1 unit randomly hiding out in this forest here. I think he got a bit worried about the fighting going on. He's just ran off to the forest. That or he's just taken a tea break. I don't know. He's taken this territory, but that's pretty much his only income source right now, which means this production is killing his economy. He's only got 270 economy at this point, which means, because it's in the negatives, the structures are going to struggle to start producing things. Which means this pressure is going to slowly diminish over time. Whereas Phylas, although he's had 2 structures taken out already, there isn't a lot of follow-up coming back, but he has more than enough economy to keep producing and replacing these structures. And these units up here are still moving out. They're on wide commands. These 3 lines will help guarantee he's getting as much territory claims as he can. And his focus on defending this area has been quite successful. Despite losing 2 structures, I'd say this was quite a success. The only problem now is that Phylas does not know Orbnet has an issue with economy. He is trying to fix that with a barracks, and this will slowly increase his economy with time, because he'll be claiming these territories. He realises there's 1 unit down here that can claim the territories as well. But I believe that might have been a bit too much pressure Orbnet put on Phylas at the beginning, which has allowed Phylas to potentially get a good economy now. And he might be able to push back in a bit, so we'll have to see how that goes. But there's a helicopter rolling in and there's no anti-air, so again he's still trying to apply that pressure, but he doesn't have the economy to buy any energy, so this is going to be a very limited thing that's going to be happening here. And Phylas has built an airfield here, but I think that might be a bit unwise. I mean, I get it, it's a good idea, but I think he should have put it here. Maybe a bit away from the water, just in case of cruisers, but somewhere around this area. He's got the range to just come over then, and if he does lose this area, he keeps his planes. Or his helicopters, whichever he chooses to build. That would be my more defensive idea. Orbnet is not bringing his units in like this. He's trying to do a wide line command and push them forward slowly so that they all start firing at the same time. He does have larger numbers, so this is more of an advantage to Orbnet. He doesn't want to just push through a little area, he wants to surround the enemy. And with the helicopter supporting, this might actually be another good push from Orbnet. But Phylas does have a commando trying to sneak around the edges. Let's have a look if he's got any others around. He doesn't, he's just got the 1 there. It's been caught off, but I think the commando can handle him. The helicopters are coming in, he's taking no chances. He's bringing the helicopters in to take out that commando, because as you can see, he's gone invisible. If you don't know where he is, and you build that town there, the commando can just sneak in and snipe it. And Orbnet does not want that to happen to this airfield or anything else, really. So he's taken it out. He's a bit worried that commandos might be up here, I think, so he's taken a look up there to see what happens. The push over here has been successful. It's taken out the units that were defending this area. It looks like Phylast is going to lose this area now. Despite having the eco advantage, he hasn't been able to hold it after the second push. And I don't think he can against these artillery. And this is what I mean. He needed this airfield to be over here, so they can then support it when they're ready. But he's put them a bit too close to the front line, a bit too offensively in that sense. So he's got another commando snuck in there. Orbnet does know about these commandos. You can see two is coming now, so this is going to be a line command he knows is there. That striker is in the air. He's trying to take out those artillery before they get there, but it is not going to be enough. Orbnet is pushing them in for a line against. They're all going to move quite nicely, which is a thing I don't see used often enough, but is very effective in these games. And I need to start doing this as well. I don't use it much either. But I'm trying. I'm getting better. But that striker, although it's getting free damage on these, as soon as this airfield is destroyed, it'll just fly off and blow itself up, because it won't have anywhere to land. And I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to leave for a second to help my daughter. And it looks like Phylast has been completely taken out in this area now. He's got two SAMs just holding the ground, but they're not going to do much against this artillery. Orbnet has successfully started to expand a bit more. He's increasing his economy, but it is a bit of slow progress. On the other hand, Phylast, losing this area, although he's losing a bit of territory, he's also losing the production. So he can now readdress his strategy from the beginning with a higher economy, because he's not having any upkeep, and see what else he can do. He's going to focus on this island, which isn't too bad. If he can claim this island, there's a lot of eco there. There's trade routes, there's 2 trade routes, and a full city. And there's hidden energy there, like, you know, it's quite well defendable. So in the long run, that might actually be quite a nice place to be. Although this area is bigger for Orbnet, it might struggle with the long-term economy like cities. I can't see much going on, but it does also have defendable energy. And at this point, it's something to note that Orbnet has turned off the economy here. The production of his factories here to increase these. But another thing you could do, which would be a bit risky, but your choice, is to destroy these structures. You can click on them and self-destruct. And that way, because these structures also have an upkeep cost, and destroying them would also increase your economy. I wish I knew the upkeep cost so I could do the math for you, but I can't remember. But it looks like he's just going to focus for a while on trying to expand the map. He's getting some energy up there. And I'm back again. So, Orbnet has been focused on trying to expand on his map. He's going into a navy. It looks like he's going for anti-air by the looks of it. This, I think, is a missile ship. He's got a helicopter there. They have the shortest range, but they also have a weird way of working with their range, because they land anywhere they want on the claimed territory. They don't need to return back here. It looks like he's definitely going for the trade route here. Wow, not the trade route, actually, because the trade route requires to be there. I don't think these two join themselves, so they actually have to go to that one. It looks like he's just going for the town. I might speed up the game a little now, just to see when the next engagement might be. Have a look here, he's got more visibility. So we'll speed up. He's claiming the territory here. He's got two navy yards now, and Orbnet has gone into a bit of a navy here. He wants to build up something. Helicopters are coming in to fight. He's taken out the units. Helicopters have been brought in to defend. But I think Orbnet had his helipad down longer, well, his airfield longer, so he's got more helicopters to fight this fight. And even though he's got less, right, so it's 2 navy yards against 1 navy yard that isn't even built yet. It looks like Orbnet might be able to control the ocean with the helicopters as support. And Bylast has a good economy, but he needs to try and increase his production soon. And he definitely needs to start claiming the energy. Because he is going to run out soon. He's going to need to get a power plant. Oh, it looks like he's building an energy well here, I think. I didn't realise there was one there. But that looks like an energy well being built. Yep, so he's bringing the helicopters back in to take out these ships as soon as they're built. He's placed these units here, not just as a defense in the ocean, but so that he can gain visibility. And the visibility is allowing him to spot when they're constructed, and he can take them out one at a time before they become a problem for him. And while he's here, the helicopters are being brought back in to defend, and he's getting some free hits there. He's doing a bit of hit and run tactics by the looks of things. Getting in as much damage as he can, where he can. And Phylast is going to run out of energy at this point, but hopefully this will build now, and it does just in the nick of time. But he only has, what, 3 helicopters to defend the area with, which he's doing really well with. And a missile ship that's coming out to try and take that thing out. And Orbnet is still managing to expand, so Orbnet has not reached his potential when it comes to economy, and he does not want to forget about his territory claims. He has set up lines everywhere already so that he doesn't have to worry about it ever again. Which is quite smart. If you've got the time to do it, set it up when you can. He set up another naval yard over here to stop these ones. Well, to allow this area to build up instead of these ones. But he's got 2 there now. Another one's being built from each one. Helicopters are already there. So he might actually be able to defend this one, because these missile ships do a lot of damage. And the helicopters, some of them were already damaged when they came into that fight. So it looks like Orbnet is going to lose this time, but he did manage to hold off their navy efforts for a time. And meanwhile, he is going to try and claim some land with this first. He's not going to try and go on the offensive. He's just going to try and increase his economy here as well. So let's have a look at their economy now that the game's played out for a bit longer. It's about 600 per minute from Orbnet, and from Phylast, it's less, it's 550, so Orbnet has already caught up in economy despite his early game rush. And that's partly because Phylast has reached his maximum potential without having to expand. He can either expand via commandos through the air, or through the navy yards and transport boats going across. Which would not be a bad idea, and he certainly needs to try and get that done at some point. I'd personally try commandos, I think, because there's only a couple of places to be around here. But it would be a good place to have a navy yard to just have backup later on in the game, maybe. But commandos could also be used to harass the enemy later as well. So it looks like both players are just holding off, trying to build up their units and try and figure out what they want to do. And Phylast definitely wants to hold the ocean. That's his next objective. And Orbnet might be thinking he's quite secure because he can see these navy yards and he's trying to take them out, and he can monitor his enemy. He's trying to know the enemy, but he doesn't know that the enemy has more navy yards up here. So he may end up a bit overconfident in the ocean, thinking he knows what the enemy has. And Orbnet is not forgetting his troops even after they've taken the territories, bringing them back round to support, well, to help increase the speed of capture on the other territories. And there isn't really many other places to grab. He could cross the water to try and get some extra little territories, which would be worth it. It's always worth it. But whether it's worth it to spend time doing that is really up to the player. And now, Vilas does have a sizable anti-air force there. He can now probably try and focus on building something else. But missile ships are definitely going to be something he want to have in the long run, but he's going to need some cruisers to deal with the navy that he doesn't even know about yet. And I think we're going to just speed up the game a bit. I'll keep trying to monitor him and see how this goes. Got Vilas building something over here. That's energy storage there. He's moving his ships a bit, trying to reorganize them. He's taking the territory over here to increase the economy. And I think he's trying to do that without Orbnet knowing, but I'm pretty sure Orbnet can spot this, or at least when it changes he can. Orbnet is still carrying on capturing this territory over here. He is nearly finished capturing this territory. He's got a bit at the end over there and down there. He has a cruiser slightly separated from these guys. These are on the back line. He's treating them like artillery and SAM. He's testing the range, I think, here, but the helicopters are coming in. And I'm going to turn the speed down. So we got the missile ships taking them out there, and they're trying to do hit and runs on each other now. They're both trying to do the hit and run tactics. Has Vilas managed to do any more expanding? He hasn't. He's still got some units standing here, but he's captured everything he can right now. It doesn't look like he plans to do any more territory grabbing up in the north. I think he's really focused on the enemy right now. He thinks he's got everything he can, but I do think he should probably try and focus on other things. He might just miss that he's missed this area. Orbnet is trying to build up cruisers and a couple of missiles, by the way, by the looks of it. He now has 3 navy yards. So that will help him in the end. And he's still only got 1 airfield. And he's struggling a lot with energy already. Does he have any more energy wells? There are some down here, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there's one there. So he should be fine with energy in the long run. There's quite a few defendable places. He's definitely focused on this area. He's trying to increase his visibility. The more units you have in one area, the larger the visibility is. That's what he's trying to do there. But it does make him a bit vulnerable if there's like artillery or nuke. I just think knowledge is power in this game right now. He's trying to pull back these helicopters by the looks of it, because these are going to get shot down just on the ground by the missile ships. So he's bringing them forward because the artillery's here. They'd have to move those to be able to attack them now. But the artillery, the missile ships, are going to be able to destroy these en route to this attack. And I think that's what he's planning to do. Orbnet's trying to fill up his units here. And the reason for that, I think, is because this area is a nice little choke point, and when you've got a bigger army, it'll be easier to hold back the enemy in this area than it would be in the open waters, where the enemy can actually move around a bit more and surround you instead. So it's a good place to store your units while they build up. The cruisers are coming back in now. Have a look at how he's doing that. He's doing the line command-ish things again. Doing the nice little concave that I like. I do like that shape. A bit awkward here because he's also got a concave. So he's re-changed the line. He did it. He fixed it. So it looks like artillery and cruisers have about the same range. So they are just going to be firing on each other. These got 2 firing and 2 firing against him. But while they're distracted, it looks like he's bringing in his missile ships. Maybe to get some extra damage on them. He's just trying to slowly take them out with the added damage. But they're starting to move in and refill in those gaps. But it does look like Vilas is trying to go a bit offensive now. Orbnet has the helicopters over here. So I think he might be trying to move them around and trying to hit the side of it. But those missile ships might still hit them. They will defend these cruisers at any point. So is Orbnet going to dedicate his navy to this? But no, but he is expanding. He's got a transport boat expanding to these northern islands. Has Phylax started to try and expand again? It does not look like it. Phylax is literally focused on this attack right here to take away Orbnet's visibility. He's retreated to Samunets, which is a very good idea. I'd this point, I'd probably try and retreat these as well, otherwise Bylast is going to try and pick them off one by one. And that is not a situation you want. He's got a boat down here. He's got another navy yard there. I didn't spot that. And he has been expanding some of the other islands down here. Orbnet is not wasting a single opportunity in this game. If Bylast has this area, he'll then know about it as well. So it's not just bad. It's not just good for your economy. It's good for knowing where your enemy is. You can find out how far your enemy has expanded and what room you've got to use. The Bylast has been successful at taking out this area here with the units that were guarding it and watching him. And there's one of my favourite structures in the game. Nuke is being built. I don't think he knows what he wants to do with it yet, but he knows that he wants to use it later on. And Bylax has been very cautionary. He's taking his time. He's worried about finding a bigger army, I think, and getting destroyed. He doesn't want to progress too far too quickly. And Orbnet can see his movements, so he can see how he's reacting to this. And it looks like Orbnet can see these territories, but he is still sending a boat over here to take this land as well. We'll have a look at their economies. Oh, Orbnet's got a nuke as well. It's going to be battle of the nukes in this. So, Orbnet at this point in the game has 1,300 in the economy, and he hasn't wasted economy. I think he's been building towns as well, yep. He's also been killing off units, so that they don't waste his income. And Phylast has 750 income, so Phylast is way behind in this one. He has been focused on his economy, so he has been doing what he can, but he could have been expanding over here, and if he had captured this and started building on that, he'd have a lot more money at this point in the game. And like with Orbnet, the reason these units are costing him money every minute. So Orbnet killed his so that he didn't have to waste it, and if he wanted them again later, he can just rebuild them, I think is the idea. It looks like Orbnet's going to finally see that he has more units in the game, more production of C units. So it's not just these units down here that he had to worry about, he's got some more coming up here. Also, as I've said before, that the nuke is stealthed. There is such a thing as anti-stealth, or at least that's what I call it, where you can see through the fog of war with energy wells and cities. Because they're so big, they produce smoke. I think that's the idea of it. Orbnet has spotted this, and he's set them up straight in a line, ready to defend, just in case Bylast advance. But most of this is missile ships, destroyers. It's a very good mixture, but against a pure cruiser line, it's not going to go very far. He is sending in helicopters just to test how he reacts by the looks of it, or see if he can get enough damage done. And he's going to push his C units forward, at the same time applying pressure. He might be able to take these territories as well, quite easily. And down in the bottom, he's got some C units moving across here to take this territory. He's still trying to expand the map. He is sneaking in behind Phylas. So Orbnet is also on this island right now, and he's going to try and capture up here, probably, knowing him. And Phylast is moving his units up here, then down here, and in a line there. I think that was old lines that is mixing up, and it's wasting his energy. They're on haste, two of these lines. So they are literally circling around, and they're on haste, wasting energy. But I don't think he needs to worry too much about energy. He is still building this rocket pad, and Orbnet, I can't remember where his is. Orbnet's rocket is nearly, not nearly built, but it's close. It's a lot closer than Phylast. There we go, we've got an assault up here on the energy well. I don't know what Phylast is going to do about this. I'm not even sure he's noticed yet. There isn't too much he can do. I don't think he's got any air units left. That's why he can't respond, he's got no air units. Oh, he's got a few, actually, they're down here. So he does have some helicopters around. Got more sea units coming through. And he's setting up a line here. He knows he's going to have to defend this. He's expecting to lose this area by the looks of it. And he's setting up a concave line around there. And it looks like he's dedicating most of his navy fleet to this area. Well, he's going to push forward a bit. Okay. So, Ormnet are bringing his units in. He can see all of the navy fleet that Bylast is bringing in. And he's still going to try and push to see what he can take out. By the looks of it, he's got his units coming in through here, so he can always retreat and then bring in more units after. I don't know what his plan actually is, but he's just going to put on pressure and see what happens. I want to see where these sneaky people have snuck through. He has. I don't know if he's bringing more troops in. Yeah, he is. He's got submarines down there as well. Fair point to note. So these cruisers are taking out this navy yard. It's taken out 2 of his navy yards now. They are being fired upon at the same time. Phylas is defending with a large line, but he's put a line right there, right at the enemy, so they're still going to end up going to him one at a time. But the helicopters should do a great lot of damage against all these cruisers, because it doesn't look like they've got any missile ships. Well, they are, they're there, but not in this mix here, which he needs to bring them down. And it looks like Phylas is struggling with energy at the minute. Which is not good when it comes to navy warfare. So we're at Ormnet now, and he's got a very good economy when it comes to well, a very good energy supply at the minute. And he's putting his units right where they need to be. The helicopters came in through here. He's got his missile ships back down. He's got more cruisers coming in to take out these cruisers, and Bylast is holding back too much of this concave here. He needs to curve around like closer towards the enemy so they all fire at once. I think that's all what's going on right now. He's going to have a little fight over there. Bylast can't see over there, so let's change to Ormnet. Ormnet, yeah, he's got submarines sneaking up around here. He's going to try and test before he goes anyway. He's got Navy Yard building up there. It looks like he's going to do an invasion over this side by the looks of things. Going to get some infantry to come in and take over the land while he's trying to deal with the army over here. And 1 nuke has been fired. I'm not sure where it's going. It's probably going for the Navy fleet. It's always best to hit the units. He got it. And he's destroyed every single one of them. Phylas must be devastated at that point. But he does have 1 rocket of his own. And it's right there. Ormnet can't even see it. It is stealthed, and it's in a stealthed environment. And with all these units right here, he still can't see it. I think he'd have to be really close with it to be able to spot it. Let's have a look. Does Phylas fire it at his army? Literally trading blows at this point. It's ready, so he can fire it anytime, I think. But I think its minimum range might be a little bit longer than this. So he might be waiting. He's been surrounded. He's got units coming in through the bottom and from the top. He can't actually fire the rocket because he's only got 13 energy. That's another reason why he's not firing the rocket then. Got to keep an eye on his energy, but he's also... Ormnet is like round this area as well, and he doesn't even know about it yet. Right, so he's got 20 energy now. Is he going to fire it? Yeah, there you go. It's off. He's going to probably hit this area. What does Ormnet see? You can see it now. You can't see the structure, but he saw it fire from that area. And he's probably going to get all of that. Maybe not these two. Nope, they're fine. But it does look like Ormnet is bringing all his units back to this area. I think he's going to try and invade from both sides. And hopefully, in his mind, hopefully surprise attack this side as well. Now he's bringing in reinforcements, so he does have some backup even though the nuke took out so much. They literally both took out their entire navy forces, but Ormnet still had some lined up at the back. Ah, we got subs from Phylas. I didn't spot that. Got a sub pen here. He's bringing in some subs to try and take out those missile ships. And by the looks of it, those missile ships can't see those subs. Nope. But he's bringing in the helicopters and hoping to see them through that. He's sneaking some subs in to take out the docks as well. So Orbnet is taking out the economy of Phylas when he already had quite a strangled economy as it is. So we're nearing the end of the match. We've got Orbnet with 1,600 economy per minute. He's trying to take over the city right behind Phylas. And he has scouted out pretty much the entire map except that one island. And Orbnet was pretty unrelenting in this game. He was not letting him do anything. He wasn't allowing him to hide anything from him. And now his cruisers are going to tear up the land. At this point, I'm pretty sure Phylas has lost. Orbnet will move through to the next round. But Phylas is unrelenting. He's trying to keep going. He's trying to build up some more navy yards. His economy at this point is 600, so it's like half of Orbnet's. At least, I think. Yeah, it's less than half of Orbnet's right now. And Orbnet is really showing his superiority right now. He's got a good navy, got good air units. He's got submarines sneaking in and around. And he's sending over another rocket in this area because he remembered where the rocket was by the looks of it. It's going to hit right here. Yep, he remembered the location of that rocket. I don't think it can survive a hit from a rocket. Nope, it can't. It has gone down. So from Phylas' perspective, this is what he can see right now. He's got some power plants. Another one being built there by the looks of it. And Orbnet has already invaded the match. Invaded his island, and the match is now over. So, that was a really high intensity match at certain times in the game. Hello, welcome to Line War. Today we've got Athena versus someone said that my nickname sucks. We're going to call him Nickname today. This is the 22Q2 tournament, and they both tried to go for this location, and it's blacklisted twice. So Athena managed to get this area, and Nickname is over here. Athena's gone with a shipyard to start with and 2 airfields. He does have quite a bit of energy easily accessible to him. We'll have a look at Nickname. We'll call him Nickname. So he's got 2 shipyards. They're both producing transports. I assume he wants to get to this location as quick as he can to gain a foothold on Athena's territory. And on his main location, he is going for only barracks, and that's to expand quicker and probably to gain more units to go across and capture Athena's island. The map is mainly 2 islands. Nicknames is a bit vulnerable when it comes to being so long and narrow. And we got Athena's, who's kind of a long and narrow one, but maybe a bit easier to defend in general. And neither player seems to be going into eco. Nickname just literally put in an airfield just as we left. He's going for strikers. Pretty standard start for this game. So he's got transport coming down here to capture part of Nickname's island straight away. He's not even going to wait until he captures everything by the looks of it. He's just going to get these guys to go over, and it's half and half by the looks of it. He's got an energy well, and this is a storage unit for energy. When they come in, he should have more than enough energy, and with considering he's gone into pretty much energy only units, he's definitely going to need them. He's got the strikers going out straight away. I think he's not sure where they're going. I can see. He's got the line command going from there downwards. He's checking the ocean. He's trying to scout the ocean, make sure Nickname isn't doing anything like this. So it looks like Nickname's going to get caught out unless he stays here too long. Which should actually be beneficial to him because he's just going to... This scout's just going to miss him by the looks of it. But it has confirmed to Athena that Nickname is not here yet. Let's have a look at Nickname's units. So they literally just got missed by those aircraft. Potentially making Athena a bit overconfident in this match. Athena has units already going across to Nickname's Island, but down at the bottom. Technically, he hasn't got this area yet. But it is a part of the island they're both starting on, or he's starting on. He's going for interceptors right at the beginning, instead of strikers, I think. Yeah, they're definitely interceptors. But Nickname still hasn't got access to energy, I don't think. Nowhere on his land, but he's got some up here, which should be fairly easy to defend. There's quite a few energies in the water, energy well, but I don't think they're going to get used up too much, because that's going to be a highly contested area. Athena's going for missile ships in the water now, and has landed on the other end of Nickname's Island. It looks like Athena's pretty close to conquering most, or spreading out close to most of her island, or his island. Whereas Nickname's got the top part, but just because it's so long and stretched out, it's taken him longer to walk across it all. So purely by the shape of the island, I think Nickname might be a little behind. We'll have a look. 428 eco per minute. And Athena is 450, so only slightly. Nothing to be concerned about, really. He's making sure that Nickname isn't trying any sneaky strategies, I think. There's a good amount of energy storage available to him right now, at the beginning of the game. Can't see any of Nickname's units, but Nickname is going across through the water now. He's on haste mode, so these boats are going to be travelling really fast. And he's trying to capture the other end of his own section of island. But I think Athena's there already. And he might actually be able to stop it. But Athena might not notice, so we'll have to see how this goes. So he's going straight towards Athena's buildings in this section of the map. He managed to deploy the unit straight away, but Athena has spotted him by the looks of it. Oh, he hasn't quite spotted him yet. He's sneaking through, but he's going to catch him on the return. Athena hasn't changed his commands, so... And now he's spotted them, he's going to try and take out the area. I don't think the strikers are going to quite get there in time. And someone says is trying to maneuver his units around. And he's backing them up with cruisers, but these are a bit faster than those. Probably because they're on haste mode, so... That was some good line work, if that's the word we're going to use, by both players, trying to capture or escape. Athena's bringing the strikers in now, which Nickname can actually see some of these. He's bringing them back, he's spotted them, and he might send his interceptors in, because he was building interceptors. He's going to leave them there. He's running out of energy, so it's probably wise to leave them there. A lot of hesitating movements. He's going to try and cut him off now. So instead of being here, spotted the units. He's going to send some units here to cut off Athena so they can't get too close. Or can't progress as fast. I wonder what else Athena's doing with their transport ships now. Capturing territory. For now, I think both are just trying to capture what they currently have control over and trying to judge how much of the map they currently control. So for a little bit, I'm going to put it on fast forward. I've got it on ×2. I'm going to put it on ×4. There's a bit of a battle going on here. We've got the strikers coming in. They're going to take him out quite easily. And it looks like we're going to have engagement up at the middle of the map with the ships. If anyone dedicates to it. Nope. Nickname's going to run away from that, but Athena has a line command. But both players are running out of energy at this point. Nickname's only got one energy wow, because you can tell by the storage. And doesn't have any storage, so Athena might be able to build up more energy than Nickname at this point, and be able to run away or run towards him faster later on. but it'll take him just about the same amount of time to earn the energy. Nickname's going for some eco structures now. Got industry up and he's got a town they're currently building, but that will boost his eco after a while. Athena hasn't got any eco structures as of yet. He's currently focused on territory grabbing. Transports are sneaking behind this little fight. It's a nice distraction to save the transports. The transports are going to still carry on cutting in units over here. Send them that way. Might be wise to leave these ones back at this point because of the energy consumption, but at the same time you do need the biggest army at the front line. Circle commands are doing alright, but I do think that the line commands, especially when it comes to water, are more effective. And Nickname just sent his interceptors. I assume that was to predict the strikers coming in, but I think he caught there a bit too early. And he's had to pull them back. And now the strikers are going to do... Oh, and I've noticed there's an interceptor there. So Athena changed up a little bit to get the interceptor in there because they know the interceptors over here will join the fight. But Nickname called his interceptors in just a little too early. He's got them coming back in again, but he's lost the majority of his navy because of that one little mistake. And Athena has the barracks set up here, so they got production coming in all the way through here. And let's have a look at the production. Are they producing commandos? Yes, the white jacket guys are commandos. You can see them there. There's one. It's a mixture of units there. But Nickname can only see these two because commandos are stealthed. And as soon as the commando steps there, that's when he might notice. There you go. We got the interceptors coming in to potentially defend the sea units, but these missile ships are going to catch him off guard, and that one just barely survives with his life. Nickname is trying to build up his navy again before Athena realizes how little he has there, but he does still have a cruiser. And the battle down here, it looks like Athena's taking control over this area because Nickname just can't get enough units close enough, fast enough. And Athena's built an airstrip closer towards the island of Nickname. So that'll give them extra range, but it'll also help continue production over here. So they can keep on producing more strikers and swarm the enemy later on. There's a naval yard being built up here, so that might be there to help capture this island over here. Which will be great for eco later on, since Athena seems to have pretty much all or most of her land, his land left over. I keep saying her, sorry. I don't know whether they're a her or a him, but I'm going to go with him, or try to. So Athena is lining up their units across the water. Bit of a defensive position and a good scouting position because the amount of units he's got there is increasing his range to see further into the fog of war. Building a transport, yeah, that's to cross there to gain more territory. That will help with their eco. Let's have a look at the eco right now. So it's 860 for Athena, and with Nickname, they've actually built some production structures. Only 2 are active right now. That one's still building. And it's 943, so the eco is definitely helping Nickname. But they have had to invest in that eco. Oh, they've got more eco down here as well. So Nickname is in this for the long run. And I haven't actually checked what Athena has been doing with eco. Doesn't look like they've got many potential for eco. They've got a town here. And they have some industry here and here, which they're utilising. But this is a highly contested zone, so aircraft could easily snipe those areas. And Nickname is trying to sneak some units across into the main island of Athena And they're going to get caught off guard straight away with the striker swarm that's coming in. But it wouldn't surprise me if they got some interceptors coming in to back it up. Nope, there you go, they're coming in now. So there were interceptors coming in to take on these strikers, but I don't think Nickname just knows how many strikers Athena has at this point. They might clear them out before the interceptors even get there. Just one left now. There you go. They are going to start shooting though. That one's going to go down at least. Two maybe. The missile ships are taking out the interceptors though. There's one down as well. They got another one just right at the end then. Missile ships are sneaking around the back there to try and take out the reinforcements to this line of units. The missile ships get caught by the cruiser. So Nickname is now running away from that one cruiser. I'm not sure what he's trying to do. I think he's just trying to get some information and scout out. Nickname's also put some barracks down in the hopes to try and push harder against the force that's down here. So we've got 2 barracks production versus 3. And these are building commandos at this point. I think they're all building commandos, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're just commanders now. When it comes to cost effectiveness, I do think riflemen in general have better cost effective than the commandos, but the value from commandos come through their stealth. So there is that to think about. Looks like we've got some striker activity here. They're going to come straight across here. You can see the energy well through the fog of war, so I think that's his main objective there. He also knows that the airfield's there, probably. No, the airfield is a bit further in. Are those interceptors going to get up and go, or is he just going to keep them there for a bit? Could move the missile ships in a bit as well, but then again, he's trying to build up his units rather than keep on losing them. But at this point, he kind of needs to respond to it. It looks like Athena's only got units coming in from the airstrip, so this is out of range of his main location for his strikers. But he does have 2 airstrips now. He has spotted the airfield, so this might end up getting destroyed. The naval battle's going on down here. So when the cruiser spotted it, it looks like Athena's gone on the hunt to find Nickname's units that are in the area. With that being captured, has he got a submarine there? Yes, he does. He has got 2. Submarines are also stealth, so Athena won't be able to see them until he's closer. He's separating the submarines, trying to get them away instead. But he has got that island, but there are also 2 little sections of island here that you could claim as well. And it's not much, but it would still boost his eco a little bit. Looks like the strikers almost took this out, and the interceptors are up now. Dealing with those strikers. And they took one out, and I think the rest have retreated, or... oh no, they're coming back. It looks like Athena just spotted that submarine as well, but the strikers are getting taken out now because it looks like with the stuff that's going on in the water, Athena's forgotten about the strikers that are on a move command up here. And they're being taken out by these interceptors, almost one at a time. So it looks like the strikers are going to go down, or the airfield's going to go down. Athena's taking the command away. There you go. They're going to return home now. Or he's going to return home now because there's only 1 unit left. Athena's really on the search for those Navy units. Trying to take control over the ocean. And Nickname has set up a defensive wall here. Has Athena built more production? Because that's a lot of units. Probably maybe transported in or just switched it up into riflemen. Athena's really on the search for those Navy units. Trying to take control over the ocean. And Nickname has set up a defensive wall here. Has Athena built more production? Because that's a lot of units. Probably maybe transported in or just switched it up into riflemen. They're going to send the strikers down this way to try and take on this defensive wall, so he can probably push in afterwards. And Athena has taken the offensive with the Navy, so he's going straight in for there. He's attacking over here, so it looks like Nickname is trying to go around them. Set up a nice position against them there. He's got units on a haste command here to get into the fight quicker, and Nickname has pretty much surrounded this group of units, so I think he may have outnumbered or outpowered him here. I'm not sure who's going to win this engagement. It looks like Nickname has the advantage and is pushing further to keep his advantage. But those strikers are probably going to make a mess of this right now. He's got the interceptors coming in. Oh no, they could just stay in there. So now Nickname's retreating a bit. He's keeping these circle commands. It's quite nice to see how they move that way instead, and it's interesting to see how the different playstyles end up working out. And those strikers are just taking some damage from these SAM units here, so Nickname has at least tried to predict that there's going to be something going on there. Oh no, these weren't barracks earlier. I thought they were barracks. They're actually factories. These ones are barracks. You can see the amount of units being built up here though. And I think that's also Athena trying to increase the vision in that area. Athena has not forgotten to expand on the map though. He's still going up towards the north and taking this free island up here. Nickname, I think, has just ignored it. Though I say that too early. It looks like he's doing it at about exactly the same time. But Nickname has got a city up and running. Is that the first one? It's the first one. This is the second one coming up now. So Nickname is in this for a very long time, because those take a long time to recuperate their value. Nickname is on 1,163 per minute, and Athena is on 1,200 per minute, mostly because of the extra territory that they have grabbed over the course of the game. They're going full force in here. I think Athena's noticed that they're building up factory units, and if the artillery get big enough, the infantry they've built here just isn't going to be enough to push them back. So I think this is like a last-ditch effort to try and push back, make sure they don't build up in a large enough mass that makes them almost impossible to defeat. Athena's also going for some eco here in a risky zone, to be fair, so they must have done some more in the more defensible zones. Definitely. There's still a town here they could claim, but towns I think are the lowest value for eco, but there is a trade route. If Athena can hold this area and get that trade route up and running, that would definitely boost the eco in favour of Athena more so than it was before. It looks like they're going to meet on this island halfway as well. At 24 minutes in, they're still going to find new territories and meet at that point. But I do think Nickname's going to keep that territory in the end. Or maybe I spoke too early. He's got cruisers in this area that could help shoot across the shoreline. And this is a very thin area. The strikers are coming in again. And they're going to take out that SAM pretty quickly. It looks like Nickname is going to lose the south area, or at least his control over it. Those strikers are easily able to support that area, and the interceptors being up here, they're not able to get to that location. And with the big army of, well, the big navy here, Nickname is going to struggle to send his units that way. Looks like Nickname is going to commit to an engagement here with most of his ships. He's got some units here on haste mode just to catch up a bit. And it looks like he's built an airstrip there for more interceptors to be there. And I think Nickname went into that engagement not quite the way he hoped to. I think he was setting up the command to scout out and then forgot about it for a second, and it was just that second too long. Now he's setting up his circle commands to help with the actual engagement. Athena split off his forces into two here. I think that was unintentional. It was trying to capture the territory, maybe. He's got the strikers coming in to back up the forces there. And the infantry on the south are actually pushing through the mountains. Having your defensive line here, maybe with some artillery, might have been a bit better because infantry are going to be slower in the mountains. I mean, you get some extra free hits off there. So, Nickname has split off his forces 2 ways around this hill. Island. I'll get there in the end. So, Athena can't chase him with his full force. He'll have to manage going around or just focus on one side. Nickname's going to come in through the back and try and shoot the rear, so now he's flanking the enemy there. Got reinforcements still coming in, but he doesn't really have any air units that can support this. And Athena does. I don't know if they're going to bring the air units back in. Quite possibly. He's got the energy to do it for a little bit, but might be a little risky. And Nickname's going to struggle even more so with the energy if they try to react with some interceptors. I think Nickname's got an advantage in positioning, but I just don't know if they've got the numbers here. But they do have reinforcements coming in quickly, so that might sway the favour there. And there are the strikers coming in now. There is one missile ship there. I think the others are just destroyers, but they do have some anti-air on the cruisers. Interceptors are going to come in, and they probably will do quite well, because there's 2 lots of interceptors here now. And a striker, so Nickname has switched into some strikers at this point. So they're going to help deal with the Navy in the water as well. It looks like they keep just deleting each other's Navy before they can actually get what they want there. There you go, that's both navies now pretty much reduced to nothing again, and they're both going to have to build up. I'll just check Athena's before I say that. Yeah, there we go. They've both got about equal navy again of about 3 or 4 ships. But actually, didn't Athena have some... Yep, she's got cruisers there. I've got the transport boats just randomly having a fight over here. Nickname has done that, I think, to scout them, maybe. And he's got some units going through the side, and I think they were meant to meet them at the other side to produce further. Carry on going further. And what's going on down here? Has Nickname defended? He has. It looks like he's got the artillery there, and they've built up large enough numbers to hold off the infantry forces that were coming in. There's an airfield with a helicopter somewhere. Probably here. And he's built interceptors to help against those strikers that keep coming down here as well. It looks like Nickname is planning to go forward from here, and he probably has some large enough numbers, and with the interceptors he can actually stop these strikers from doing that free damage they were getting off earlier. In the north, it looks like Athena's advancing. They're trying to take out these cruisers, which is actually going to be quite effective. I don't think Athena has any interceptors anymore. Oh, okay, yeah, they do. They've gone into interceptors quite a lot there. There we go, those interceptors did deal with those strikers. 1 back on return there. And now Athena is building an airfield over here to try and get some closer damage. Probably going to go into helicopters being so close. Got 2 factories and 3 barracks from Athena in the bottom there. And we have 1, 2, 3 barracks and 2 factories from Nickname here, so the pressure is equal. At this point, it's pretty much who can provide the best air support. Or use their units to the best of their abilities. What about the neighbours again? They're building up slowly. And in the north, we have Athena's force coming in like this. And it looks like Athena's going to actually take over this. I was wrong earlier, but the strikers should be able to stop them doing any damage over the long term. And these missile ships are going to prepare for any interceptors that may come in to take over. But both players have a very good economy right now. So let's have a look at, compare them both. So we got 1,440 from Nickname and 1,500 from Athena. Both players have built cities at this point in the game, but Athena only has one available. And I've just noticed they've had a battle for this island over here as well. I did not even notice that. Have a look at Nickname. What has he got in that area? Just a couple of infantry, but he's building factories to try and take over the area a bit more. Well, a factory and a barracks. Just a single unit going out colonizing the mountains. It looks like Nickname has almost successfully taken this area. Or defended this area, should I say. And Athena pretty much put a stop to any construction he wanted to do there. Over here, we have Nickname's push against Athena in the south. Athena is preparing for this. Looks like she's setting up a defensive line. Not an actual defense line, just the orange line. Saves them taking any fatigue damage. And I was wrong, they're not going for helicopters, they're going for more strikers over here. And as the helicopter here is going to come in and support this line, but the SAM units there will probably deal with the helicopter pretty fast. But there's 2 helicopters, 3, 4, okay, I was wrong, there's a few more helicopters than I originally thought there. And they're bringing in some strikers, any air units that will follow that command. And they are pretty weak to air units. I think in the south, Nickname is relying on his interceptors to defend here, so he's going to have to respond with the interceptors. Whereas Athena is using the SAM units to try and defend that. Trying to keep an eye on the navies so we don't miss anything there. Those strikers are getting a lot of damage in now as Nickname bringing in any interceptors. He doesn't have any interceptors here anymore. Unless they've moved. I don't think so. I meant via airship, just in case you were wondering. Airstrip. And he's got the interceptors coming in from over there. So they're able to reach here at least. So he will be able to, but he's going to lose his army again. It looks like both players have pretty much reached some form of stalemate at this point. They're going to keep trying to poke holes and find weak points. And both players have reached their maximum eco, I think. Wow. There's some land to be grabbed here, but not too much. Almost max. We've got some stuff here that we can eco up. Now, Interceptor's going to get taken out by strikers. Unfortunately, the Interceptor can't take out strikers on their own. They do need to have enough support against them, because strikers also shoot air units, just not as well as interceptors. Looks like both players are heavily losing their energy supply. Okay, just one player. Got Nickname is managing his energy alright at the minute, so trying to transport any extra units he can across this land. Looks like Athena has pretty much taken control over this island now. And those infantry are just getting eaten up by the amount of commandos that are there. But I think they will be successful, especially after these strikers come in and take them out. Athena is moving in the Navy force to take out these transport ships. And he can see this. I'm wondering if Nickname can see that too. Yes, they can. So Nickname is aware that this is happening. And it's coming in that way. So instead of going to attack there or defend it, Nickname is going to go straight this way and see what damage they can do. And Athena is not worried about it just yet. Might not have spotted it yet. Athena's trying to push through here a bit there. And is retreating the units that were trying to... well, which did capture this territory. Retreating them back to the Navy Yard and hoping to take them out later on. Or deal with it in a bit. He wants to take out the transports coming across here, but has run out of energy. These interceptors are being pulled back. But the Navy has reached it, and they are able to shoot even if they're out of energy, so... Nickname does have the advantage with energy, but not for long, especially if they're using haste commands with the Navy. Trying to surround them with the circle commands. They seem to be very good at, like, pepper potting across, like tiptoeing just a little bit closer each time. That's what these commands seem to be really good for. And the line command's just obviously holding the line. But we have air units coming in to take them out. Even the interceptors coming in, but they're not going to do as much damage. But they will sponge up some damage so the strikers can hit more in. Both players are still trying to push in south. Athena's more focused on trying to build up their units, but looks like Nickname did take out those 2 Navy yards there. And is going to try and seek out any more in the area. And the air unit's going to come in and take out this airstrip that he can spot. And he's going to get a very good sight on what's been going on in this area now. It's a good scout out there. But he's going to lose this industry there as well, and probably over here, the Navy Yard. So they're kind of base trading at this point. However, I think Nickname is getting the better trades out in this, especially getting his air units in there quicker. However, the other air units have lifted off now. And this is going to be a pretty big fight over the city, next to the city. Taking out the Navy Yards. Or she's trying to. And he's pulled back the air units now. I think they're all going to end up going down. There we go. Some managed to get out beforehand when they ran out of ammo. Now it looks like the air units are coming in to take on this naval fleet. And I think Nickname just wants to destroy these before he gets destroyed. He's going to retreat. I think he knows, because... well, assuming that these are on a bit of a range, so there's a circle command here and a circle command, so if he goes over here, then they'll have to call back the air units, and maybe he can go back in. That might be what his plan is. But we'll have to wait and see for that. He does have some extra units down here sneaking around, trying to target these structures here as well. So taking control of the southern part of the ocean was probably a very good plan to do, because it's now going to allow him to take over this land with the lack of production over here from Athena. And he's found an airstrip and an energy well that he's taken out. Let's have a look from Athena's point of view, because that's got to affect the energy consumption. And in the long run, I think that favoured Nickname. Nickname has got some units over here trying to cross again. To be fair, there's a lot of units prepared to cross there. And the air units have changed their commands up now, and they're coming in here. I think Nickname is focused elsewhere on the map right now. And these ships are trying to shoot these down now. But they're being shot at by the infantry, and I think a cruiser is going to go down there from infantry units. And Nickname's retreating the Navy again. He's trying to snipe anything and anything that he can see. Athena's energy is down, the economy is in the negatives now, and it's not because they haven't got enough income, it's because they've got too much outgoings from structures and units. Athena's able to push a little bit here, and I think will struggle a bit more now that there's less production there. From Athena's perspective, Nickname's perspective, we've got income is actually a little less than Athena's, but hasn't got as much outgoings at this point in the game. He's even got a bit of capital stored up. Athena is trying to build up those units again. We've got the push going on here where it looks like Nickname is feeding his units in one by one and not allowing them to build up, which can be good to slow down the enemy. Especially as it looks like, obviously, with the artillery that store up and the infantry are the ones that move in. The infantry is soaking up the damage for the artillery to do the extra damage, so it's not too bad, but I still like to store up some more units as I go. Got a city being built over here, so Nickname is confident that they can defend this location for long enough for that to pay off. He's got his navy units going back in for the navy yards. There's an energy well being built again from Athena. Athena is taking control over the north part of the island and has a good control over it. There we go. We're going to bring it to this choke point here, and it looks like the strikers have been called in to take it out because Nickname has spotted it. And there isn't as much anti-air in this area. Nickname's defending it as much as he can so he can get some units across the water into this area and try and take some land and get a foothold on this island. And at the same time he's taking out the energy well over here, which will mean Athena is going to struggle with some energy production, at least a little bit. And it looks like the defense here was just a little too strong for Nickname to get in there enough with. And Athena's navy has taken out their units coming defending these transports. So Nickname's brought some more in to back it up. He's sent more in to take on these navy yard again. But at this point they're kind of equally matched. There's more cruisers with Nicknames, but they are quite damaged already. There we go. Nickname has had to call off the invasion there. These air units are just too strong to without being stopped, and it's not allowing Nickname any wiggle room to get through. And Athena has taken control of the north part of the ocean. He's coming back down into this, where Nickname doesn't have too much to defend with over here. But I think he's planning another invasion somewhere. Maybe with artillery next time. And it looks like the Navy managed to destroy one of them, but not both of them. And they're going to probably fall now down here. There you go. The strikers finally take out the cruiser. We've got some submarines there, which Athena can see. Or at least the strikers can. There we go. It's taking them out there. And they've got their units coming down through there. They can spot the transports. So I wonder if they're going to try and take them out. Can Nickname defend with it? Hey, Nickname's got a lot of submarines, so he probably can. And the strikers have taken off. I wonder if Athena can see the airstrip there. They can't. So the strikers are pretty much just coming out of nowhere. That is one of the fastest hit and runs I've ever seen. But they have split up into two. They've taken out pretty much half of the navy as they split into two. Athena's realised that they're going to come target this after, and they've come to defend with their air force. And this is made up mostly of strikers, so if there are interceptors, there are a couple, maybe. Yeah, there's a couple of interceptors that might be able to take them out, but it looks like they've already done the damage they needed. However, Nickname is probably going to lose his now for the same reason. How is it going down here? It looks like Athena has been pushed back. Nickname is pushing forward once again. And they've built more structures here to try and balance out the pressure. That is one big swarm of strikers. Athena, looks like they're bringing in some units from across here to invade Nickname's area now. It looks like Athena's trying to switch up the gameplay here, trying to make it not be so much on the defensive, but be more offensive now. At least on land. Anyway. It does look like Nickname's going to take over this area. They've got enough SAM to defend from these air units that are close by. These units have been used to defend over here as well, so they may come back into play. It looks like Nickname will take that over, but it's going to take him still a long time. He's already cut across here. So Athena's cut across there, and is planning to, yeah, come in through here as well. So Nickname has to deal with that, and I wonder if he spotted it. He probably has. Yep, so we got the artillery that was used here. I think these were more defensive than invasion that I said earlier. So they're going to come up through here and try and defend this area. And it's interesting to note that he's left some behind. He's well aware that he could get attacked on the land at any point, and I think that's what those are there for. And these artillery are trying to take on the cruisers over there. And I've just spotted these strikers that have been put on a line command to go around the units over here, and they've taken out 2 airfields, and they're trying to take out the next one as well. The line command went straight through all of them, and it's trying to get as much damage in as he can. So once again, that's Nickname taking some good trades there. Athena's army up here is probably going to get stopped by these artillery, but they might be able to get some good damage in on these production structures. It's targeting the city. Taking that out would be a big hit to Nickname's economy. And it looks like Nickname is struggling to take out down here, but he's, well, not struggling, but slowly doing it. He's making the progress. Trying to find any weak points in there, going around these production, trying to get these ones first. Whether that's intentional or not, I assume it is. Put the SAM on this line here to try and keep them back from the front line. And he's trying to use his strikers to do any damage that he can on the main base of Athena. What can Nickname see through there? So Nickname can see a city here, but he's focused on the airfields. He wants to get rid of the aircraft and have air superiority at this point. It seems that Nickname is very focused on getting rid of the production first, before having to worry about later on. Strike at the production and then deal with them afterwards. Oh, but those SAM are being pulled back, and they are going to take these strikers out. And the strikers are a bit too distracted, focusing on other things, but they might be able to get the damage done on that. He's pulling them back. He's letting it repair. And the SAM are probably going to take that one out. There we go. Down here, it looks like one building's gone down again, so we've got the artillery spreading a line across here. We've got a navy defending an energy wall over here, and they're going to push in and through. They're going to have a look around, see what's going on. And these are mostly missile ships, by the looks of it. I'm going to have to try and test whether missile ships are more effective than destroyers when it comes to cost and stuff, because they are pretty good. If they can do a lot of damage to the sea units, then they also defend against the air units really well, so. We got that. What about Athena? Athena was trying to get some units on the ground over in there, and they failed by the looks of it. And they failed here as well. So, Nickname has successfully defended his land multiple different locations, and has done a really good job at taking out some key structures and defending the waters with circle commands. So using missile ships in the water only is definitely paying off when your opponent has tons of strikers like this. Even if you don't have enough to take them down, you're going to do a lot more damage as well. So, but unfortunately, there is just too many strikers, and they're just going to absolutely annihilate anything that comes into their path right now. We have some strikers over there, just circling around. There we go, they're coming back. We've got a lot going on in the water right now. It looks like Athena is trying to push back with the units that he's been building up over here. So Nickname has pulled in the helicopters, and they're going to come shoot at that as well. We've got another transport boat over here, trying to build up some units over here, trying to cross the water, hoping to catch Nickname off guard a little, I think. And they're going to potentially try and target the city, but Nickname has spotted this and is sending his air units over there. I think he's just going to leave it with air units right now. I think he thinks he can handle this with just the air units, which quite possibly. And there are the artillery forming in the forest, which Athena cannot actually see. So they're all stealthed and they're just suddenly appearing now. How is Athena doing in the south? Getting a nice little curve around the enemy as they all walked into this curvature. They're being supported by a cruiser that's came in through the south there, just around the back, trying to shoot the SAM units and take them out of the picture in the bottom there. These units now coming down. He's trying to get straight through here, straight to the city. And the aircraft just weren't enough to take him out all at once, at least. And since Athena noticed the artillery here, he's sent in the strikers to try and take as many out as they can. And it looks like we've got a rocket here from Nickname, which has probably been spotted by now. Yes. Those strikers coming in at this location has spotted the rocket. So that might quite likely be Athena's next target. I think these units are going to be stopped before they can do any damage to the city, so I think that Sid is pretty safe. It would not surprise me if these strikers come back to try and take this out very soon. But it looks like, I've just noticed here now, we've also got another rocket from Athena now. So there's two rockets. Athena is just a bit more ahead of Nickname in this one, so Athena doesn't even need to destroy the rocket first. They can use their rocket to destroy the other rocket. I think Nickname's forgotten about the south area and is focused more in the north now, which is definitely more important, but I think it's costing him a lot of units in the south. I think, yeah, these units are now going down, and straight after the invasion it looks like Nickname I just spotted it, I'll have a look through his eyes, is placing his units on the territory of this one now, so he's doing a reverse invasion, or counter invasion if you like. And at the same time is bringing some more units in down here and trying to target this airfield mostly at the beginning. He's taking them away from the forest, away from those strikers that keep trying to attack him. And his cruisers are getting attacked in the water. It looks like, I don't know if Athena's noticed it. Yeah, quite possibly. He sees the transports, and that's why they sent the units this way. I don't know if Athena killed them all or if they're just south in the mountains. No, Athena's killed them. Nickname's brought his other units down to support this area, and he's going to kick Athena out of there. So Athena's using the strikers instead to take out these, which is being very successful right now. But it looks like they're going to get caught by 5 SAM units stuck here. And they took out one of them, I think. And we got another one going down there. So now these might be able to catch on these if they come back again. The invasion over here looks like it's going really fast. They're literally swapping units across. And Commando's got through, but they probably will take out this group of infantry. But they are going to keep getting reinforced. And I think Nickname is now going to take over this island, at least try. It's going to be hard to support without controlling the ocean because of the cruisers that can come here. And if Athena switches this to produce, to transport straight across here, they'll be able to get units across really fast. It's going to be really hard to try and take over that island, or at least all of it. Nickname could probably take over most of it quite easily. This chunk here. Strikers are still coming over here to try and take out as many of the artillery as they can. It looks like they must have destroyed that nuke that was being produced there. They have their rocket ready, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on that rocket. I would like to know where Athena uses that. Looks like down here the artillery is swarming in. They've got a lot of production coming in through there. Trying to take out that area as fast as they can. Athena is very favoriting the air units at this point. Throughout the entire game, to be fair, and it has done very well. It looks like Nickname is going to take away the structure, and we'll pretty much have control over this game. This island, I mean. That will go down, but he's probably noticing these transports coming in over there. Got a decent sea army over there. Holding back the... well, still there's reinforcements for later on. He tried to bring in some units over here to try and take out any more structures that he could reach, but it doesn't look like he can reach any yet. I think this battle's still going to go on for the entire game, to be honest. They're just going to keep going back and forth over there. Whereas up here, it looks like Nickname is going to end up trying to take half this island. He's going to try and push further, but I think he's going to struggle to take it all if Athena uses some cruisers in this area. And the amount of air units that he has. But Nickname is trying to swing some transports even further around the back of the island. We'll probably drop them off here. Or, to be fair, he's got 1 unit in there, or 2. I think the plan is to take them around once again and try and drop them off here instead of coming through this open area. Right, so these units are going to cut through this way. And I get the idea that Athena might use the rocket there, trying to take out as many units as possible. I could be wrong. Probably wrong, to be fair, as most of them are missile ships. There we go. So we are literally split in half of the map. So we got Athena's side and Nickname's side of the map. Almost cut perfectly in half. I'll have a look at the economy once again. So we've got 1,700 from Athena and 1,700 split in half again from Nickname. So this is one of the biggest stalemates I've ever seen before in my life. So we're getting literally a wall of infantry that keep flooding each other. But Nickname has stopped the reinforcements over there. Yeah, he did catch the, like I said he would earlier, but I wasn't sure he was actually going to do it. Tried to use the rocket on these units down here as they cross through the choke point. I assume Athena's going to use air units to try and clear up the rest of those. Yeah, there's the air command. They're going to come in, and they probably won't take long to deal with those. Athena has tried to change it up and put the units here, and she's got some units coming in to the top here. And it's trying to deal with some of the Navy down here with helicopters and interceptors and strikers. A good all-round air force. And they're pretty much at the same part here. I don't think any plant is ever going to grow on this ground again. The amount of fire and explosions that's been going on there. And Athena has been able to keep up that island purely because of the backup that they're receiving on it. Whereas Nickname dumped a load of units there and sent them on their way, and they've slowly diminished, and Athena will probably take over that island once again. Nickname has sneakily built a rocket in quite an open area, to be fair. That's a bit risky, to be fair, but it'll give him the range he needs once built, which it is built now. Athena's turned off production for the rocket, I think. Oh no, they just can't afford it right now. Yeah, you need 500 in the bank to actually buy a rocket, and then it will start producing. I don't want to miss that one. I can't remember the range on a rocket, so I don't really know how far it's going to go. Might be able to use it to support this area, but I think that's a bit too far. Off it goes. It's going this way. I think those SAM units might not be enough. There you go. And he's got the airfields and some production eco there as well. There we go. Let's have a look at Athena's side of it now. Athena saw where the rocket came from, so they probably know that the rocket's over here. They're building that rocket once again. But those strikers are coming for it, I think. Most likely going to take out this airfield. He's attacking the city, but he's going to have a heavy resistance very soon because Athena has a lot of air units in this area. There we go. Athena's taken this North Island back again. Be back under their control. And those SAM units are just slowly taking away those strikers once again. But they're being replenished by some more strikers over here by the looks of it. And we are pretty much in the exact same position as we were before here. I'll go back away from there. I don't think Nickname has much plans going on over here, but they are trying to scout by the looks of it with the unit. He managed to sneak one unit across over here. Getting the Navy to go around and go through over here to take out these again. It does look quite chaotic at the minute. I mean, the pressure here seems to be quite equal, but every now and again they both push back on each other. I think it's just been the same for too long there. And then we've got this, which is pretty undefended, except for until the air units came in to defend it. And it looks like they're going to be pretty successful at clearing up most of these. Especially considering there is more to come in if they need it. But Athena is still struggling with energy, and they can't put one here because it keeps on getting taken away. However, at this point in the game, if you had the economy, you might want to put some power plants over here where it's easier to defend. Looks like Nickname's bringing in some units as well for the top there, trying to sneak in, trying to see what's going on over the back end of the base. Spotted the energy well over there, and I think he's trying to take them out. If Nickname can control the energy of Athena, then they are going to really struggle to play the rest of the game with the amount of air units that they've been trying to focus on in this. It looks like Nickname has slowly been chipping away at Athena as much as they can, and that rocket's nearly ready now. What about Nickname's? Nickname's rocket is ready. So they're both going to have another rocket again. I'm going to have to see where they use it. There we go, the rocket's off once more. I'm not sure where he's going to go with it. He's going in the same direction. Probably going to try and hit Athena's rocket. Maybe. No, he's going slightly off. Oh, he's going for the defense. He's got his units coming this way. It might be for an invasion. Maybe? Not quite. No, it's to clear the route for his strikers. So strikers are going to come in and clear up these two airfields. And potentially that town as well. But Athena looks like they're building up units enough here to potentially push back quite a lot in the south. And finally someone will control that bottom section of the map. There you go, the strikers are coming in now on a weakened defensive line. They're pretty much just going to ignore those SAM units and just get into the attack range and take out these airfields as fast as they can. And quite potentially they're in range of this rocket, but I think if Athena was worried they could fire it at any point. But they have taken out, well, I want to say both of the airfields. This one's still standing. I think that airfield might stay standing. Looks like Athena managed to defend that area. Flipping out. Look at how many infantry they've got on this island alone. And I'm assuming Nickname can see that island. Not quite. He might have done earlier. He's just lost a ship here, so I'm assuming he could have. And he's trying to send some units in across here. I thought he might. I think Nickname's a bit concerned about a rocket or air units trying to take these guys out. So he's bringing these guys in just to help on the back line. There's the rocket coming in. I think they spotted this and decided to shoot over here. There's even a tank there. Oh no, it's not a SAM unit. I was wrong. No, he's gone right for the middle. He's taken out the transport there. Just before the anti-air got there, but I'm not sure if that would have been enough to destroy it in time. And I have just spotted that Nickname has got some units coming in through there, all the way across the map. And just to stop that rocket again, he's got the anti-air placed there. I don't know if Athena will try and deal with that first. Got some aircraft taken off there. I don't know where they're off to. They're going to try and defend this ground over here. Make sure nothing sneaky got through. Let's have a look at Nickname, see if anything sneaky did get through. Unfortunately not. Not for Nickname. We have finally moved away from this section of unfertilized land now. And Athena is pushing down at the bottom. It's one place where he's got a good advantage on, and he's pushing through on this section of the map. is still trying to transport some units across to this island. Now with more units, and I hear another rocket going. There we go. Where is it going this time? It's going further in, I think. Quite possibly to the other rocket. It is slightly off of it. No, it's dead on it. Okay, there we go. They've damaged the city, because I don't think a nuke can actually destroy a city. But they took out the rocket, and they took out anything else that was there. While they're invading at the same time. He's backed up with air units, and they're going to take out these naval fleets that are trying to get in there, and the Navy is going to defend it as well. I think that Athena's having a good time in the south, taking out Nickname, but they're not doing it fast enough for it to be effective distraction. Nickname can lose the south if they win the north. Athena strikers are coming in, doing some damage to anything and everything they can find, but it looks like Nickname has successfully landed on the island and is going to take some territory, and at this point he probably could build stuff there, maybe just some barracks for now. But just to secure that location even further. Oh, there's a SAM unit that's trying to take back, so that's not going to be able to happen. Nickname throughout this entire game has slowly been chipping away at Athena. This whole time, pretty much just for this moment here. And I think that it's just going to be way too slow down here. And at this point, Nickname, although quite easily could get pushed back eventually, I think it's going to do just too much damage at this point. And that is what his objective is. Just push through and do as much damage as possible. We've got some artillery lacking behind there. I think he's only got infantry moving forward. He's trying to build up the artillery, or he's just forgotten about it. And there we go. There's the industry down from one SAM unit. That SAM unit's going down to 2. There's another airfield that's about to go down. Does Athena have any other plans here? Let's look from their side of view. Did they ever set up that revenue? No. So that would have been an interesting thing to have the docks on both sides there. They had both sections for the entire map, and eco and trade is quite vast. And yeah, it looks like Athena is trying to bring down the units from this big island here that they've got a lot of units on, down back into here to help defend. There we go. I think Athena's successfully taken away. Oh, defended this island now. And is able to push back against Nickname once again and secure it, so... So what's going on down here then? In the south, it looks like Athena is able to push back. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe the stalemate is up here. Which is too much. Too much of a stalemate in the long run. Let's have a quick look at the economy, because we know we've been checking that out through the game. Athena has gone down in economies. 1,500. And Nickname is at 1,700 still. And Nickname still has his nuke up and running, so as long as he can defend that, he can just keep firing that in. Let's check his range. I did say that earlier, and I remember I can click range. I can't do it on this side. I'm not sure why. There we go. So if I... No, that takes it all the way. Nope. I'll figure that out later. So I think Nickname's still trying to send some units over, but I don't think he's got many units left there to send over. Now he's streaming them in anyway, so this is a constant flow of units now being put here. And when this nuke gets built, maybe he can fire it in and take out the units that spawn that are formed in the ball here. And that might be the plan in the long run. Down here we've got the artillery having to worry about not only the front line here, but also the navy that's come in to fire the artillery on the ground there as well. But it doesn't look like Nickname has many air units in the south to help deal with that. He's got them mostly in the north, mostly on this island here. He hasn't got many left at all, actually. It looks like Nickname's pushing hard, and I just heard standing by, so that rocket is done once again. And I would suspect that he's going to fire it around this area to try and take out the units that are coming in. But I could be wrong. He might fire it somewhere else. Have a look down here. The cruisers are still trying to do as much damage as they can to the ground units there. That rocket has been fired. We shall follow it again. Definitely going this way. So I suspect about here, because that's about where I'd fire it. Just delete all of your opponents there and send in your forces to go try and take them out. It is focused more on the production. We'll destroy something over here at least. There we go. And that rocket is going to do a lot of damage. For free, well, not for free, it's costing 1,000 to have the structure there. And, 500 to have the structure, 500 for the rocket, you know what I mean. But now Athena has to worry about 2 sets of invasions, which, well, not 2 sets, but it's been switched around. So Nickname is putting a constant pressure on Athena now, and Athena is feeling it, and it looks like her forces are slowly diminishing over time. But they are applying a lot of pressure on this southern island over here. But this Air Force is doing really well for Athena right now. They couldn't reach this section over here, so now this is something that Nickname has to deal with. He's got his units here to help deal with it. But I don't know if they're going to be enough. Their strikers should be able to destroy these guys quite easily. But they're focusing on the infantry, so they're getting free damage in on those strikers. There you go, another one goes down. Down here it looks like Athena is changing up the lines there so he can fight against the cruisers as well. Nickname is not producing another rocket, mostly because his economy is struggling at this point. Nickname's managed to get back on this island. He set up a defensive line, which is being reinforced as well. So I'm not sure if this is going to be enough to hold off this army though, because I know Athena's got, or had, a lot of units in that area. There we go. I was wondering if another rocket's being built. Yes, it is. And unfortunately for Nickname, he hasn't managed to secure a location on this area. But since the units have moved down here, he has tried to switch up back there again. And is sending some strikers in that location as well to try and take out anything that he can. Again, still just chipping away at Athena in the long term of this game. And I think he's building up enough force here to be able to try and push back soon. This is a slow-paced game where they're just trying to step forward on each other's land and trying to keep putting the pressure on. But we are practically at the end of the game now, so there are probably 2 videos on screen right now, and if you enjoyed this video, I'm pretty sure that Nickname has won this and moved forward into the tournament, but I will check that, and if I'm wrong, I'll put it in the comments. Hello, welcome to Line War. Today, this is the 3rd match of the 22Q2 tournament. We have Collier, who has gone with 3 factories, 1 airfield. He started here, they both fought for this territory here, which is funny because Animorph has started on the other side of that blacklisted territory. He's gone for a town straight away, hoping to be far enough away from the enemy. It seems to be a common thing to go for eco when you've blacklisted a lot. Animorph can see the enemy already. He's gone for an airfield and 1 factory and 2 barracks. That is an eco style. He's trying to get these barracks on these lines so he can spread out a bit faster to claim the territory. This is a very large landmass, and from my opinion, I don't know the outcome of the match yet, but because of the large landmass, I'd say the barracks are a better early start. Having this is always important. You do need a defense, especially when your enemy is going heavily into factories. I'm not really sure who has the advantage here. I think Collider has a lot of land hidden away, but Animorph has a big chunk of land. If he can control it before Collier gets there, they can both see each other. They both know that each other are fairly close to each other, and they started where pretty much both of them wanted to. They fought over this mountain area right in the center of it, which is not too uncommon in this sort of game. He has directed some people to expand, because that is very important. Even if the enemy's here, you do need to keep expanding. And it's interesting to note that Animorph is using single lines to expand, and he spread them out quite thinly, going everywhere, so he doesn't have to worry about that too much later on. And Collier has gone with double lines, just generally all over. So I think both of them don't want to worry about it for too long. They're just trying to get into the match. They both know where each other is. Animorph has exposed his air units already, whereas Collier has not. He still has his airfield. But Animorph has already countered them, because I believe, yeah, he's going into Sam straight away. So he's pretty certain on that. He's already got energy set up, so he can afford these attacks. Is Collier switching into SAM production? He's already started SAM production anyway. He predicted the airfield start, which most people do at this stage of the game. It looks like Animorph is trying to use the mountain to move his units across this way, so that they're stealthed, and you can't see them, generally speaking, because of the lack of visibility. You have stealth in mountains and forests, but when you've got a big bulk of units here, it's negating the stealth, so we can't really see that too much yet. Collier does have energy there, ready for him if he needs to, well, when he wants to put something on there, because he will eventually. So they both have a pretty decent starting location as it is. Animorph has another energy well to use and one there, so I think energy won't be a problem for Animorph if he can control his energy supply. It does look like Collier has pushed Animorph a bit out of the way to start the game. Animorph has set up his lines pretty much all in the north. They're going to capture that land without him having to worry about it at all. He is going to have to focus more down here, but I think there's going to be a fight for that territory. If we have a look down here, they're both going to collide here as well. We have the helicopters coming in to fight, but Collier's SAM are really pushing them away quite easily. There's one going down already. Helicopters are definitely hit and run units. They unload their payload really fast, and then they have to get out of there, because I don't think they have a lot of health. But that is the advantage to them. They do unload the payload really fast compared to a striker who has to keep circling around. We've got another barracks going down here. He hasn't built any structures in the back area to help with expansion. But this does look like a barracks, which is going to help with this expansion here, which he will definitely need, because I think Animorph has a fair amount of units here, and he's going to be able to come at 2 angles at him. And as you can see, the units are disappearing and reappearing here as they start becoming detectable through the mountains. And at this point in the game, Animorph seems to be, not completely, but a little bit defenseless here. Collier has a fair amount of units in the mountain here on the edge of it, and some units trying to expand through Animorph's territory. And as he's doing it, he is taking territory away from Animorph, which is cutting their economy. So let's have a look at their economy as we start the game. They've expanded for a little while now. It's been 7 minutes. So the total capital income of Collier is 470 per minute for now. And 500 for Animorph. And the reason for that is probably these barracks in the town at the beginning. I don't think Collier has any eco structures yet. No, he doesn't. He's focused more on a full forward assault. And I think that's going to be very good for him to begin with. But if Animorph can hold out for long enough, he's going to be able to push back with a larger economy. Especially if he can hold this region of the map against this barracks production. But you can't see what's in this forest. It looks like there's no units as Animorph is collecting the territory. And that's because these units are going down here first. He's switched up the lines a little, so he's got another barracks coming in there. These units are slowly appearing from there, so Collier's going to have to reinforce this area and separate from up here. However, I think he can afford it right now because these units, that helicopter is not going to survive this. And it's gone down. The artillery are just damaging this building, uncontested. He can't get the units in, but there is artillery still being produced on the back line. So once he is able to get those on the front line, or maybe build them up a bit more, that would be great. He has moved his helicopters over here to take these out while the SAM are down here. But Collier is already on that and he's trying to move his SAM in range to get the firing on that. Collier has artillery moving in through the mountains that Animorph can't really see. However, he has spotted it through the infantry that went down there earlier. It looks like he is in a lot of danger in this area. He's got the production, but he just hasn't had the time to produce them, or he's taken a few bad trades at this point in the game. Animorph is going to have to retreat a little, I think. He's going to have to take some losses before he can push back. He does seem to have more artillery in this area now. He has seemed to have defended well. Just for now, but he has got a bit more of an assault coming forward that he doesn't really know about. It's just starting to reveal themselves now. His town is going to receive a lot of pressure here, and he might actually lose that from 4 units if his helicopters can't take them out on their own. He started production of a barracks, which might just be used as a bullet sponge to protect the town. I don't think he plans on making that happen and make it produce anything to defend from. It's literally to stop the units, slow them down. It's a building blocker. Which might not be a bad idea. If you can save the town by doing it, then it's definitely worth the money in the long run. It looks like he doesn't want to commit his SAMs over here because that would put them vulnerable. He's brought them back to defend the blob of artillery just in case the helicopters come to defend that. Is he still focusing on his expansion? It looks like he is. It looks like he doesn't really need to, as I said earlier. So he's just letting them run wild. His artillery on the front line here is doing alright in this area. Unfortunately, if the random map generation, or the seed, had put a mountain here, these artillery would be moving slower, and Animorph would have had a bit more of a defensive advantage. So although it stops you here, maybe putting the artillery structures here and an airfield there would be more beneficial, as the units coming towards you might have been a bit slower. Instead, your reinforcements are now being slowed down. He's building the barracks up here to apply some more pressure, meaning even if he's only sending the units there and they're still dying on the way, it means his helicopters are having to retreat to this location all the time, and they can't provide help on the front line. It looks like there has been a battle down here. Animorph has been fighting this area, but this one has been backed up by Collier's barracks there as they progress through the mountains, which have taken out pretty much all the units in the first section of expansion. But Animorph is capturing a lot of territory right now and had built economy structures at the beginning. So Currently he's on 700 per minute, and Collier is on 600 per minute. Collier's been mostly focused on expanding for his territory and is managing to keep up. Maybe the double line tactics actually were helpful in the beginning at trying to transport the units, or move the units through the territory, capturing them in the process. He has neglected these three, but in the long run that shouldn't matter. You can always come back to that. Animorph has managed to build up a significant artillery force here, but they are kind of in the wrong position. As these two units come in, they are taking them on pretty evenly at the minute. However, he is having to defend against two lines of forces. But he does have 4 helicopters now, which should be a bit more of a significant force. It might be able to take on some of the SAM units. Animorph is now drawing his units to this front line here. They're in the mountains. They are going to curve around this line by the looks of it. And Animorph is taking out these units that are slowly coming in with commandos. I assume that's the hope, that the commandos aren't being spotted and they're just going to shoot them, giving them damage over time, without Collier knowing that they're there. Oh, Collier has put a barracks in the mountains, and I don't think... Oh yeah, Animorph can see this. He sent his helicopters to destroy it. His artillery and his units in the mountains have revealed that with their extra vision. And he's trying to expand around the back of Collier's base over there, so we'll keep an eye on that in a bit. See if he's successful at doing any damage there. Those helicopters are probably going to take out this structure here if those SAM units can't get there in time. And that is the good thing about helicopters. Although SAM units are very powerful against air units, maybe I think they're a bit more powerful than they actually are, but the helicopters can attack over here. The SAM units are so slow at getting here, they can just move around and attack the other side. Which I think Collier's realised, and he's placed some defensive units there to stop that from happening. But the helicopters will be pretty good at taking out some strays that come through. Looks like he's got 1 barracks producing for 4 lines here going across. And Animorph's pretty much captured all of the territory, so he's nearly at maximum potential for his territory claims. At that point, he'll have to start taking Collier's territory to make any money, or extra capital. And he caught one of the helicopters off guard there. He's going to take another one out. He's just trying to thin the forces out on the front line, I think. But Collier is focused a lot on SAM units. He's got a lot in the area, and he's still got a nice stream of artillery, but I think he's literally feeding them to the front lines, and they're just dying in this onslaught in the mountains there. He maybe needs to build up some of the artillery before pushing them forward. He's got enough SAM units, so he doesn't need to produce many more of them. He still needs to keep an eye on his numbers there. What is Collier thinking of in the future? He still doesn't actually have any energy production. Despite using his helicopters, he's been doing that with his base energy at the beginning of the game. He started to build some now. He's going to be able to build another one soon. And he will nearly also be at his maximum potential for territory claims. Collier is pushing through the territory of Animorph, so he is actually taking away territory. At the minute, he's got 800 per minute, and Animorph has 950 per minute, so Animorph is still ahead in the eco game of this. And it looks like he's taken better trades recently, with the artillery being fed in slowly, which is still happening. The commandos are successfully taking these out, and it looks like Collier hasn't noticed what's killing them yet. Or maybe he has, he just hasn't decided what to do with it yet. It looks like Collier has managed to survive a few artillery units on the front line, and he's able to build them up, but they are getting heavily damaged before they can do too much as a group. It looks like Collier's found the reinforcements that are coming through there, and he's taken them out as they come through one by one, just like his artillery was being destroyed. But I think Collier is also holding down these units, making them weaker as well. Animorph is setting up some production down here to try and catch Collier off guard. His commandos are making a push through here, and they are maybe be able to get some damage in on some structures, but I think he's more focused on scouting at the back, trying to find the energy production or any other valuable targets to harass. Animorph has switched up his Helios to go this way to take out these units that are taking his territory. And I think Collier is not worried about economy structures at all. I don't really think he has much potential with economy structures. But one there. So he has pretty much focused all of his efforts into building production, whilst maintaining his eco with territory capturing. From Animorph's side of the game, he does have his SAMs set to the side, which isn't that bad. Usually players would have them a bit further back though, just as a bit more protection. And it looks like Collier has spotted the commandos and the helicopters are coming in to take them out. He's noticed this and he doesn't want commandos to get through. It doesn't help with the territory being captured here. Animorph could have avoided that. He's changed the line now, but I think he had one of these lines on before. And if he'd had the blue line there, he would have more stealthily got through there. Right, so what's going on down here? I don't want to miss any battles going on there. It looks like Animorph is taking out some units down here, and Collier has noticed this. He is just literally redirected that right now. So Animorph is taking control of the south, but has been noticed doing it. Now you've got to remember that both of these players are focused on expanding. They are focused on their defense and offense in multiple different areas. So we've got the main battle going on here. Pressure being applied here. Animorph snuck in down the bottom here, and he snuck in up the top there. And so both players are trying to manage many battles going on here at the same time. And it looks like Animorph's defense is fading slowly. His artillery isn't quite holding up the line as well as it potentially could have. Animorph does have some units coming through this mountain now. He's got some coming through there. And it looks like Collier has set up some SAM units to defend these units being attacked by air units. But it might be a little too late at this point. I think Animorph might be able to take control of this area if Collier doesn't do anything to support that. I think Collier just has so much production he can feed into this, and a blob automatically forms. He set up his buildings around his lines rather than his lines around his buildings. Which is quite interesting. I wonder what those commanders are doing now, because we can't see them as Collier, but Collier has spotted them. I think he might be forcibly moving those in there. He is, yeah. I think they're being taken out before they can do much damage there. What happened here? There's something destroyed there. That must have been... Yeah, the commandos got to that. So the commandos are sneaking around and doing some damage in the back of his base. He switched this into a flag command, which I probably wouldn't have done, not for the commandos. You want them to sneak around undetected in that base area. It seems like when the army falls, they're just reinforced again before Collier can actually do any damage to anything there. And it looks like Animorph pulled back some of his forces to deal with this area before, instead of actually going on the offensive, he's taken a more defensive approach in the south there, trying to make sure he controls this area before putting pressure later on. Which might actually allow Collier to do something about it, but considering he was spotted down here, might not actually be a bad idea. If he wasn't spotted down in the south, it might have been a better idea to try and push forward without Collier realizing. It looks like Animorph's commando line is not going to hold up against these now, so commandos that got through are going to be the commandos that are going to stay there. He's tried to sneak in a barracks over here to increase production, so he might actually have some commandos backed up there. Maybe I was wrong, but he sent some artillery this way to maybe clear the line for his commandos to get through. But I feel like both players are spreading themselves out a bit too thin in certain areas. It's hard to get that balance of what amount of pressure to apply and how to respond with what amount of pressure as well. So, this has just been a constant onslaught throughout the entire game of artillery, commandos, and single lines that just never get deleted or changed. I feel like both players had their strategy and they've just continued with the same strategy, pushing through, and it's not too easy to adapt when it's artillery blobs backed up by SAM units. The counter to it is a bigger artillery blob, so that is what we are seeing here, but they're at least trying to do different things around the major battles going on. They're trying to take out weak points, trying to spot any points they can take control over. Animorph seems to have defended this area. I know there was helicopters coming in. Has Collier forgotten about it? He's sending his own commando up there. That's quite smart. Trying to go there with stealth units, and now that this area has been taken, it's going to be destroyed in the same way it was made. And this unit's going to die from one commando in the same way that they took it. Can Animorph see that commando coming in? He can. SAM units are a big enough blob, and although they are focused on anti-air, they do have a minigun turret on top. They can take out infantry quite well too. Just not their primary focus. It does look like Animorph is trying to push forward at all times. He's not trying to hold it up like a defensive line. He's just constantly trying to push forward. But he is trying to push forward from a different angle as well. So maybe that'll help take out some of these units over here. I'm not sure how many are exactly there. It looks like a bit bigger now. But there is going to be a lot more pressure down in the south against Collier with these units here. So they're going to push forward there. Got some artillery backing that up. Does look like he's building even more units to come round. Oh wow, he's even collecting the territories that Collier neglected. Or at least I think he did. Yeah, he didn't even take these ones. So Animorph is literally surrounding this whole area, holding off this front line as long as possible, and he's building a nuke. Yeah, I was checking if I was looking at the right person then. Collier can see this, even though the nuke itself is stealthed and in the mountains. So Collier knows he's going to have to deal with a nuke soon. And Collier, his economy is holding him back right now. He's got 650 per minute, but his upkeep costs on the buildings and the units are just not allowing him to produce any more units. Whereas Animorph, his economy play at the beginning of the game has allowed him to gain control and keep up the production. Let's have a look at how much he's producing now. So he's got 1,600 every minute compared to Collier's 600. He's nearly at triple the amount Collier is earning. And it looks like Collier has lost his frontline units at this point. He just wasn't able to keep up the pace. It looks like this battle was won with economy more than anything else in particular. And Animorph is showing off that economy by building this nuke on the front lines. Might be more of a psychological tactic to build it there than it was to have it at the back. I get the feeling though that there's going to be no stopping this artillery line. Let's see if Collier has changed his lines up. No, he's still trying to push through in one straight line. He probably needs to delete this line at a certain point, pull back, and try to regroup his units and push back in one force. Maybe from the side a little bit, take less damage. Has Animorph successfully kept that area up there? He has, and he's building more production up there just to add pressure all over. So Collier is trying to deal with these units up here with some commandos still. He's got those going up there. He has successfully stopped an attack going on down here. He's protecting this energy well. And I just a swarm of units all over. I want to know what the lines look like. A bit of a mess, but they are still straight. They're quite well placed. It looks a bit chaotic, but it's not, I don't think. Right, this line of artillery is doing extremely well now. The fact that it's not streaming in one line, even though he's using these line commands, they aren't streaming in through in one line. They are still forming this one long line, creating a constant firing line across this section. Another structure goes down from Collier. Animorph has spotted the airfield, the energy, and is targeting them specifically. So units get close, they're going to prioritize this command, and they're going to separate from this line here and target the structure specifically. I don't think he's going to win too much there, but we'll keep an eye on that. Up in the north here, we've got the commandos defending the territory they took earlier from commandos. Another structure's gone down. The nuke wasn't built before the match actually ended. We have ended the match now. I'm pretty certain that Animorph absolutely swarmed his enemy there and was able to take this match. And we'll be moving on into the next round of this tournament. Hello, welcome to Line War. Today we have Valifor crossing the water with his starting lines versus Safwan, which is over here. He started over here. He's got 2 airfields to begin with. He's probably noticed it's going to be hard to get across the map, so he's using airfields to start, barracks to expand. It's interesting to note that they are on the same island. Valifor also has gone for 2 airfields. This is the 4th match, I believe, of the 22 Q2 tournament. And I probably should explain how this tournament's going to work. There was a group section before this, and before that, well, with that, I'm not going to cover those because I'm just going to cover the final matches. And there's also the losers round, which is going to come into play at the end, where the losers rounds can fight, and whoever wins that losing round or losing tournament will become part of the winning tournament later in the series. I'll probably explain it more when it becomes a change, when it actually changes the tournament a bit. But for now, we have strikers being built by Valifor, who I watched a replay of recently, to be fair, and I know he's a pretty good player, so I don't know if Safwan RD, to be honest. He's gone for energy early. I don't usually go for energy early, personally, because these guys are still being produced and you're not using your energy, so it's good to build it up, but generally speaking, you can live without it for a bit and you could spend your money elsewhere at the start of the game. I mean, Valifor is also building one, but he did wait a little longer to do so. Valifor does have a higher potential to capture land already because he's taken 2 islands, but one of these bigger islands is going to stop Safwan's expansion over here. Safwan is going for this area, and strangely, it might have been wise to try and cross the water, because he could have crossed here and set up a trade route earlier on. Being at the edge of the map, he might have not been noticed. It looks like Safwan tried to scout this island and has been met with strikers. They both know they've gone with air units. Valifor's definitely going for strikers. He's now targeting an energy well that he has spotted through the fog of war. Because although stuff like mountains give you stealth, energy wells and cities have anti-stealth is what I would call it. You can see them beyond the fog of war, because I guess they smoke and cities are really big. It looks like Safwan, instead of going offensive with his, he's gone for helicopters and interceptors to try and counter potential striker attacks. Which is quite interesting. I haven't seen people use interceptors that often in this. Not early on anyway, so that is a pretty good start to this. We have Valifor, who's gone early air, and Safwan, who's gone anti-air. He's already predicted his move and countered it. However, I don't know if one production of interceptors is going to beat 2 productions of strikers. However, it looks... I don't know, was that a death command he was going to do? I don't know. I think he's a bit undecided on whether he's going to keep his strikers or switch into something else. Or maybe it was just a misclick. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. He's got commando lines set up, so when a commando's built, it's going to follow this line, which is an arrow command. He's not going to capture any territory. He's just trying to scout the area. He knows Safwan's here, and he's going to try and take out this. I think going through this little choke point might be a bit too much to ask for. But if it happens, that's always a good thing. Take your chances where you can. But what is he doing with these strikers? They've landed again? I didn't see where they went. I don't think they went anywhere. So Valifor has captured this land down here, or is going to soon. And it doesn't look like anyone's switching into Navy yet, partly because of economy. No one started with it, so it's going to be harder for them to do so. But Safwan has a pretty big bulk army coming up through here. Infantry army. He's backed it up with some artillery. I think he's expecting to find Safwan here. So he's trying to make sure he's prepared for that. He's taken his helicopters away after seeing the strikers come in. He's taken the helicopters off. He is building 2 interceptors now at a time. The strikers are coming in. The problem with interceptors, though, is they take a little while to get off the ground. But Safwan has now spotted this. He's going to take out the energy. I'm going to look at it from the other side, because if that gets destroyed, then he's going to have no storage for this energy, and it's just going to disappear. Now he's only got 6 energy to use to fight in this fight. And he's going to have to back that up, otherwise these interceptors are going to be completely useless after this. That was a good move by Valifor. He got in there and took them out before the interceptors could get off the ground. It was only on the retreat that he was fired upon, really, so... Now, Safwan really has to try and find a different place for his energy. If he does that again there, he's going to need his air units in the air to defend it at all times. So he might want to try and build one there for now, defend it, and then get some power plants ready somewhere else. And what is Valifor going to do? At this point, if I was Valifor, I'd definitely be targeting these airfields while you potentially have them grounded. He's going for the production of SAM units there. That's not a bad move either. To be fair, probably quite a good move considering they don't require energy, so they are going to be a potential threat. Those commandos are not going to get through that army. That poor guy just stood there right in the middle. But Valifor is not worried too much about this force coming in here. He's still going to keep trying to expand. He hasn't changed too much of what's going on here. He has considered it a threat and got his commandos to stick back. And he's got his strikers coming in to take them out. And I don't think those strikers are going to take long to get rid of this army up here. He's using this land here. It also had an energy well, so he's built his energy in the water as well. Which could be a bit risky if Navy comes into play. Unless it's Valifor that goes for it first. But I don't think Collier has any SAM units in this area, so these are going to be completely unprotected. He hasn't got any energy backup yet. So his interceptors can't even help in this situation. Those strikers are just going to tear them up and go home without taking any damage. And the infantry won't last long against them, as well as being backed up by these. It looks like Valifor's put his units on retreat to let the strikers deal the most damage and take them out when they're weaker. What is Safwan doing in this? He doesn't seem to be reacting to this at all. He still seems to want to just take this territory at all costs. He has sent some units to come down here, particularly the artillery. But there isn't really much he can do in this situation. He's got his SAM units coming up now. SAM unit, sorry. He is protecting this area with Sam as well. That's not a bad choice, but it is leaving him exposed up here. And that is the problem with strikers versus Sam. Strikers can just move around them. And the Sam are quite slow. Sorry for the dogs if you can hear them. It looks like they're going to get pushed quite well there. And there's the first naval yard there. We've got Valifor pretty much maximizing his potential at this point. Nearly done. He does need to expand by sea at this point, so he is doing the right thing there. It doesn't look like Safwan has any plans to take new territory, but he has got his energy supply back online. Those interceptors could help in this situation up in there. But I don't think he wants to leave this area right now. I actually don't think they've got the range for that. I can't see the range. Nope. It looks like he's going to lose all visibility in this area soon, and Valathor will be able to take more territory, not just for himself, but away from Safwan. So let's have a look at the economy at this point. Valathor has 660 per minute, and Safwan is 400, and is going to lose some very soon. And it looks like he's put his air units on assault here, try and take out the strikers when they come back, which isn't a bad move, but it looks like Valathor planned that and has defended them against his air units, probably from the helicopters that assaulted in the beginning. So unfortunately those interceptors didn't do the damage they were expecting, but they did surprise Valathor a little bit, I think. Not that Valathor needed to really respond to that. He was prepared for it already. Valathor has his commandos going up through the mountains, which will give them stealth. So Safwan can't see what his unit's going to walk straight into here. He could hear them, but even Safwan wouldn't be able to know where that's coming from. And it looks like he's got a group of commandos here. I think they're just building up for now, but maybe he plans to build some anti-air. Not anti-air, the transport ships. And those strikers are getting taken out before they can do the damage. But Valathor did retreat before that became too much of a problem. And those commanders are dealing with them without any issues whatsoever. What is he doing with his ships over here? He's got a transport ready to take him anywhere he wants. And he's going to focus on capturing the territory of the water first. Which I probably want to do with other units, like this missile ship that's coming out. And they're going straight across here. I thought this line was this one, but it's not, it's this. He's going to get the energy well there. I think that's his priority. Anyway, let's go back over here, see what's going on. Commando's won this engagement up there. He's going to take that territory, which is going to be a bigger problem for Safwan, because he's now losing territory. He has built his own navy yard there, but I don't think he's got the economy to support it. And if he does still, he won't soon. There we go, it's going in the negatives. But in this situation, there's not much he can do about it. The best thing to do is not get in this situation in the first place. But Valathor is taking his time. He is happy to wait this out. I think he knows he's got the advantage here. He's got a fair amount of cash ready. That might even be wise to set up a barracks here just for extra visibility. Maybe not even a barracks, maybe another airfield or whatever you want to do. He is actually using his strikers to take out the SAM units without knowing exactly how many is coming up, but I'm pretty sure that is quite a lot of SAM units to go for these strikers. But to be fair, he does have quite a lot of strikers. He's called it off, you can see how many is there. They're coming back in, he's decided not to do that. He thinks it'd take too many losses for that. It wouldn't be worth the attack. And these units are just casually sat there waiting for a transport to come over to take this land, I think. And the SAM units there are being engaged by infantry. The artillery is coming in as backup. The commandos are coming down now. They've taken out all the territory from Safwan up here. And now their next engagement is with SAM units. And what else has Safwan got in the area? He's got some anti-air. I think that's just for extra damage, considering they're not going to be taking that much damage from this ground force, because there is no anti-air here. I think Safwan's expecting... No, Valifor's expecting the helicopters. He retreated his artillery out of the way. And to be fair, I don't think Valifor has much in the way of anti-air. However, he is taking advantage that the interceptors are way out of position. And he's going to try and do a hit and run, knowing these SAM units were there last time. He's going to take out that factory really quickly in just one run. Not all units even got there. So he has the ability to take out structures without having to worry too much about being in the area too long. That is a well-formatted... commandos in good formation there, just strolling through the fields. And he can't see any of them. Now he can see one. He doesn't know what's coming towards him yet, though. I don't know if Valifor plans to follow that up with anything, or if he's just going to try and scout out more of what's going on there. He's got his strikers coming in now. My phone's going off. I can't find it. There it is. So he's got his strikers coming in now. The commandos are pushing forward. Some artillery are sneaking through there, but I don't think they'll last much longer. And is Safwan going to bring his interceptors in? He is. He's noticed the strikers coming in there. And Safwan has now decided that he wants to expand. He's going to ignore this territory here, which would be a good territory to set up for economy. But I do think it might be a little late for him to do that. He's going to struggle to hold this area in later on in the game. But he's trying to take over this area. He's trying to invade Valathor's land over there. He's now dedicating most of his force up here down towards this way. They're all getting backed up as well. Valathor has set up a good lot of production over here. And he can also see the naval yard there. He's set up a strike team to take this out. And he's going to leave some behind, knowing that his force will probably take this out pretty quickly. So some are going to stay behind as well, if they can take enough damage. But Valathor can't see this area at all. He might see it when it starts disappearing. I can't remember. But it's going to start disappearing soon. The strikers are coming in now. There they go. They're going to take that out. His interceptors are completely passing those strikers and going in the wrong direction. Some of these should stay behind, but I think they all got linked to the first command. And all of Safwan's anti-air is up in this area, fighting a ground army, while the strikers are now taking advantage that they are out of position. But it might be quite difficult to take this area with the strikers at this point, so it might be worth the risk. But Valifor can't really see what's going on down there, so he doesn't know what that risk is. And they've spotted the transports. But he did drop off the commandos. They're sneaking through and trying to get in the back of him. That is not a bad move. So instead of using the aircraft to transport them, he's taken them by boat. But the boat was spotted, and Valifor is trying to find out what was sent there. As soon as he sees nothing's there, he's probably going to figure out that there was commandos. I don't know if he's going to spot any. No, I think Safwan has gotten away with his commandos if Valifor doesn't figure that out. Anyway, over here, it looks like the ground army from Safwan has pretty much been annihilated. He does keep withdrawing his SAM units, keep pulling them back. But the interceptors here are not doing enough damage to the ground force to make it worth his while. He really needs to try and maybe set up some defenses with his interceptors, make sure they're on the ground. Safwan has also got Valifor's forces on the island over here as well to deal with now. They are also being transported over. Missile ships are going to come into play. They're going to try and take out the Navy Yard there, but they're also going to be focused, mostly good for taking out the interceptors. I think Valifor might actually take this out with his strikers alone. I don't think Safwan's going to try and... Well, he probably will try. I don't think he's going to successfully stop this. He's certainly not going to successfully stop this anytime soon. Anyway, we'll play the rest of the match. It's nearly over. I'm pretty sure that Valifor has won this, though interesting things are still happening. Thank you for watching. There is a video on screen anytime soon, and I'll see you there. Hello, welcome to Line War. Today we have Juzeless, I think that's how you pronounce his name, and Lackey. So here we've got Lackey, he's gone for an airfield hidden in the forest. We have a factory, it's just factories, and he's expanding into the middle. They both fought over this section early on. This is a large landmass with some extra arms protruding outwards. They have an early engagement going on here. And he has three factories and 2 barracks, and he is not forgetting about expanding. So he's doing alright right now. And what about Lackey? Lackey is also expanding, both stretching outwards from the main fight. And he's done a circle command to advance forward there, which is quite interesting. Just to get his units clumped up together in a close area, so he's got more firepower in a small point, which seems to actually have worked well for him. He's changed it into a little line. So that's doing alright. He's got artillery on the battlefield already. He's got 2 there. He's building strikers. And we already have 3 artillery here. So he'll have more firepower on the ground. And Lackey will have more firepower in the air, but he doesn't seem to have any energy wells right now. Maybe should have claimed this early on so we didn't have to worry about capturing one. Or he's going to have to rely on power plants to fund his aircraft. Because this storage of 25 that you get at the beginning of the game is not going to fund strikers for that long. And he's bringing out the 1 striker as soon as it comes out. And Lackey, no, Juzeless doesn't seem to have strikers on mind. I think these are artillery coming through again. He is going full force into artillery and he's trying to stop this advance here, but I don't think it works. So he's Not too worried now. Those guys are just moving on their own up there. Trying to engage. The strikers come in now. Has he switched up these? He shouldn't switch them up yet because they're nearly produced. Switching them straight away might take the production away and he'll lose time, technically speaking. But will it change now into SAM? I think those are SAM units, yes. He has adapted to those strikers. We have the artillery there. He's sending some out on a different route. But I feel like Julesless has a lot of visibility. Lackey is lacking on that visibility, but he's, to be fair, actually, he's not. He's covered up quite a lot of area. Both of them have pretty good visibility there. But Lackey has taken up the territory over here. So, but he has decided not to expand. Oh, he's changed his mind again. He's going for the expand. But he's going to keep some units there to defend with, so to stop Julesless getting in there. And that striker is going to do a fair amount of damage to those artilleries, but they're going to try and shoot him anyway. But that will do potentially significant damage if he sets up a defense line here. And it'll be easier to take them out later on. So, with the current chaotic situation right now, it looks like Julesless is taking more territory away from Lackey. We'll have a look at the economy. Lackey has 330 every minute coming in. And Lackey is exactly the same, but he is struggling with his economy right now. He is focused a lot on his production, whereas Lackey seems to be focused more on actually producing from these structures rather than paying for more structures. So he's got 5 production structures, whereas Julesless has 6, just slightly more, but barracks are cheaper, so maybe it's more balanced than I thought. What's Lackey got? So he's got 3 factories, 4 factories. Lackey may have the advantage here because when it comes to combat anyway, because the artillery will do very good at destroying any infantry that come on the front line. But the difference is the infantry aren't really on the front line. There's a couple, but the infantry are there to build up the economy. So later on, I guess Julesless will have maybe better economy than Lackey. And Lackey's got some SAM now to defend his ground units. Lackey pulled away those artillery as soon as he, his air units as soon as he saw them. He's now built up quite a sizable amount of strikers without having any energy production. So these are going to stop working pretty quickly. I'm not even sure they're going to reach this target here. We have 4 artillery against 3 and an infantry. I think Lackey's going to win that. He's got more reinforcements coming in for him. The strikers are nearly there. They're not going to make it, I don't think. He's forgotten about the expanse up here, but that might have only just happened, so we'll give him some time on that before we start making that call. We got commandos coming down here, actually. That's not 4 factories, one of them the barracks. I think I mentioned there were 4 factories earlier, sorry. So we've got these commandos coming in, sneaking around. Julesless can't see them, but he can see the territories being claimed, so he must know that they're commandos in that area. Julesless has realised he can't take it, I think, and he's trying to push his artillery so they make a line, I think. That's what he's doing there. That they do the best they can. But it does look like Lackey is going to push back pretty hard now. But Julesless is not forgetting about controlling the map. He has taken land down there. He has quite a lot of units over here taking land. And he's been doing that for quite a while. And I think he might be doing that better than Lackey. But Lackey isn't forgetting about it. He's even remembered up here now. Let's have a look at the economy. Lackey's at 380. Julesless is at 440. Julesless is actually doing a lot better, I think. Can't remember what it was, yeah. Julesless has selected a target here. Maybe that's just for him to be reminded, because I don't think any of his units are going to be in range of that. That's for his commandos, I think, coming in there. I think they might have got taken out before they got there. which is unfortunate because the commandos are quite stealthy and they can be really high value if you can use them to the best of their abilities. And some of these guys are being a bit lazy. They just decided they're not going to listen to this command here and they're just going to stand there and do nothing. I think Lackey is a bit concerned about being attacked at different locations. So instead of trying to push forward and through the middle, he's splitting up his army into two. Sending some up there to defend and some down here. His commando's obsessed with trying to kill this guy. He's come back. He's come back. It's fine. And the expanse here might be interrupted by the units coming through there, if there are any more, that is. No, it's just two. So that should be fine, but they are going to curve around there, so they might end up sneaking behind. Nope, Blackie's found it. He's going to take those out. What's he doing up here now? He's sending these units up there. He caught the lazy people, and he said, nope, you are going to work for me, and go up there. And it looks like we got movement from Julesless. They're going to curve... No, they're not. He's going to change. They are going to curve a bit up higher. And I think he's mostly going to keep his SAM behind and push them forward slowly through as his forces make progress. But Lackey is going to stop the advance on this expanse down there. But he is doing well at expanding over here. And that is a lot of land to take over. He's split up into two. He's trying to get up here. There's a lot of land for Julesless to take, and that would be a big economy boost later on. Take another look at the economy. We've got 470, and from Lackey, it is currently at 470. So Lackey managed to catch up again, probably with the control over this area on the territory. But it doesn't seem like anyone's going for eco, but Lackey's got the industry there. And that seems to be about it. Going to lose an artillery there, but he's not going to commit to the engagement there. He is going to push through down here. So Lackey noticed that Julesless moved his army up this way, and instead of trying to reinforce it, he's gone on the assault instead. And in this point, I probably wouldn't be worried about taking the territory. You want to apply the pressure straight away. So I'd have these on arrow commands, so you don't have some lacking behind like these guys. You want to get to the base faster than your enemy does. Hopefully the enemy will make a mistake at that point. But he does still have strikers here, but he just doesn't have the energy to supply them. However, he has stopped production of them instead. Which might be an economic mistake that will cost him later on, but maybe it was just helpful enough in the beginning to be worthwhile. He's put a barracks up here to help with the economy, trying to expand. He is going to have an engagement here soon with Julesless. Eventually, when these guys start capturing land, I think Lackey's got a couple units there. Yeah, it's going to be quite an even fight over there. He's got 3 going each way, but then one is backed up by a barracks, so... Oh, I didn't spot this sneaky commando over there. He has managed to get a good scout off of the opponent to see exactly what he's doing. And this engagement down here is going pretty well. These forces are coming down, probably to take out those commandos. But you can't see them, so it's just a defensive line, I think. He doesn't really know about those commandos yet. He's got this one guy capturing land for him. They're doing well. These artillery are curving slightly around these guys, so I'm going to say that even though they've got more numbers anyway, they're going to do well there. And if this was an arrow command, this artillery wouldn't stray off on his own as well. The artillery here probably won't survive, but they are going to do enough damage to be worthwhile. And he's going to stray some more off this way, trying to build up the force over here again to put pressure on later. There is a unit here as well, so that... Oh yeah, that commando got away, didn't he? Started to fight the SAM unit. So he's got that on a capture command, so he's going to start capturing land, which has exposed him. It might have been worth his while to just keep it hidden away and trying to find out what's going on in that area. Yeah, he's changed it to a blue command. I think that was what he originally meant to do. But if he can get these units to get to this area, he can take the energy well and make use of his strikers once again. Or he could just build a power plant. It wouldn't be perfect, but it would be something. He snuck some commanders in down at the bottom now. He's going to stop that expanse. I remember correctly, that was one unit doing that. Yep, he's down now, so he has taken economy away from Jules in the long run there. But he is going for another attack. He's going for two sides. Got his artillery mixed in with a couple of infantry. And I don't know where Hassan's gone. Suppose he doesn't need it too much. Some infantry coming in through the bottom there. What is Lackey doing though? Lackey is casually just taking the territory down there, and he's keeping his eyes over here with the commandos. We've got the battles going on over here. Lackey is a bit exposed down here, but I don't think these units are going to be enough to stop the attacks going on there. Or to keep the attacks up there, sorry, should I say. And Lackey's artillery wall here might do well enough to hold this line. If he can take away the front line and keep up the support coming in from these units, he might just be able to hold those off. And these units up here, I don't think they've engaged yet. They have just simply moved around each other. And Jules, well, neither of them have really spotted what they're doing. I suppose Lackey would have noticed this was blue, and Jules would know that this isn't. So, or at least isn't anymore. So maybe they could spot that. It just looks like at the minute there's constant pressure on both sides. They kept pushing back and forth. It looks like Jules has the advantage right now, so let's see if that is true. Ah, so Lackey's got some units hidden in the forest here, and they're firing in, I think, without even Jules noticing. Either way, he's definitely noticed now, but they're not actually firing this way, so maybe not. No, he's getting some free hits on that artillery, just because he's in the forest. Trying to keep an eye out everywhere on the map, so this expanse is increasing Lackey's economy. And those commandos have been spotted by a group of infantry. Have a look at the economy again. It's 660 from Lackey. Jules list is at 500, so the blue team is now lower in income compared to Lackey, and I think at one point he was actually slightly higher. And he has spotted this. He spotted that the units there, the land there is being taken. So he's sending some units there to try and stop whatever's coming in that way. Has Lackey noticed though? It doesn't seem to have changed much. Yeah, he does. He's noticed that he's got some units coming in. You can even see them at this point. I think he placed this without realising there was units there though. Otherwise that would be quite risky. And these units have spotted the units in the forest now. The artillery are having a little battle here, but these units are going to have to come in a line. Despite being more in numbers, that might be the advantage to Lackey. Unless they just carry on going forward, but then Lackey will still pick them off on the edge of the lines, one by one. Kind of one by one. Got the commandos moving in again. You're gonna sneak on that one. They can't even see him yet, so he's just being shot from nowhere. There you go, that unit just died and he doesn't know why. I'm sure he does, but he can't see why. And a lot of these structures should be visible. I mean, you can see the industry, but he's just placed these structures so well in the forest that even though he can see it, he just can't see the sheer amount of production that Lackey has here. It may start appearing now. You can see one structure. So at this point, it's quite small forest areas, so Jules might actually think that he's ahead of him, or maybe even Lackey is hidden somewhere else on the map. Did manage to get a structure there. That was industry that was being built, I think. I didn't spot it being built. I remember saying there was only one industry. Jules is actually applying quite a lot of pressure at the minute. And unfortunately, Lackey still has no energy. So he can't even use these strikers, and they'd be extremely exposed to striker attacks right now. He has the money to potentially build a power plant, and that'd be enough to supply 3 for a bit. You'd have to manage it a little and not just keep firing the attacks, but it would be beneficial for him to build a power plant. What's going on down here? Has he managed to take this area yet? He hasn't, but he's not being contested for it. And Julesless is struggling to keep this territory. He is contesting that territory with commandos, I believe. Yeah, commandos trying to take over there. But despite Lackey's attempts at trying to stop Julesless expanding, it looks like his whole army is on the front line here. What can Julesless see now? He can see everything. Everything suddenly appeared with the accumulative vision. It has exposed everything Lackey has. And he is slowly chipping away at this area. Slowly moving forward with the artillery. That's exactly what they're for. And he's got more backing up than are dying. So I think Lackey is going to destroy, or get destroyed, by this force. Unless he can pull something out of the bag. Looks like he's got some energy. Oh, that's Julesless. So Julesless hasn't used any energy in this game so far. He knows about this area. He's trying to deal with this now that he has the ability to do so. And Lackey doesn't really know what to do with his money right now. He keeps saving it up a bit, I think. He has built a power plant. Might be a little too late, but he's going to pull out these strikers now. Don't think they're going to do anything. He hasn't built up enough energy yet. They might end up pulling back. I mean, only one's being sent out anyway, so... Well, there you go. The other one's going now. He's at least getting some damage in there. That might actually be a good enough advantage at this point, because there's just no SAM units on the ground. Is he going to switch into some SAM units again? He did last time. He switched that. There you go. That's that structure being producing SAM units. So it won't be long until he gets some SAM units on the front line, which is only going to hurt Lackey even more so than he's already hurt now. And Julesless is taking over this mountain, whether Lackey wants it or not, was allowing it or not. And he is finally taking control over this area. I think there's commandos still here, but these units will be able to deal with them if they stick together. He does have strikers producing over here, which will be great in the end. They'll be able to help out if Lackey actually pushes back or has built structures elsewhere. I think he's more concerned about this location up here, which, to be fair, quite rightly so, as he's just lost vision over there. So not that he knows, but there isn't too much to worry about over there. And Lackey has forgotten. He's restarted it now, but he nearly forgot about this area. Those strikers are chipping away. He's got 4 strikers now. He's producing more. But I just don't think they'll chip away enough. Not fast enough to take it out before it does irreversible damage to his base. He is trying to produce even more really far back as he can. Just so that his structures will soak up some damage so that they can start producing. Lackey is really stubborn in this game. He's really trying to make sure that he can hold out. But the artillery have probably reached a critical mass at this point. And they're doing that curve I like. Maybe not in the right place, but they're close to it. That airfield's going to go down any second. It looks like he built a strategic bomber. But maybe for the extra range to try and take out some structures. I don't know. Or maybe the splash damage. I saw some smoke then, and it's just gone down anyway. So the smoke was actually the energy that's meaning that they can't run because they've just run out of energy. Lackey's got 2 commandos there that just don't know what to do. They're watching from a distance. They're like, yeah, we're not getting involved there. So Lackey has lost his main location. He is not out of the game though. He is really stubborn. He's trying to build more airfields hidden in the mountains. He's got those commandos on the move again. And his commandos down here are still alive. And they might still be able to chip away at the damage. But judging, just realising how short the match is, that it's probably not going to be stubborn enough to stay in for too long. I think he's realising that the game is over. Look at it from Jules for a second. Julesless, sorry. He's now got strikers up in the area over here, and I think that is definitely going to stop his progress there. Because I'm pretty sure they're in range of this. They could probably take and target this out, because Julesless can see it, so... And he still hasn't even managed to expand all the way up here, so he's still got more eco to start claiming. And over here has been completely annihilated. And he's moving straight down, which is unfortunate because that's where his airfields were that he was building. But the game has ended now. So I'm definitely going to say that Julesless won this one. Unfortunately, Lackey just couldn't hold up against the artillery that was forming against him.
Hello, welcome to Line War. Today we have I versus Hawk. Put them together, I guess you got Hawkeye. This is still the 22 Q2 tournaments. You know what I mean? This is still round 1 of those tournaments. This is the last third match, I think. There's 3 more, or 3 in total left to do. And we have I going for a town, 2 navy yards, and a barracks. And he's trying to capture this one island here with the units he's got. He's spread them out straight line so they can all equally move at the same distance and capture everything as fast as possible. He's going for a 3rd navy yard now. And he's getting transport boats. Hawk, on the other hand, has gone 2 navy yards. He's got his units crossing over this way. He started more central than I, so I is right here. But I does have a trade route available to him right at the beginning, pretty much. That could be interesting if that gets used. He's gone for an airfield and a factory. Would not surprise me if commandos are ending up being used in this later on. Hawk also has a trade route available to him later on once he expands a bit further, which is probably not a bad idea because he's probably going to be able to secure most of the map quite early on. I'd say I probably has expanded half his map. There we go. So he's getting there. Units are moving across slowly, but it looks like I will be done with his land before Hawk is, so I will be able to expand much earlier than Hawk. Unless Hawk splits his units up, which he is. He's got some units going over to this little island. There's probably one of the bigger land masses. Except for this one here. I'm just noticing energy. There isn't too much energy. Hawk has one here. But there isn't much to fall back on. And there is this one here, which will be contested quite heavily. And one in the water there that's going to be contested as well. Whereas I have one down in the bottom there, which might be alright. And then it's got more easier to defend ones, I believe. And it looks like he's already trying to go on this land here, which is Hawk's Island. He just hasn't gotten there yet. It is going to be very good for I to get there before Hawk has managed to make any progress that way. And now that Hawk has a transport boat, he is mostly going for attacking ships. These are missile ships. That's a destroyer. That's a destroyer too, actually. That's going to come out thereafter. And he's now owning 3 islands. He just hasn't got all of the territory on them yet. I is also going for some extra missile ships. And it doesn't look like he's going to destroy us at all. Looks like it's just missile ships. However, he is about to land on Hawk's original island. And he's taken away units from his expanding over here. So these are going to end up in conflict. And it might hinder his progress when it comes to expanding. Because he's already going to be engaged in the only place he's managed to expand. But he might catch Hawk off guard. Or might be able to place something there in the first place. So there's quite a few units going this way. I think Hawk's going to be fine. Unless I can get himself a situation where he can hold off the forces. Get some production on the island. As for Hawk, he is slowly making progress in expanding.
I don't know how far I has managed to get anywhere else. He's still on one island, except for here. He's moving in the units there to capture the land and to get a bit of better position to defend this land here, just in case. But it is costing him energy. He does have energy, though. Down here. There we go. And Hawk does have energy. So where's his? Oh, he's got one right there. I didn't spot that one. And he's built helicopters. He's not gone for jets. He is playing a bit defensively, partly because he's in the centre of the map. He doesn't need that extra range. He's got quite good mobility with those helicopters. And helicopters have a bit further range than you might expect, because they don't need to land at the airfield. So he's placed another barracks here, which will help him expand across this island over here. But that will probably be I's next move. And Hawk is probably a bit confused at this point, trying to wonder where I is, because he's got quite good visibility across the middle of the map. Most of the key locations. But now he's just spotted I, so we'll see if he spotted him and reacts to it fast. Or whether he feels there's a need to. He's got his helicopters coming in, so he does see the threat. He's moved them here just so they can get, that's probably the range from the airfield. However, once they land there, he can then use the move command again. And it looks like Hawk wants this little island in the middle. But we can see the missile ships coming in, which is a bit unfortunate for I, because he missed that opportunity to take it out. Let's have a look at what I's seeing. So he can see the engagement. He set up a line command so they all move in a straight line. I'm going to stop calling these line commands, because I think all of the commands in this game are line commands. I think I'm going to call these, I don't know, flat commands. We've got that random boat coming over there, and he's trying to take the territory here, and he's going to try and push Hawk back. I think Hawk is in a decent situation here, because he's got a cruiser, which will be great against those missile ships. He's trying to draw them in this way, I think. He literally keeps on poking their attention. Trying to move them away as fast as he can. Now he's going to group them together. Over here, the helicopters have extended their range. They're going to go in and try and take out those infantry as fast as they can. I is trying to get a foothold here, but I don't know if he's going to be able to hold that without those missile ships to defend against those. He's only got 4 units here, and that structure is not built yet. So he's not producing. And he's got to hold off against all this right now. Back over here, it looks like I is building a lot of cruisers. That should help him in the long run when it comes to controlling the ocean. But the missile ships are going to be needed to help with the air force that may come into play later on. And those missile ships are finally here. That helicopter will probably go down even if it lands, because they will still shoot him. There we go, he's gone. Couldn't take off in time. And it looks like Hawk has this unit back here. And he's going to use it to help scout maybe, or he's going to try and go across the top of the map to get onto this island. Anyway, so we got some more Navy units coming in down there. Hawk seems to be quite content expanding across the map over there and taking his time with capturing these islands. And to be fair, we're only at 8 minutes into the game. And I believe that Hawk will be far ahead in economy. So he's got 660. But something to note is he hasn't got any eco structures as far as I can tell. Whereas I does. Have a look at his eco. So 740. The eco is much more beneficial at this point in the game. However, you've got to remember that he has spent money on these, whereas Hawk hasn't spent money for his expansion. So you've got to weigh out the balance on that one. It might actually still be pushing I a bit further back. However, in the long run, it will be in favour of I at this point in time. Are they both on that little island as well? Because I saw Hawk was going for it. No, so I's going to have that island instead. And Hawk is going to be pressuring in the top section. He's changed these to arrow commands because he considers this threat to be more important to deal with than than capturing this territory. He can always capture the territory when he's got rid of that barracks. And I think that Hawk will be quite successful in doing that, to be fair. If he decides to commit. I think he's just trying to group his units together. And for some reason, some are still trying to capture the land. Either way, it looks like Hawk is building up his infrastructure. He now has 4 navy yards. And he's getting a sizable fleet to fight against I. I's just had a cruiser be produced straight away there. And he is trying to take out some territory down here for himself. Seeing what he can capture. And there is 2 routes across this map that he is trying to find and exploit. And it looks like these units will come down and probably take out this barracks. I think without reinforcements, I is going to really struggle trying to keep that section, but he's bringing his other units back up here. He's got a good amount of energy stored up here. He's got these power plants in the mountains, which will help him in the long run, but power plants aren't that great. They cost the same as one of these, but produce only half the amount. However, you can build them anywhere. But I think I is well aware that he's going to need a lot of energy to support a navy fleet. And navy fleets are probably going to be one of the strongest points in this game. That or air units. And it looks like Hawk is content on taking out these missile ships. So he's pretty much just rushed in there and he's going to destroy those ships quite easily, I think. The helicopters are going to come over here, going to try and take out this cruiser, and then these infantry will be able to just come straight through. And he's got some more infantry coming in slowly. And I is trying to take over a new island. He's gone down to the south and he's sent multiple streams of boats take over this island, which Hawk was nearly getting around that area. And it looks like I had a navy fleet down here and it was going around there. I wonder if Hawk destroyed it. Does he have units there? Yeah, he does. Maybe he took one of the units out or something. I'm not sure. I missed that. So we are contesting 2 different islands. One of which is Hawk's original island. Those helicopters are tearing through those cruisers, but it looks like this area is fairly undefended. But this choke point is a nice place to hold with all these units here. However, going to probably take out this energy well if he doesn't try and intervene over here instead. It looks like he's attempting it, but I don't think it's going to be quick enough. I think that energy well is going to go down. Those helicopters are coming in. No, it's just a bit too late. That is unfortunate for Hawk, because he's got 3 energy wells then until that one blew up. He is building another one straight on that. Usually I don't recommend that, but in this situation I think that's perfectly fine. It looks like we've got some artillery moving in up here, but it seems that Hawk has taken control over this island and is going to push straight on through to I's main location. He's going to take out this eco most likely. And I'm not sure if he's got enough units there. He has about the same amount of cruisers, but he's not willing to commit to the loss anyway. However, he's run out of energy, so he may have to. He's got a helicopter coming in to support. Another cruiser's just been built, so I think I is going to be able to hold off before losing anything here. Hawk is going to try and retreat at some point when they build up the energy to do so. Across the other side of the map, I don't think anything's going on. No, keep focused here then. These units have managed to escape slowly. It looks like I is chasing them on haste as well. Yeah, I is using a haste command. You see it there. And he was able to maintain that damage quite well, so that probably did hurt those units quite a lot. However, he's drawn them out, and these helicopters are going to come in and try and take those out, or at least do as much damage as they can. And that will probably do quite a lot of damage. Helicopters are great at unloading their payload really fast. So if he doesn't... Yeah, there you go. He's moving his units. I was going to say those helicopters are just going to keep attacking until they're gone. But he is moving away. He has spotted it. And there's an airfield being built. That has been built here. He's got interceptors there. So he's going to try and take out those helicopters with interceptors. These infantry are coming down here. It looks like I did try to claim this land, but Hawk pushed him away from there as well. And Hawk has claimed this energy well again. So, again, for the first time. So, that will be 4 energy wells for Hawk. And I is still stuck with his 2, I think. Got one here and one up there with his power plants. Hawk is building up his units once more, so he's trying to get further in. Make sure that I is pushed back into this one section of the map so that Hawk can build up, and time is on Hawk's side. Hawk still has the ability to expand to this up here. He has more eco opportunities. He's started working on the eco. However, I think he's forgotten about these 4 units that could be trying to expand. He just needs one transport boat like this one and send it over here to get that eco, but he's deeming this to be more important at the minute, which I agree with. And I has taken over that island with a single infantry by the looks of it. Or at least the rest of them had died to this cruiser. And there they go. Which could be some more eco that Hawk takes away from I. I has claimed this island as well, so he's got some more energy he can utilise. And he's got airfield in the mountains. He's got some barracks around, which would be great for expanding as well, and building up a sizable force to transport over. He's doing something sneaky over here. And I'm pretty sure Hawk has some missile ships here, but they might just end up going around him. So we got the Navy attack that's going to happen here. We've got some units coming in here. No, he's moved the missile ships. They are going to intercept these. And that Navy fleet is going to address them. But Hawk is running out of energy, and I doesn't seem to have much of an issue with it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those missile ships can handle those 3 transports. So that's unfortunate. We'll just see if any escape in a bit. So, Hawk is running out of energy really fast, and I don't think these are going to end up being in firing range before they do so. Which is going to be bad for Hawk. He's going to lose his Navy fleet because of the energy, potentially. Or just lack of structure in the line. Yeah, the missile ships did take out those transports. Hawk is retreating, but I'm pretty sure he's unable to with his energy. Have a look. Okay, so he's going to try and do as much damage as he can to that one before retreating. And from I's perspective, he has tons of energy to use, and it's not bothering him at the minute. Got 2 interceptors ready up here to address those helicopters if they decide to fly in and deal some damage. Hawk is going to come back to try and take out these stray missile ships. And I seems to be sending off his navy to try and take out some territory, but this might be a bad time to do that right now, as Hawk is coming back with his forces. But I has repositioned himself, unfortunately the wrong way. Those are going to come into the back of those ships, but they can turn really fast, so that's okay. But it looks like it's going to chase them back out. However, it looks like Hawk might have more units that may have been reinforced, so I think Hawk could have the advantage here and take them on. But Hawk might not know how much is available. He's got quite good accumulative range, and he's got more reinforcements coming in, so this might be Hawk's time to take over the sea. And it looks like Hawk is not allowing any more units to come over to those islands. And he is rushing through them, he's taking them all out. They won't last much longer. And the interceptors may have been necessary, but right now it might have been good if he'd went for strikers. Or helicopters. Either one would work against this. So he's going to try and take out the ships as fast as he can, stop their production, and then maybe he can target this afterwards. I'm not really sure how he plans to do this. I'm assuming that's what he's going to do. And he does have a lot more units coming in, probably more units coming in faster than these guys can build them, so I don't think the production here is going to outweigh the assault that's going on up here, the reinforcements. But I is in a pretty bad situation right now. He could lose control of the ocean, and that will take away a lot of the stuff that he's got here. It looks like he blew them up himself to have them blow up at the same time. Right, so they will take out that town. I is trying to focus an army down here. The town's gone now. We still have the infrastructure, but this one's going to end up going down. And Hawk is just taking taking damage, giving damage to I right now for free, practically. He has gone for another town over here to try and build up his eco. And let's have a look at the eco right now. So we've got 900 from I every minute, and Hawk has 1,200. So Hawk has the economic advantage and holds most of the map, which is pretty much how he's doing that. There's another eco lost for I. Hawk is probably able to take away this eco, and he can see this town being built, so he can take that away as well. Should be a lot of wasted money for I. However, it looks like the units are getting confused with the line commands, and they keep looping back around, so he's going to use some to take over the territory, which is good, so that'll also increase his eco. And Hawk is going to assault the bottom part of I's Island with one transport boat. He's bringing some more in. It's okay. But that's a lot of units to bring over. If I can hold that back, I will be impressed. He's going to be able to spot it easily. It's not like this area where you can't see what units are there. He's going to easily spot this approach, and he might be able to deal with it quite early. However, he is going to be stuck on these islands for quite a long time now. I don't know if Hawk is going to spot this airfield though, not unless he uses more units to get more vision there. Now the airfield is pretty well stealthed, you can't see it even though the fog wall's been moved. However, when he gets more units in one location, that might start revealing the stealth here. Might need to be a bit closer too, so... yeah, it looks like I have spotted that and he is responding to it. The airfield has been revealed, so all those interceptors are going to be destroyed as well now. There is nothing that can really stop this at this point. I just has to retreat to the central part of the island instead of the coast. And hope that he can build up enough units to fight back later on, to push back again. He does have this airfield building helicopters, which is great because helicopters can continuously produce when they're moved. They don't have to come back to the airfield and they don't take up the slots, so they can just build as many as you want. Those interceptors have absolutely nowhere to go, but if you could, you try and build an air strip or something to try and get them out of the way. But that won't happen in time, so that is unfortunate. It might have been that I had put too much resources in to try and build up his energy, ready for these attacks. Those Hellies are going to try and take out the Navy fleet there from Hawk. He's got submarines trying to sneak around now. He's going to try and escape this little choke point area. I is still trying to get some units out down here. He's taken out... Well, he's taken some of this territory. He's about to try and take out these missile ships. And from I's perspective, it might seem that Hawk is everywhere right now. He's taken up all the choke points there so he can spot all the pathways. Like he's setting up blockades everywhere just to spot the enemy. Those helicopters are going to try and take these out again. So we got a few battles going on still. And it does just look like it's Hawk trying to invade I at the minute. Yeah, so there's nothing going on up there too much. The helicopters are coming over here to try and take out those ships there. I's Navy fleet that came down this way are slowly trying to take out these units, but it looks like they're fairly equally matched. But maybe in favour of Hawk. So I might lose his Navy fleet again. He hasn't built up enough. Which, unfortunately, in this situation, I just think is far too difficult. Just doesn't have the eco. He spotted an energy well, so he's going to try and take that out. Chip away at Hawk any way that he can. And it looks like we've got a little invasion coming in over here. But I have spotted this, and he's sending helicopters in to try and stop them. But they are distracted with this command over here, so he needs to delete that so they can start prioritising other moves, which he's just done. And this is happening just as it looks like I is trying to build up his own invasion force. So luckily he does have a force to respond with. And does Hawk have any anti-air to go along there? Not really, it's just artillery. So unless he gets some missile ships there, they're going to get torn up by helicopters. At the very least. But I does only have some infantry in this area, which are really cheap units and are very numerous because of that. But unfortunately they just might be too weak to take on the artillery if those helicopters weren't there. Hawk is going to be reinforcing that area again. He's also made some more units to come over this way to blockade. And he's bringing in his Navy fleet from both north and south locations to support this assault. Even all the way up there, he's still bringing them back down. And was that a invasion? Yeah, he's got another force coming in from over here to try and take out this take this land as well. So he is fighting in the north and the south at the same time. Both players trying to attack or defend in all of the map. It looks like these artillery are slowly lining themselves up in a nice little curve. It might be a bit too small of a curve for my liking, but it is still there. It's just following the coastline, really. But they're just going to get torn up unless those helicopters can get taken out by these missile ships. Now it looks like Hawk's still taking some more land over here. So, well, territory, not land. But eventually, with these missile ships there, they're getting taken out by the submarines. I did not remember about the submarines. They're so stealthed, I forgot about them. But he's got some more coming in over here. I was wondering, did he take out... He did. He must have. Unless Hawk's rebuilt it. Nope. I did manage to take out that energy well with the submarines that he sent over there earlier. Those submarines have defended really well, because that helicopter's still around, but I don't think they were enough. But it might have just stopped the invasion here. Oh, there's some more there. It looks like he's got more submarines there. There's 3 of them. So we got 3 submarines against 3 cruisers and a missile ship. I'm pretty sure the submarines are not going to win this engagement. But with support from the helicopters, we'll have to see. It looks like I is going to counter invade on Hawk's land over here now. He's going to try and take this advantage, knowing that Hawk probably doesn't have as many units there, thinking that the invasion is over. However, pretty sure Hawk is going to be able to survive this attack. We'll have a look from I's perspective. So he's got his units going in there on haste, so they're going to go in as fast as they can, sending these units across. And straight away he can see the artillery is there, and there are quite a lot of units waiting for him. And then he's got cruisers coming in over here. This must seem like a really bad day for I. And let's have a look at the invasion going on up here. So over here he managed to get in some artillery there, which is a nice little choke point for artillery to be in. And the helicopters are supporting them, and he's going to have to fight against quite a lot of units. But if he can get some more artillery over there, which I don't think he has any left. No, he's going to have to start producing them. So it looks like I's going to be able to hold that top area in the long run. But I is not going to be able to invade at the south either. So he has pulled back and he's going for a different location. He's going to go down here, try and run around these Navy units and get in through the side. But I'm pretty sure he's not going to be able to get around Hawk right now. Unless Hawk just forgets about that area and lets him go around. From Hawk's perspective, can he see those units for longer? He can. But Hawk is more focused on the submarine that's trying to sneak around, but he's caught it. But that transport ship did manage to escape. And if Hawk hasn't noticed it, that could take territory on the other side of the map and start building up a base there as well. He's getting some free hits on this unit, but it won't last long with these units coming in over there. Hawk's economy at this point in the game is 1,500 per minute. I wonder if anybody has tried to use the trade route. No one. Neither player used their trade route, which trade routes are very big on economy as far as I can understand. If you know more on trade routes, let me know in the comments below, because I'd like to see some more numbers about them. Let's have a look where that unit from I just ran off to. So it came from here, it went down this way. And it has managed to escape here. There's two of them. So he's going to try and take over this land over here, while Hawk's eyes are away. But I has 3 productions of helicopters right now, and that is going to be really helpful at defending against the sea units coming in. Looks like I is playing around with a lot of hidden run and stealth tactics at this point. We've got another transport coming in with just a single unit on him by the looks of it. Those helicopters are going to come in and try and stop these Navy units. No, there's quite a lot of them. This is a swarm of helicopters right now. But Hawk is confident and he's going to try and advance as far as he can, and all these units spawning in. Must be hell to watch from I's perspective. So from Hawk's perspective, he's just set up line commands and he's just going for the push. And he has given up in the north area right now. He is just focused on this location. And he probably is going to take out this navy yard over here. And he will take back control over the sea. I's units are digging in just in case of an invasion. He thinks that some land units are going to come in here, and quite rightly so, they are. So he's hoping to hold up a stronger defense. It looks like I is a very stubborn player. He really wants to hold out as long as he can. And from I's perspective, I just want to quickly go over and check these units over here, which are taking out some structures and taking some land for himself. And I's economy is probably not doing so great. It's on 900, to be fair. That's actually not too bad, considering how late it is in the game. And how Hawk is controlling his every movement pretty much. And Hawk has a lot of units to come in, and now they've got a safe location to land, they can just build in numbers before they go on the attack. And none of this defensive line is artillery, and these artilleries will just tear them up. Don't know if Hawk is doing anything over here. Not really, so it's just down here right now. And I want to see if Hawk's actually responding over here. Yeah, he's got helicopters there, and he's got these production structures that are going to try and fight through this area, but Hawk has a city. So he might end up losing that city. But without any SAM here, these helicopters, when it comes to this ground area, they're going to hold out pretty well. Might need to get this missile ship closer in to get this. To be fair, that one's shooting. Well done. I thought they were out of range for a bit, but they're not. They are able to shoot those helicopters, but when the assault goes a bit further in, it might be a bit harder to take on the helicopters, unless I does expose them too early, which he might actually have to, so... Let's have a look. How many submarines does he have? He's got 2, but they're going in one at a time, which is not the greatest way to attack. However, at this point in the game, I'm pretty sure it's Hawk's game to win. So I is just doing anything he can to survive at this game. Up in the north here, Hawk does... No, I has quite a lot of units, but they can't really cross this water right now to defend this area, and they can't invade Hawk's location. Have a quick look to see what they were able to do. So the helicopters are going to take those out pretty easily. And that was about all Hawk needed to do for that. And these docks are going to go down to this mini fleet of units. And the town is going to be next, so I has probably lost this game at this point. We are very close to the end. Hello, welcome to Lion War. Today we have Hono versus Electric. There's the full name, but I'm going to call him Electric. So, they had an argument over this area of the map, making some blacklists twice. I think it blacklisted. Where is Electric? I haven't found him yet. He's over here. So, they have started quite far on the opposite side of the map each. There is a lot of eco for both. And it looks like Electric is going straight into a trade route, which is an easily defendable position there. So that might bring him the economy, being so far away in the map. So it's a good start for Electric at the minute. Hono has had to improvise because both players wanted this side of the map. So Electric also probably knows where Hono is. Hono started off with 2 barracks, an airfield, and a factory that's still being built. And he's expanding mostly northern and some coming down. And Electric has started off with an instant trade route almost. He's probably building it. I can't really see it up there. We've got a barracks and we've got Navy Yard. He's crossed over 2 islands. He's got a lot of eco in this area. He doesn't have any energy yet though by the looks of it. So he's going to have to try and search out for energy. But he's going to be able to take over this island pretty fast. There is energy in the water there, and that trade route is set up. Their boats are being produced. That line has changed from grey like this one. It's gone to blue, so that means it's active. He just needs to start producing those boats. And he's going to control this island, which will have energy down here. And he'll be able to cross all the way over here. So it is quite a large island, despite being a bit awkward. And Hono is over here. So he's slowly getting a lot of the map. The barracks are going to help him to expand and cover this island really fast. So that's his eco advantage. He's got quite a nice little area to expand through, and he's going to expand fast. He's gone straight for these, so I'm assuming he's got commandos. Yeah, the white coats being produced here are commandos, which might actually hold down his progress on this main island, which could be a good or bad thing, depending on how he can cut across. He might be going to go down here, or he might try and cut straight across to here, which, yes, yep, he is. He's coming straight here to try and acquire this island and get a foothold in it, just to solidify himself in the game. So, instant commandos are used. They're going straight across. They will deploy on that land, and Electric is now going to have to fight for control over the island that he's on. He doesn't know it yet, but he certainly will. He's building transport boats to help get across the map. And he's not on flag command, so they are going to ignore this territory, which might be a bit of a mistake. I mean, sure, he can get the units across there and then build the energy afterwards. I'm not sure how much energy he's going to need. He should be fine. Oh, he's got energy there. I didn't see this well there. No, he's perfectly fine. Ignore me there. So he's producing energy soon, and he's done that at a pretty good time, really, because that's going to be built now, and it's going to just make him good there. He's got airfield being built in the forest here, so that should acquire the stealth. It should be in the forest. And he's just trying to expand down and try and control his own island here. But, unfortunately, Hono is in this island, and he has taken over the land. He hasn't done it yet, but he will do soon. And due to the different eco starts, I'm going to take an early look at the eco in this game. So, this is 5 minutes in. They took about a minute to start, so got 440 per minute from Hono, and 570 already from Electric. So Electric's nearly done this whole island now. He's about halfway through it, maybe a bit further in. And Electric is going down here. He's pretty much done this area. Well, to be fair, he's only got one person doing it, but it won't take him too long to gather 2 territories. These guys are going to expand pretty fast on there. Electric has taken over this island over here, so does Hono have access to that? He does, yes, I remember now. But he's got a nice defendable location for his navy fleet to start building up. This is a good little choke point for that. So you could have some artillery to support. If you lose control over the ocean, you can build up your units here and then bring them out when ready. So Hono is concerned that Electric's going to be over here, so he's already sent out some commandos. I think that's pretty much the maximum range, otherwise he might have tried to go for this island. And that might have been his original thought, but he's gone there anyway just to have control over the map. He has spotted Electric here already. So he knows that Electric started near this area. And he is sending his, I am assuming they're strikers, into that area. Yeah, he's got one striker there, another one being built soon. And if a striker's range is there, that does look about right to be the range of the transport ships. So I don't think he has access to this island via commandos. But those commandos should be able to help take these guys out. I don't know if they're going to be very good one at a time. There we go. And Electric has tried to build something there to make sure he can control this area. But Hono has spotted it already. He knows what's going on there. So he's able to plan ahead of time. And he's building his own factory over here. So one of these are a barracks. One's the factory. And those commandos are not going to survive. But those strikers should take them out. Nothing else going on down here yet. The transports are going to continuously bring new units over. And I think Hono will be able to secure this area unless Electric can start producing more structures for this particular location. However, it will be hard to control, but he's got interceptors which will control that area for the, or fight back the strikers in that area. He's only got one for now, but when they build up, those strikers might find it hard to take on this specific location. When you're against interceptors, it might be easier to do hit and run tactics, but when you're trying to focus down one location with strikers, the interceptors are a great counter. That's the word I'm looking for. So he's got units coming over. Are they being produced there? They are. Just one barracks as extra for the transport boats to take over. Going to support it with some navy units, which is the missile ship. That's an anti-air vehicle that's going to try and stop anything coming in this area, or at least deter it. It probably won't destroy it, unfortunately for Hono, for Electric. Those commandos are dropped straight on top of that barracks. He's trying to take out the structures before they become a real issue later on in the game. So, Hono hasn't quite managed to take over this whole island. He's trying to rush some units over here just to stop anything happening there, in case Electric decides to move in this way. Because Electric could figure out where his base is due to where the strikers are coming from. It would still be a guess, but I'm sure it'd be an accurate guess. And he's pretty much taken over most of it at this key location. He's just trying to expand out through the arms. Have a look at Electric. Electric's controlling the sea pretty well. He's not too worried about taking over territories unless it's with the transport boats, which is quite a smart move. And Electric hasn't taken over this island yet, but he is bringing some units over behind those commandos. And as for Eco, Electric has controlled this area. He's managed to build another factory and barracks there. And he has 900 per minute at 9 minutes into the game. And Hono has 700 per minute. So that trade route for Electric, let's go to Electric. The trade route for Electric is really paying him off at this point. And as that grows, it'll only get better and better. So these units are advancing forward. He's going to try and see how far Hono has got into this game. I want to know where Hono's commandos went, because he had some commandos here. They are slowly making their way through, but I think those infantry are actually going to catch up to them. It probably won't take too long. Hono probably needs to start producing something here, but he probably hasn't noticed that this territory has been taken away from him yet. He might have. I don't know, but I don't think he has. Especially with what's going on up here, he might be a bit distracted. He's bringing in some submarines here, just in case the transport boats try and come through this way to take on this area. So he's trying to anticipate the enemy's moves by the looks of things. He does have another wave of units coming through, but it's going to be hard to see everything. He might worry that there's some stuff in the mountains here that you can't see. Just like them. Commandos are going to land in this forest, and that should hide them a little bit, but if Electric spots the planes coming in, he will know that the commandos are in there anyway. One missile ship's not going to be enough to take these down, but it will do some damage at least. The interceptors have come in. I don't know if they're going to stay around too long. And Electric has spotted the submarine due to the accumulative vision of his units. So he knows that there are some sneaky tactics going on at least. And I think there's a submarine around here, isn't there? Yeah, there we go. I saw the splash. So this is being hit with a submarine that Electric just can't see, so he can't hit back. There we go. The commandos did manage to take out one more structure. We'll relieve the pressure in this area from Hono. The Hono might be able to push back a bit further, but it does look like Electric is trying to secure this ground really well. And the chase for those commandos, he's trying to search with the cruiser to see how far Hono's got in this area. And he's going to chase him with these infantry units. The commandos are in this area. Electric does know this now. He doesn't know that they're commandos. They could be hiding in the forest. So he's trying to get his units to get there as fast as he can so that Hono doesn't gain a foothold on his island instead. And we got all the air units over here, so the interceptors are going to be here, but that's only because the strikers are going to be there as well, I think. Or has it only got interceptors? He's only got interceptors for now, but he's building strikers, so he feels confident enough that he controls the air. Oh, he's got one striker here. He's coming in now. Going to take on that SAM unit. Was that artillery? I can't tell. It was sideways. It didn't fire back, so I think it was artillery. He's calling them back now, but they did enough damage. Electric seems to be controlling that quite well. Strikers are coming in to take these guys out. And Electric has focused his interceptors to go that way, so they will defend. And how is Hono doing on his main islands now? So he's got a lot of units around here trying to capture the territory, which he is being quite successful at. But those strikers have done a good job clearing out or thinning out this area. He's supported this area with some commandos going through. And he must have transported some units because he's got some SAM units there. So he must have used a boat to get those across. There we go. So those commandos are moving backwards now. And he's trying to get his units to land over here, so... Yeah, he's transporting stuff by air, I think. That's what that line is. Anyway, we've got the submarines advancing forward over here. You can't see too much, but those submarines are invisible because of the stealth. It looks like we've got some interceptors following some line commands there to try and protect the area. Or I could be wrong, I might have just been returning home. There we go. Hono has been found in this area, and he's only got some SAM units there to defend this airstrip. Electric can see the airstrip. Luckily for Hono, it doesn't look like any units have landed there, so he's not going to lose any aircraft. Just going to lose the 200 he spent on that. Up here, however, Electric is building a lot of ground production. And Hono hasn't been able to take him out there or hold him off at all. He does have a lot of eco, so maybe he probably should build some more factories and barracks up here. And we have tanks being produced. That is a tank there, so Hono can see this as well. You can see that he's going to be up against tanks soon. There we go. Okay, so some aircraft have landed there, and they're the transport aircraft. But I think Electric has a good control over this area. He has a lot of units coming in over there, or at least that's how it looks. Yeah, and he's got a factory producing some. Doesn't have too much. But it does look like his eco has a real big boost at the minute, so it's got 1,390 per minute, and Hono is still on 900, so Electric has had a big economy advantage throughout this entire game, probably because of the trade route that he started with. And Hono has a nuke. That's how he's going to try and take on this area here. He's going to use that nuke and try to blow it up. My favourite way to destroy things in this game is with a nuke. Alright, so he knows he's going to have to defend this area. He's retreated to this area because it's quite a thin ground area and it's going to be easier to hold off against. Electric's going to have to put in more effort to try and take out this area when his units are more dense. Unless he also goes with a nuke. And Electric has secured this location. He's taken out the airfield, taken out those units. He's building a new airfield. And he's got 2 factories being produced here. And he's going for some more Navy units. Oh, he's got another trade route up now. I've just noticed he's got this one here. That's producing a lot of economy for Electric. Despite Hono quite possibly, very likely, having a lot more territory control. And Hono's going to take this away from Electric, but it won't be long until he manages to push back through. I don't think Hono's got any units over there. We've got a bit of a big battle going on up here. We've got the strikers coming in. We've got interceptors coming in to take them out. And it looks like Hono was able to take him out with the strikers while the interceptors were away. And now he's going to push his units through instead of trying to defend. I probably would have waited for this because he's got a nuke being built here. As long as he could hold out long enough, he'd use the nuke on the units, send his units in, and his strikers at the same time. But at the same time, he needs to present a strong force, so he doesn't want to show that he's weak in any way, shape or form, otherwise Electric will probably try and push through too early before that nuke gets there. And they're going to spot the submarine, so that's going to go down. But if he could get a submarine over here and take out these things, which would be very unlikely for him to do, then he'll at least know what he's up against as well. Because Hono has no idea about the trade routes that Electric has. Those strikers are trying to defend against them as well, with the interceptors protecting from future air attacks. The infantry can take on the tanks because they're really cheap, so you can build more numbers of them. But the tanks are very powerful, and because of the speed, the lack of speed in this area, they might be getting a few extra shots off. But those artillery, if the tanks don't move, will be able to take the tanks out much easier. But they are moving, so it's okay. And Hono is bringing in his aircraft over here away from the main location just to try and snipe these tanks as they try and approach through the forest. At the same time, he's got his strikers going that way. He can see the energy well, so he can potentially target that if he has the opportunity to do so. Those strikers turned up a little too late, but they will try and target these tanks, and judging by them, they will destroy them, but they will be shot at by a lot of missiles from these SAM units down here. Or maybe they won't. Maybe they're just out of range. But they are going to get hit by that, and they're going to target this one first because that's the anti-air, and now they're going to get hit by a lot of anti-air. There's one down, and that one went down too, so they did unfortunately cut across that path. And these missile ships are also taking down the strikers, so I think Hono's main idea with the strikers is not going in his favour right now. Fortunately, Electric just keeps on manoeuvring just enough to take him out. Hono does seem to have some plan going on down here. He's got his units trying to cut across, but at the same time he's spotted Electric's transport ships, who is also setting up a route to go across in the same location, practically. But it looks like Electric hasn't spotted the transport units going down here. Not just yet, anyway. He's trying to set it up for later, maybe? I'm not sure. Just trying to address the invasion that's going on over there. This battle going on over here is in favour of Electric at the minute, but Hono does have that secret weapon over here, which is half built. So he's going to get there soon. And then he might be able to push back once again up in the north. There you go, Hono's being attacked by this cruiser that's trying to stop his transport boats, so he's trying to move the transport boats to a different location. But he hasn't got any units to deal with it, and these strikers are stopping him from this choke point that I once said was an advantage. Might actually not be so much of an advantage sometimes. Just because there's one way out doesn't mean there's in your favour. He could trap you in there. But these units are getting across, and I don't think that Electric has spotted this yet. So he has seen this one, he's stopping that one. Oh, okay, he has spotted it. He's set up some more structures here. He's still got a lot of money. So he's producing so much money, he can start producing even more factories all around the map. He's going to try and stop this area with the aircraft, and he will most likely be able to produce enough from this to stop this attack. Up in the north, we've got a ton of commandos being dropped in front of cannons firing at them. As soon as they land, they're getting pummeled by those artillery pieces. But it is holding back the force of Electric, while Hono builds up that secret weapon, the rocket that's very nearly done right now. So that'll be fired any minute, I'm sure. And we mostly have SAM units up here. Not enough artillery to push back, really. And Electric is still trying to deal with the invasions that are trying to poke a hole through any side of this island to see if there's a weakness. And he has managed to get through here with, well, Hono's managed to get through here. But he is being fired upon by some artillery. I wonder what Hono can see down there. So he's got another landing force here. And he's got another one here. He can't see too much, but he knows that there's a strong enough force there to hold him back. The aircraft here are going to stop those transport boats. They've destroyed most of them. Some have gone up here, so we've got more forces coming through. There we go, and I'm wondering when Hono's going to fire this rocket. He might be trying to draw them into a smaller location so he can get more damage out on the units. So Hono's now trying to claim this location, but Electric can quite clearly see that area, I think. Yeah, so he's sending more forces up that way, and he's splitting up Electric's forces so that they have to keep running up and down this island. There we go, we got some more anti-air stop preventing the A units getting in, but they did manage to drop off the commandos by the looks of it. And even after Hono fires this nuke, I don't think he's going to be able to follow it up with anything just yet. Maybe just some aircraft, but then they'll be stopped by the other aircraft, so we'll see what Hono decides to do after this. So Electric has brought his air units down here to deal with this massive forces there of infantry, and they're getting fired upon by the artillery as well, so I don't think they're going to survive too much longer, but they will be able to push back, and these air units are going to have to go back to refuel at some point. However, Hono is getting invaded himself now, and at this point Electric has taken over the south part of the island and the north, while Hono is still trying to be on the offensive in the middle. He's been trying to focus his attacks with the strikers as they come through this little gap here. Have a look at Hono. Is he firing that rocket anytime soon? It doesn't look like it. I don't know if he's forgotten about it, because they take up a lot of eco just to store them there. Even if you don't use it, just... It costs about 1,000 to produce one, because you need the 500 for the silo itself and then 500 for the rocket. But it also takes up a lot of eco over time through upkeep. Oh, we have a rogue striker in the middle of Hono's base. That is a pretty good scout for Electric. And he is targeting those airfields with just one striker right now. And he's doing a significant amount of damage, to be fair. Hono will eventually lose that airfield if he doesn't do anything to respond then. I heard that rocket fire. There we go. And it's going to go straight for these production structures, I think. Around this area, maybe. And he got 4 structures. It's pretty good. He has taken out a lot of production there. But he does need to try and follow this up with another attack. And he's not going to be able to at this point in the game. And Electric is coming through in the south with another force that Hono is going to have to split up and try and deal with both sides. Electric also controls the ocean at this point and isn't allowing Hono to come through the water. So let's have a look at the economy at this point in the game. So Hono has 1,000 per minute and Electric has 1,700 per minute. He's nearly doubled Hono's economy through these trade routes over here. The amount of boats he's got at this point in the game has allowed him to develop a high eco without even needing the territory advantage anyway. These artillery are creating a slight curve around them, which gives Electric the slight advantage there. But Electric is running out of electric. But it doesn't matter because he's won the game at this point. He managed to surround Hono at both sides of the map. He even stopped him in the center and started pushing back there. Hono had no choice but to leave this game at this point.
Hello, welcome to Lion War. Today we have Hako versus Crazy Flying Chicken. Now we're going to call this last guy KFC. Hako is in the top left. He has gone straight into 2 Navy yards, and Crazy Flying Chicken is over here. He's gone to 1-8 Navy yard and he's gone for a airfield. Barracks to help him with expanding. I think KFC is going to find his island covered completed faster than Hako. Partly because of how small his island is, but it's also in kind of a line, so it'll be easier for him to take over. Whereas Hako does have much more land on his island before he needs to cross to another one. But it's interesting to know how close they actually are to each other. They're only
this far away from each other. So Hako has also gone for an airfield, he's gone for energy, and a barracks. And it won't be too long until they spot each other, because Hako has sent a line on haste mode straight down towards Crazy Flying Chicken's Navy Yard without knowing. It's like he's psychic in this game. Whereas KFC is going straight into transports, and he's going to try and cross the land. I very much doubt Hako is going to be able to intercept this before it happens. He still needs to produce his boats, but he is producing attack ships. By the looks of it, these are missile ships, I think. Hard to tell from this way. No, they're destroyers. Sorry, I was wrong. They are destroyers, and they are on their way. I think Hako's predicted he's going to start somewhere central, so that's where he's gone there. And what is he going to do? He's built a barracks next to this, so I was assuming he might go for commandos a bit later on. He stopped production on his barracks already. And he has enough energy to fund haste mode with his navy at the minute. And KFC can't see this yet, but I'm sure it won't be long until he spots it. Yeah, they're coming into range now. There we go. KFC can spot this. What's he going to do to respond? He has one striker. And another one nearly built, and he's got a missile ship coming, but it looks like Hako is going to get his ships there to be able to do some damage, but I don't think they're going to be enough after this missile ship gets built and the striker does what he does. But KFC has managed to explore the map. He's pulling his transport boat back as far as he can for now, so that he can deal with these destroyers. So we've got one destroyer versus... two destroyers versus one missile ship and a striker. And I think Hako has literally targeted it because he just wants to get rid of it. I think is his point, and he's going to try and run away as soon as it's gone, because the strike command takes priority. Apparently not priority over this command, but Hako does know where KFC is, and due to how fast that was, I'm sure KFC has a good idea of where Hako is. After launching that attack, it looks like Hako is going for an expanse. I'm assuming he's going to go straight across over here. He's actually trying to put them straight in the water, so they'll get on the boat and then just land, stay in the water for a bit, so that way he can maneuver where they go a bit easier. And he's going to bring them down here. But that destroyer is going down. It has gone down. That strike command's been left there. I don't know if he plans to do much with that now. He's going to bring up here and he's going to block off this area by the looks of it. And there's people who are trying to get on the boat there. Got 1, 2, and they're off. It looks like Hako has nearly controlled his whole island now. He's pretty much got units everywhere. One thing he could do, probably not at this point in the game, but maybe a little later on, is get a navy yard here and try and get one transport boat to take them across, just to capture this territory. It would be worth the eco. You can always destroy the navy yard and the transport afterwards as well. Got his helicopters in the air. Just bringing them down here, I think, to clear the fields there. Hako is... no, KFC is up here trying to get to this island. This island is going to be right between them both as well, so getting this island early would probably be quite a wise idea. And if he can control the sea, he's got a trade route right here and here, if he can control that. Doesn't look like there's much else going on there. But we've got another navy yard here with the energy well fairly defendable there. But from what I understand, KFC is moving this way when Hako is moving his transport boats in the same area. And I think it's been spotted. I think KFC is going to try and get Hako's transport there. But it's moving too fast, and I don't think it's going to be in range anymore by the time the strikers get there. I think it's going to miss that just a bit. He has set up a new command, but they're just too close to the transport boat. I think, oh no, the striker is going to go move out. That transport boat was a risky tactic, but if it did work, it would have worked out well. But it is going to get taken out. I think it's going to land. He got one unit out, one out of the two. So one unit's managed to survive that landing. KFC knows that this is Hako trying to just pick a hole in his defense and try and see where he's going. So I'm sure KFC is going to be trying to scout out a lot more at this point. Certainly needs to know everything Hako's doing now. But it might be that Hako has limited himself too much because he's been focused more on trying to get a foothold on the crazy flying chicken, and instead has pretty much left himself exposed now because he's just stuck on this island. He does have the ability to expand still, but KFC is here and on this main island. So Hako is going to have to fight to get some more territory, whereas KFC's still got some more land to expand to in general. Looks like he's building up some forces, probably to try and take this out again. He's got an interceptor, he's just coming over to try and do some damage there by the looks of it. He's got the helicopters coming in now. I heard a commando. Yeah, that's right. So he's placed the barracks right next to this early on, knowing that he's going to use commandos with the transports to get around. And that'll give him a lot of range. That transport could probably take him over to this island as well. Which Hako can see that this is already owned by KFC. It's a good job Hako's name isn't McDonald's or something, isn't it? We get a bit confused. Battle between the food restaurants. We've got a transport boat straight off straight through this fleet here, and I think that's probably going to get taken out quite easily. How did KFC ended up doing that? And he's using all C units commands, and I think that's what's messed him up there for that transport boat. But these C units are supported by the strikers, but because they're cruisers, those missile ships aren't going to do much damage to them. Not nearly enough to get rid of these cruisers. And the strikers, the cruisers can strike the air units, just not very well. It's not their primary focus. And these cruisers are just walking through enemy territory as if they've got no care in the world. And I think they're going to target this structure here. Got another cruiser here though, so these aren't going to survive against this fleet. But I think Hako's objective is to try and take out this here, and that's all he wants to do really. He is going to pull his units away. So Hako's now on the retreat over in that section. We've got some air units protecting here. We've got no energy whatsoever, but this transport is still going to try and fly to his objective, which is over here. However, he ran out of energy and it's fallen back now, unfortunately. So Hako has enough money. He probably should, at this point, try and get some power plants going on, somewhere over here or up there. Anywhere a bit more defendable, because it doesn't look like he's got any extra energy wells. Which is unfortunate for Hako. Cruisers went back in by the looks of it, they've gone. Well, they probably couldn't run away actually with the energy requirements. Hako's trying to find another energy well, so he's gone up there. I assume that's why he's doing that one. Got some submarines on the battlefield. They're going to do some easy scouting because KFC won't be able to see that. The submarines are stealth, so there's a submarine around this area. And he's just walking by one. Looks like this transport is being shot by one. You saw the circle of water come through. And I know there's a second one coming through over here. Both of these players are ecoing up. So we've got KFC here. He's got his town being built up here. And is he building anywhere else? No, not yet. However, Hako, I had spotted, he is building up a town and his industries. Both of these players are playing for the long game. As you can probably see by the length of this video anyway. So he's placing the submarines here, hoping to catch any units that come out one by one over there. KFC is moving his navy up towards this area. He's trying to catch the territory, which will help with his eco. And it looks like he's bringing his infantry up here. So he's got the transports coming up. He's got a plan in mind. I don't know what his plan is yet. Let's have a look at their eco while we wait. So, we have KFC with 644 now, every minute. And Hako has 638, so they're pretty equal. Despite Hako being a bit behind in territory, and I think that's why he's decided to eco up. Because he knows he can't expand. No, he can no longer expand. He's going to try and increase his eco with towns and cities. Industry, which he has a lot of. It's only if he can really defend it. Got a transport coming over there. Which KFC can only just about see. If he managed to put it over here, this would have been taken without KFC's knowing. But KFC is doing an extremely good job of getting around this entire map. And taking as much land as possible. Now he's putting up a front line here so that he can bring his units across here safely. Even if they engage and he loses this fight, he gets some units here and he can take this land. It will be good for his eco in the long run. Bringing in his air units. Try and support this battle, but they've retreated, so he's retreating. And it looks like KFC is going to take this island for himself as well. But Hako has sneakily put an energy well up here, which I don't know if it is built yet because it's in the fog of war, so we'll have a look from this point of view. No, it's not built yet, but there is a ship there to defend it. It will be built soon. And he's snuck that in behind KFC, but KFC has spotted it, because you can see these through the fog of war. It's kind of like reverse stealth. So you can see him at much greater distances, but KFC's noticed he's sending one unit up there, thinking it's undefended. That's going to be a bit interesting there. Although this area is great for the economy, it's not going to be good to hold it off, because they're going to have the air units coming in and striking it quite often. We have another transport ship trying to sneak in. How much land is there left to grab over here? So we've got a little bit over there. One there and some on the sea for territory. That's about it, really. The KFC spotted this. Oh, he's got a missile there. I wonder if Hako can see that. Hako can see this. He's sent in his commandos to try and destroy it all of a sudden. I don't really think they're going to be successful, but they could be. I mean, they are going to focus on the structure. It is pretty much on whether he can take the commandos out quick enough. Up here we have the cruiser trying to destroy this energy well whilst being fired at by one destroyer. And the destroyer can easily... No, the cruiser can easily destroy the destroyer. But he was targeting the energy well, so it was... The destroyer was getting 3 hits on that cruiser there. It looks like KFC has managed to defend his missile. And he's going back for the energy well up here. But obviously Hako has to deal with that missile. Otherwise the missile is going to really harm Hako's development, especially with the economy. I'm pretty sure he's going to destroy this, but I don't know if he's going to easily be able to destroy the destroyer afterwards. Because of the amount of free shots the destroyer's getting on the cruiser. Nonetheless, I do think that energy well has gone now. The cruiser's going to fire at the destroyer. I don't know which one's going to win that, because even though it's a one-on-one, that cruiser's really weak now. There we go, it's gone. So the cruiser managed to win this. We have a bit of a bigger fight going on down here. And KFC is really trying to move his units out the way as fast as he can. And he keeps on drawing them back, and this cruiser, one of his most powerful units here, is going to get taken out as it lags behind his other units. But this is his chance to get this destroyer as it's off straight away from the other guys. We've got air units coming in to distract KFC. But I don't think KFC is too worried about these infantry units right now. And now we have this cruiser that's sort of lagging behind. We have a barracks in this area as well, so I don't know what he's planning to do here. We've got helicopters following these air units as well. Let's check from Hako's side of it. So, Hako is trying to stop the progress on this island for at least a little while, so I'm assuming he's planning to try and take it over. And we have some interceptors coming in over this area to try and take away the air units. There we go, they're gone. Hako has forced the navy of KFC back a bit. His submarines have snuck round the back. So his submarines are over here, if you remember. And they've come around here, snuck round the back and taken out one of the navy pens without KFC noticing. But I also have noticed that KFC has managed to put his units, transport, through these submarines without the submarines taking it out. There we go. Hako is losing these subs now because they just couldn't escape from that army. But now we've got a sizable fleet here. And KFC's sizable fleet there, which is pretty much just missile ships. However, KFC has a lot more energy than Hako does. So if Hako tries to attack with lack of energy, which is still going down, so he must be running something somewhere. He's got his helicopters over here and jet. And we've got some sea units coming down. Hako has managed to take over this little island here, which does give him access to a trade route, but it's an extremely risky one. And in fact, he doesn't control the other side. I thought it was coming up here. But it does give him some more eco potential. He has managed to stop that transport. Some air units sneaking around the back. I'm assuming if they're going up there, they're probably going straight for a airstrip. Are they? No. They're just trying to check out the area. I think that's just a scout, really. Probably to take out the helicopter that was trying to guard this area. See, if KFC was to put like a navy yard up here, he might be able to sneak some of this infantry unit over the top. That would be quite funny to see. These missile ships are in range to fire at these, but none of them are going to be able to destroy it. Just if they were moved over slightly, that would have taken some out maybe. But it looks like Hako is going to move in. Can you see the army there? He can. So he's just trying to get good range, see what's going on, assess what he's going to do. But I think this airfield is vulnerable to cruiser hits. And he's also struggling with energy still, so that's why he's not attacking right now. I think he's just holding off there. Now Hako is really trying to get to this airfield. The launch site there to try and take it out. I don't know if he can reach that with a cruiser. Pretty sure that he can't. Especially not when he's under fire from strikers, but there is only two, and a missile ship there might be able to take it out. Especially when they're focusing on other things. It does look like they're focused on those. We have the transport ship coming down a bit further. It's not really that far away, but I assume maybe for extra production of them. So Hako has decided to build some power plants up here, and he's got some storage there just to help build it up when he's not using it. So Hako is trying to distract these infantry. I may be assuming that he's going to try and take them out and then bring his commandos in when there's no infantry here. But that is going to be way too late. This rocket is nearly built, and Hako is well in range of that. I think KFC might strike over this area to get rid of the production in the sea. Or maybe try and take out the airfields. But he can't see them yet. He hasn't managed to get much eyes on Hako to know where his stuff is. Might be worth just one quick scout over there just to see what's going on before he fires that nuke. So he can get the maximum damage out of it. KFC is losing a lot of these infantry units over here. He probably could do with pulling them back a little. Take a little less losses. Maybe add a factory for anti-air because the helicopter's coming in. But he's definitely got enough interceptors for that anti-air. And these ships are about to have a nice little fight. And Hako, if I remember, he was struggling with energy. So retreating from this might not be an option for him soon. Especially while he's moving these helicopters. This rocket is firing, so we've got these missile ships that are going to try and take it out. But I don't think they're going to do enough damage. We've got a Navy battle that they're both having to try and fight over. Akko is probably struggling with this more so because he's trying to prepare for this rocket that's coming over. And it looks like I was right, he is going to try and go for this area. Which is going to take out the infantry that was trying to go across to this island as well. He didn't manage to take out the energy well, and he only took out one Navy field. Which does surprise me. I thought he'd take out both of those, but he didn't. It looks like those cruisers can shoot this rocket site. Which is unfortunate, but at least Crazy Flying Chicken managed to fire it and get the value out of it, but it has gone now, so KFC is going to have to build another one if he wants it. I don't think that rocket was any sort of game-changing move yet, but it has slowed the production from Hako. And Hako has now lost his navy over there as well. Let's have a look at their eco, because one's focused more on actual buildings. So he's got 860 from Hako, who's trying to build up his eco with structures. And then from KFC, he is on 962 per minute. And he has tried to do a bit of ecoing up, but his is mostly through territory gain. Yep, there we go. Looks like we got some sneaky submarine activity. Some commandos are dropped on KFC's main island, so he's having to deal with that with some infantry units. If you spread this line out a bit thinner, they might arrive a bit faster to shoot them, kill them a bit quicker, so he'd take a few less losses. But Hako is trying to increase his presence with commandos, trying to place units down all over the map, trying to distract KFC, I think. So now I can't see them, even though they're right next to this army, because they're stealthed and it's a forest and mountain area. It is going to be a lot harder for Hako to get them in there. To be spotted in there. He's going to bring some more in by the looks of it, or is that... No, that's aircraft. That's the interceptors to try and help those guys over there, or to expect a response from these guys. He's placed it here because he's expecting the aircraft to come in this way. That's why he's only got interceptors there, and his helicopters here. Keeps everything protected. That's quite a smart way of doing things. What is going on there with the helicopter? I don't know if that was intentional. I think that was meant for these guys, but I could be wrong. May have missed something there. The interceptors are trying to take on these ships, which is not a good idea. They are not designed to take out ships. It looks like he's going to lose one for that. So KFC has managed to keep control over this island for now, but Hako is taking it over. He did lose that initial engagement, and even though there's only about 3 commandos left there, they might actually be able to take this out with the support of the aircraft. KFC is trying to build up his units on the coastline right now, and I think that's mostly for extra vision. The bigger your unit size gets, the farther your field of view is. The more units he'll place here, the further he can see. Oh, I've nearly missed that then. He's brought his ships down that were attacking the rocket up here, so they brought them down here to try and take out some structures, and it looks like he's taken out the energy. One of 2 energy wells. Those cruisers have quite a lot of range that was unexpected, and there's some submarines hiding around these areas, which is definitely going to make KFC a bit more hesitant when progressing in these waters. And submarines are great for hit and runs, so they launch a lot of firepower at the beginning, just like helicopters do. And then you can bring them back in to try and strike again. Can KFC see that he's been followed? I don't think he can. Those submarines are going to come back right behind him. And Hako is going to easily be able to destroy that barracks. Not having to worry about anything right now. He's got his submarines following them behind. He's shooting them there. I think he's going to leave them there for a bit. So what is Hako doing? So he's got more submarines coming out. He's still producing those. And he is definitely focused on trying to get some commandos to gain more territory over time now instead. And that one infantry unit is being shot at, but he doesn't know where from. He's just walking through the woods, and someone's shooting at him, and he can't see him. And I think KFC's noticed that they're in there. He's got this line now coming through. These units are coming down. And KFC has built another rocket, but he's built it again right next to the coast. I'd have probably tried to avoid the coast, maybe right in this section here. I don't know if that would be far enough. I mean, that was the range of a cruiser, so... Can he? I think that would be about safe. Either way, it's better there than right on the edge. So he's building his energy well back up there, so he's got the energy to fire this rocket soon. He's already paid for it, so we just got to wait for the time for it to build. And Hako is really trying to poke holes in the defense of KFC. Just trying to find any weakness and do as much damage with what units he has. Is that a town or is that a city? It looks like a bit big for a town, but it might be on a mountain, so... So, Hako has spotted these units on the coastline there, and he's trying to take them out to gain back his stealth. So that KFC can't see him as well anymore. We've got another little army over there. Let's have a look. Navy fleet. And it's not that little. He's got a lot of submarines there and one cruiser. I think that's a destroyer. I can't tell. Oh no, that is a cruiser as well. It's got the 2 turrets at the front. So, Hako has some interesting plans now. He's got some units coming down into the mountains here, which KFC might not be able to see. He's got some units there. You'll see the boats coming in, but you might not see them in the mountains. And we've got KFC. He's going to bring his units across this area to get this island back. When has Hako got his transports coming in? He's got 2 transports bringing some units down. He has managed to take out all the units in this area now, which will decrease the view. But he has replaced them with these Navy units here, so they're going to quite easily do well there. Especially on this choke point that's coming in like a funnel, so it's going to they're going to be able to shoot more at a time than Hako is. That is a great place to hold a defense. He's built a factory there, I think. He's going for SAM units to take out the infantry, but still have a use to have them over here anyway. And can Hako see that he's got another rocket? He hasn't found the other rocket, so those guys are going to be in for a surprise later on. I think that's what KFC's doing. KFC's building his line here, waiting for his rocket to be built, and he's going to fire it straight at these units. But Hako is out of energy once again. That's the problem with using power plants and relying on them. They're great because you can build them whenever you want and wherever you want, but they're only half the effectiveness. They only produce half the amount of electric than an actual energy well will, but still cost the same amount of money. But looks like Hako isn't going to be able to do that right now. That rocket is ready by the looks of it, so that can fire at any moment. And if I was KFC, I'd be firing it here at this area. Get rid of all these units, send in your units, try and take out the production, and then you control the sea. It's not always as simple as that, but that's how I like to think of it anyway. The KFC is dealing with some submarines by air, which is not actually a bad way to do it. They can't fight back, you just turn in the tables on them. That rocket has been fired. I do like a good rocket. What does Hako see? Because Hako can't see anything right now. He has no idea until that. Rocket fires over the edge. And that's going to hit. There's no way he's going to shoot that down. Unless he's going straight over the top, which he is. Why are you shooting over there? Okay, he managed to still get the hit in there. But he's only going to damage some structures and a few units. You should have fired at this area here. In in my opinion, I suppose. I mean, tell me if you guys think otherwise, but he did manage to take out the production, the energy, actually, so I can see his point. I can see the energy being a vital structure. However, I'd rather have destroyed these guys so they can't shoot back at me. I could always have taken out that energy well with the cruisers afterwards. Trying to see what else is going on. Hacker's got quite a wide line of these structures, so pretty much all over his area now. And he's pretty much focused only on C units. And if he keeps up that output, he will outnumber KFC later on in the game, despite KFC having more income than him. There we go, so KFC wasn't able to push against these C units here. But the C units, without the energy, are not able to push back either, so... KFC's bringing his strikers in. I think he's hoping that's within range. And they'll start trailing off that way, which they are. And they do have some anti-air there. It looks like there's a missile... that's a destroyer, sorry. And we've got the cruisers, so they don't have much anti-air there. So these strikers are going to do a lot of damage. And if they come for the interceptors, we've got a missile ship here, which won't do too much, but the more he's got there, the better it will be. Hako's plan is to take over this island, that's what he's focused on doing mostly. And to push back KFC at the same time, with any amount of energy he can squeeze out of his production. But these strikers are pretty unchallenged. They got a couple of SAM rounds, but it's not going to be enough. The interceptors are coming in. Interceptor. And he took out one striker. That's good for Hako. But it's going to have to return due to no energy. And they can also be shot down by strikers, so... It looks like Hako's put his units here to try and protect his ground units from attack from sea. And we have a commando that's sneaking up over here. I think that's a commando. Yeah, it sounds like one. And I think he's going to take out that structure all on his own. Yes, he is. He is a lone wolf up there. I think KFC missed that, otherwise he could have stopped that from happening. And although I think KFC had a great start at the beginning, he expanded the entire map, but he's losing control over certain parts of it, slowly but surely over time. And Hako has taken back the control over his and trying to secure it as best as possible. There is a submarine firing at this cruiser here and they're doing nothing about it because KFC doesn't even know it's there. You can hear it and you can see a sort of particle effect there. But that's about as much as you're getting from that. Now, how many navy yards have they got? So, KFC's got 4. 5. Got 5 navy yards, and it looks like he's setting up a trade route. That should boost his economy greatly. So, it looks like KFC's going to have a really big boost in economy after this. And right now, he's at 1,000 per minute, and Hako is at just under 1,000 per minute, so Hako's managed to keep up, even though being behind. And he's bringing his units in to try and take out those areas. Hako's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 production of navy yards and a sub-pen, so Hako is just slightly above KFC when it comes to unit production in the sea. So we've got these units coming down here. They was trying to, KFC was trying to take back this area of the island, and again he's slowly losing it. We've got the production of a SAM. Oh, there's the rocket coming over. He actually went for the units this time, but I think Hako moved them just in time. I think he spotted that rocket just before I did. And KFC's idea is to try and push back through. They're struggling with energy once again. But all of these units pretty much are now weakened and they've got to fight this fleet here. So KFC might be pretty good at holding that off. Or pushing against them. There we go. The cruiser's going to take out the other cruiser. These are all weakened ships now. And I think KFC is going to be able to take them out. But Hako is bringing in some reinforcements, and they might be able to hold better defense here now with some of these extra units in there. The strikers are coming in, but I'm not sure they're in range. They should peel off. There we go, but they are backed by some SAM. No, they're not. They're gone too. The helicopters are going to shoot down the strikers. Shot down 2 already. I think helicopters are probably better than interceptors at this point, especially when they first come in. Helicopters seem to be a must-have in these tournament-styled games. That guy's going to go down as well, I think. Yep. And he's got a cruiser he could take on, but I think that's a bit too far away. And the interceptor's going to take out the helicopters. There's a counter for everything in this game, and both players are trying to use their counters as best they can. Ooh, we've got some C units coming in through the south. I think KFC is going to easily take over that section until Hako reinforces it with something. And KFC's trying to get his units over here, so he's bringing in some units to take over this island, just to get that a little bit closer to Hako. And there's another rocket being built. Hako has decided to not use the rockets at all in this game. At least thus far, anyway. I don't know if he plans to later. I think he's going to avoid them. Rockets are quite risky, though, because you pay a thousand for your first rocket, so you get 500 for the launch site and then 500 for a rocket. And if you miss, that's pretty much 1,000 wasted. Or if it gets destroyed, it's literally just gone. So they are a risky thing to try and build. It's entirely your choice depending on the situation on whether you should be doing that. KFC losing that section, or is it just... Yeah, he is. So Hako's got a ship that snuck off up here to try and take this territory off him. And this is going to be the last structure on here for KFC. And it's going to go down to the helicopters by the looks of it. It seems like no one was dedicated enough to try and take over this island. They just sort of agreed that that's your end of the island, this is my end for a while. Just stayed there for a bit. We do have more units coming in to back up this area. I thought I could hear something. We got these units that are being attacked from both sides. The submarines are in the backside, so then they're going to like destroy them on the retreat or just destroy them there. And it looks like Hako's going to try and retake this island over here with the commandos via this aircraft. This missile ship might get a few hits on it, unless it goes down to these subs first. Which I don't know, I think it's going to fire. But it's not going to do anything, they're still going to... I don't think it actually fired, but... It's not like it was going to destroy them anyway at this point, so we've got some activity going on up here, and it looks like transport ships are going... jets are going down. Hako is putting pressure on KFC. He's trying to make an advantage over here. I have a cruiser that's still up here as well from the old attack, I think, and he's going to try and defend this area. The attack there didn't last too long, unfortunately, for Hako. From KFC's side of it, we've got another rocket launch. So, okay, let's go back to Hako just to see where it goes. I like to see it from the side of it. You can see it quite early, to be honest. That is going to come in. Where is it going to go? Probably this area. And that's hit there again. It's going to take out the energy, once again, of Hako. But I think he's gaining enough power plants to be able to take that hit quite easily. And it's not really a viable strategy because you're losing 500 for the rocket. And I think the only thing he destroyed was the energy well. And maybe a structure up there, so energy well costs about, I can't remember, 200? 300 or something? Compared to a rocket, it's just not a good trade. Anyway, let's have a look at the other side. So we've got KFC, who should have a trade route set up now, yes. He's got these structures. And the ship's going to and from. He's just got to defend it long enough to make it worth its while. Well, the rocket's building once again, so he spent another 500 here before he can use it. If these ships successfully take out this area and take out that rocket, then that's just 500 that KFC has lost. He's got the aircraft supporting now, so those units probably won't last much longer. It looks like KFC is able to defend this area. What's going on down here? We got some ships trying to take back this island. The commandos are in this area, and KFC's got an airstrip there. There's no units on it though. However, Hako can see it, and he's taken out with some commandos. And he's just left his ships to deal with the infantry over here. KFC's bringing in some navy units. It seems like we're at a pretty much at a stalemate right now. Got some submarines coming in. It's going to be who can control their units better in this case, or who can keep their economy growing. He's switched into artillery, and it looks like has KFC built some more structures on that island. He has. He's got a couple of structures built there. Try to increase the numbers of his units. However, it looks like they're just straying in one at a time. He might be able to take this structure out though with just a few units by the looks of it. He's hiding some units over here. He's got some units going through the forest there to increase his stealth. And I think if he needs to, he probably needs to take these lines away so that he can build up units again for a second attack. Because these SAM units are going to come in and try and surround these units, and they're probably going to successfully take them out. And he's got extra units coming across by boat as well, so see units collecting up here to try and attack on this area. We have the strikers taking out their target over here. Nice little cruiser to be killed there. And we have the rocket nearly ready once again. There we go, so he's turned off the lines. I think he's going to bring his units back, or he's just going to leave them there. That rocket is firing straight away again. He's probably going to hit this area, try and clear him out so he can take back the island. That's what my guess would be. Looks like that's where it's going. But I think Hako predicted that, and he's taken it out with the SAM units he's put there. Missile ships, should I say. So, Hako avoided that rocket with the missile ships on the water, I was going to say on the ground, in the water, intercepting the pathway. That was a pretty good plan there from Hako. Hako's now sending his units across by sea and air, straight over to Crazy Flying Chicken's main island. His original starting location was about here. Got some navy units coming down, trying to attract the attention down in the south. Looks like KFC isn't responding too much just yet. We'll have a look from his side of it. The Hako's bringing his units back out here. He's going to try and take out these units next, I think. He's got some sea units coming in. Submarines. And he's got his interceptors trying to clear up the ground on this island so he can take it back. KFC has responded to the ground units. He's going to bring his units across around here. His commandos are coming here for this transport ship, boat, plane, thing. You know what I mean? And His other infantry are coming up to this area to try and take out this group here. But these commandos are going to go somewhere. Not quite sure where yet though. This way. So they're going to come to this island over here. They're going to try and take over that. And it looks like he's got a plan with transports over here to take these over as well. Got the Navy battle persisting over in this choke point, which is probably not a good place to attack. It's a very good place to defend. The amount of management both of these players are having to do throughout this entire game is quite insane. And it looks like Hako's main target should be this location here. I think he's just focused on the economy for now. He's taking what he can get. He's not too worried with the rockets, since last time he did destroy it before it landed, so. But I don't think it matters too much. When these units are clumped up like this, they're going to be hard to stop. And KFC is sending his units in one single line. He needs to spread this line out. Maybe like click it, press E a couple of times, and you'll spread it out into like 2 or 3 lines, maybe even 5. And they'll go up as more of a proper formation. But it does look like KFC has stopped the production of this rocket, so he doesn't want to fire another rocket after that. Which is still a bad thing, because this structure itself costs a lot of money over time as well. So you should probably destroy it if you don't plan to use it again. So we have Hako putting up the pressure in the south and on land. KFC is going to try and push forward on the ground. And that he's just found a load of submarines as well, so this area is highly defended and a very good place to defend with. I don't think Hako spotted the advance here, otherwise he might try and pull these units in a bit further. Because I think those are being outranged. And those cruisers are getting some free hits on those units without Hako being able to push back. There we go, we've got one ship going down. These cruisers aren't taking that much damage anymore. What's happening in the south? It looks like Hako is going to be able to take out this energy well and barracks once again. And he's realised out what's going on over here. He's bringing all of his units in to try and take over this choke point so that he can keep control over it. But it might have been a little too late, as those cruisers have a lot of range and they were able to outrange those units and take them out quite quickly. But Hako has lost this ground section, and Crazy Flying Chicken is going to be able to take that back from him. However, it did do a lot of damage, even to the economy. So let's have a look at the economy now. They've both got a lot of units and stuff, so... KFC is on 1,200 per minute, and Hako is now on 1,200 per minute, so they are pretty even. It wasn't that long ago we saw the perfectly balanced stalemate, and it looks like it's happened once again. I think Hako's reinforcing this area as well as he can. I'm not sure if it's enough firepower to stop KFC though in this area, and I think that is going to be a big problem for Hako. But he's bringing in his helicopters now. He's going to see how much damage he can do while he's still got control of that area. And those helicopters are very weak in defense. They're going to go down really quick if they don't get out of there, but they do fire quite fast as well, so they are going to do a lot of damage. But I don't think Hako has a sizable navy anymore, apart from over here, which is way too far out of position to defend him with. However, KFC's little fleet over here is, well, it is little now, it wasn't originally. I think it is going to be stopped here. I don't think it's going to be able to get much damage done. Might be able to take out this structure as it's already weak, which it did already. I think KFC's done that, Hako's done that on himself. Otherwise I'd just completely missed something going on there. We've also got some submarines hiding out there. Actually no, that would have been what it was then. That's KFC submarines that he snuck around the back. Where did they come from? You can barely see up here, but you can still sneak the submarines around there. So those submarines are going to be able to take out these structures quite easily. A nice little diversion there from KFC. He's using the submarines to attack from behind. He has set up a nice line. He's even using the transport boats. He's literally gathering anyone and everyone with a boat here. Try and defend this location from Hako. We have a transport that got heavily damaged trying to go over here. I'll land that. Those submarines are going down. He's striking this area and this cruiser's getting a lot of damage on him. I'm pretty sure one cruiser can take out 2 submarines, so I think these guys are down now. And all of these infantry that are accumulating over here are going to be taken out eventually by this one cruiser that they can't shoot at. He's bringing them back though, it's fine. Have I just missed a rocket? Where did that rocket come from? Hako must have a rocket somewhere and I've just completely missed it. Managed to get it to hit over here, so I feel like I've completely missed a rocket. If you spotted it, let me know where you saw it. Yeah, I don't see any other rockets anywhere. But I do think we've completely missed a rocket. Focusing on what's going on up here. It looks like Hako snuck in a rocket somewhere. It could have been on this island and it's being attacked now already. I think he might get this if all of these units were going towards it, but I think maybe that Sam can defend it. I don't really know. Trying to check to see if Hako has any secret land anywhere that I can't see. Nonetheless, this submarine's not going to last much longer there. He's gone down now. And KFC's trying to keep the pressure that he had over here, but he's lining himself up straight for this artillery that's right there as well. There we go, KFC's got his structures up and running here. He's built up some artillery, and I think this might be just enough to take it out if no air units intervene. But obviously we've got helicopters coming in, so they might be alright on their own. He does have a strike command here, which I'm not sure if it's for air units. I can't see any units attached to that, so it could just be for these artillery, and if they get dragged off, they're not going to be firing as they move. I think KFC's just spotted some extra land potential over here, so he's going for that. He's still building up some submarines coming across this top island here, coming down there. I think he's hoping Hako doesn't notice that and bring them back in later. These units are being taken on by some submarines, which are not going to last much longer. Hako has lost all vision in this area now. Transports seem to have dropped off some extra commandos in this area to help enforce it. Strikers have found a stray missile ship and they're going to take that out pretty easily. And now down it goes. It takes 4 hits. No, 6 hits from a striker. There we go. They're just going to circle that area, I think, and try and destroy those production structures. Which is going to be a waste of money for Hako at this point. At least they were built though, they did earn him something. Don't know if it was valuable enough though, but it looks like Hako's applying the pressure in the north. And he's got his units moving in through this area and he's chasing away 3 cruisers. With a fairly sizable force here. He's got a scouting submarine going through over there. But we know that there's submarines up here from KFC, so I wonder if he's bringing those down now in response. He is, yeah. So he's going to be able to see what's going on here and take out anything that's been left behind there. Which is not a bad idea. Those cruisers, because they're firing like this, it looks like they're going to take out a lot more than previously thought. And he might actually survive this just purely because of the firing lines. There's nothing else I'm missing. I don't want to miss another rocket. Right, we've got a Navy fleet coming down in the south over here. Trying to apply the pressure on this island here to take it. I think his hope is to try and destroy the economy over here, which he's pretty much done already. And it looks like I was wrong, these cruisers are going down, but I think that's 2 new cruisers that I didn't see before. And the artillery over here did not manage to succeed in this area because those helicopters came in, I think, and took them out. I think those submarines might have been spotted by Hako. Yep, his SAM units can see them. And you can see those submarines trying to take a nice little scouting trip around. But they have been spotted. They are going to be attacked by this little fleet over there. Hako has one in the north up there. He has a big army to fight down here though, both on sea and air units. But Hako has an insane amount of navy yards trying to produce units for him. I wonder if KFC started the production on that rocket. He has, so he did plan to use it again. But due to the length of time he had it, I think he may as well have destroyed it and rebuilt it later. Might have been the cheaper option. So we will have another rocket in this game soon. But that rocket is costing KFC a lot of money and he's struggling to earn it back. Some units have been caught off guard here. Hako's taken them out quite nicely. It looks like KFC's units are quite spread out here. So if he brings his navy this way, he's going to have a hard time trying to bring them back up. We have these units going across here now, and they're going to spot KFC's extra navy yards there. Oh, the submarines already have. So we have some submarines over there. Strikers are going in to take out the submarines, but that has put a hole on this trade route. Which by the looks of it, the submarines already took out at least 1 boat. So I remember there being 2 there earlier, but there should have been more by now. So those submarines have really hurt KFC's income. That rocket is now ready, so I wonder what he's going to do with that rocket. So far, his rockets haven't really gained him anything, but they have been causing a lot of damage, so you have to keep that in mind. But it looks like KFC is going to take out this section of Hako's forces, and they are literally base trading around the map soon. KFC can get his units in there quick enough, he'll be able to start taking out this production, which Hako is already doing up here. He's going to take out not only the navy yard, but he's also going to be able to take out this town, rendering this whole trade route completely gone. He is bringing some units in, but it looks like Hako's going to be able to take out that town before those units get there. And over in this section, Hako's building up his units, not sending them in one at a time, ready for them to come to him. And I hear a rocket. There we go. This rocket is pretty much to deter, but it looks like there's enough anti-air in the area. It might hit. Yep, it will. There we go. He's done a lot of damage again. But there was no energy well this time, I don't think. Maybe there was. He's building it already. There we go. So we've got these guys. Probably will take this lot out, actually. But they are being reinforced every single time, the longer it takes. Hako was successful at taking out this town, so even though he's lost his navy over here, and he probably will lose these 2 units too, that was definitely a successful attack for him. And KFC should probably have waited to build this. Kill out Hako and then get rid of his vision, then build it so he has no idea whether you built it again or not. But now he knows that if he can get back in there, he can earn his money back pretty quick. But these units have finally come around. They've managed to get into this little area of the game, area of the map, and he's bringing some more units in, but there's a lot of submarines following him. However, he does have quite a lot of cruisers in this area, and they're going to be quite good at taking out these submarines. Got another one back in the map. He's got no more reinforcements, so this is his force in this area. But he might be able to take out all of these navy yards before that becomes a problem for Hako. I mean, before it becomes a problem for KFC. I forget which one I'm looking at, sorry. So, he's taken out 2. He doesn't have any more units over there, so he can't start producing more up here yet, because he's still building this navy yard. He does have... KFC has some ships over here already that he could bring in and see this. You may even see it already with some submarines that he might have up there. KFC may be controlling the ocean very soon. This is not a good sign for Hako. Let's have a look at the economy to see if they can actually recover from this. So Hako is losing economy now. So he was at 1,200 before. Now he's at 1,100. KFC must be gaining something somewhere. There you go. He's got an attack going on up here. And he's got 1,100 as well. So they've just hit each other's economy and knocked each other down a bit. So KFC is trying to keep this island, but he looks like he's under a lot of pressure there. However, he is putting a lot of pressure on Hako in this section, and he has taken him out of the ocean. He's even managed to put some commandos in this area, and he's trying to attack the city. He might actually be able to succeed in that. He's bringing them in by boat, so he's got more units to come. And that city is looking heavily damaged right now. Even if he takes out these commandos, but it looks like these cruisers might be able to shoot from this area to get rid of it as well. So yeah, I think it's actually going to manage to take out these commandos, but the cruisers are still going to... Oh no, it went. There we go, it's gone. And the cruiser's going to try and take up anything on the coastline there. He's going to try and do what he can there. Got more units coming in through this area. He's got this structure there he can see, but he's deciding not to challenge it. He is reinforcing this island. He has lost it. The KFC did lose this island, but he is now reinforcing it with some extra units from his main island. He feels confident enough that he can build some industry structures here, which is a bit of a risk. That is very close to the enemy, but he doesn't seem to have strikers. He only has helicopters, and they might be out of range. There you go. KFC's managed to reach these structures there. He's going to take those out. It looks like his pressure is all in this section here. He's finally going to try and destroy this before it becomes a problem for him. These units are trying to take over the section, but it's so hard to get rid of these artillery that are there. Especially with infantry, so it looks like he's bringing in his air units to try and help with that. Hako is not in a great situation here. And KFC is deciding not to go with a nuke again. He is taking it off production. Those strikers are not going to last too much longer there with the interceptors in the area. And those helicopters, but the helicopter has landed, so he's kind of vulnerable to the ground, but that's not a problem because those artillery and the infantry are taking him out. The infantry are in front of the artillery, they're acting like a meat shield for him. Ships that got through are now all gone. He is still trying to land units on the island now, but it doesn't look like it's going to be successful because Hako has enough units to stay in that area, and Hako's going to have to deal with 5 more submarines here. But that ship came from over there, so Hako is trying to be a bit more stealthy when it comes to his placement of these navy yards. looks like this survived though, so even though the units came down this way, they missed the sub-pen because it's stealthed. Can't see sub-pens very easily. I can hear submarines there. Yeah, so KFC's submarines were undetected in this area and they're firing at this thing here, so that's going down. That's probably going to start really annoying Hako at this point. But Hako's submarines are doing the exact same thing, taking out random cruisers lying around on the map. Hako's noticed that he's sending all the air units he can in this area, and there's a lot of submarines there still, so there's actually 6, not 5. And that Navy Yard is going to go down. There is no more Navy Yards for Hako at this point in the game. KFC is lining his units up across the map. He's found a great place to land on Hako's main island, and he might be able to hold up a ground assault here. He's got reinforcements coming in from down here. He's got another sub-pen there to build transports to get them across faster. I think he's probably got enough at this point. He's set up his trade route back up again. It looks like KFC is developing himself really well, but these submarines are going to get taken out by the air units, so Hako's going to still be a really hard opponent to take out in this game. He's got so many helicopters, they can easily shoot down pretty much anything that advances. It looks like Hako's built a Navy Yard on this side of the island instead this time. Striker's probably going down. Yep, there it goes. I think Hako's plan at the minute is mostly submarine based. Trying to be more stealthy with his attacks. He's trying to scout a bit more. He's definitely not out of the game yet, but he's going to struggle to stay in it if he lets this area build up. So Hako started building some industry here and he spotted some units coming onto the ground, so he's now going to have to deal with that before these even pay off. And this looks to be the range of his air units, so he's sending them there. He's going to drop off some commandos to help out by the looks of it. We've got attacks from strikers coming in over here, but this is heavily defended against air, so he's probably going to lose these strikers quite easily. There we go, they've gone down again. Probably not the greatest of attacks, and I think KFC is getting a bit overconfident with his position in the game, and he might be just trying to force the end of the game with some quick attacks, but it's just not working out for him. He's starting to lose some trades because of it. We can see more Navy units coming in down here to join this by the looks of it. But you could probably do with reinforcing this area a bit more, because these submarines are going to take out these units coming across. I think they are going to destroy those quite quickly. Can he see them though? That's what I want to know. He can. But they are going to get shot at by these cruisers. And by the minigun here, but I don't really think that minigun does much damage at all. Has gone down. And those submarines are now able to shoot this cruiser without being spotted now. Strikers are still going to come in this way. Just pulled them back? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, and KFC is still getting shot by these submarines. Is he going to destroy it though? Not quite. But he is going to try and level the playing fields when it comes to the production of sea units by using these submarines to try and take it out by the looks of it. That's what his current plan is, try to chip away at the enemy and get back into the game. He has a helicopter in the area, and that's a strange thing with helicopters because their range is so short. Probably around this area maybe. But yet they can still travel further because they land on the ground and you can just send them again. So this is what Hako has left, this island up here in just this area here. And it looks like He has a lot of pressure from KFC in this section here. And he really needs to stop KFC getting a foothold in that area. We have 2 commandos versus 2 commandos here. That might be a hard fight there. But I'm going to say that KFC's got the advantage because this one fired at this one while this one was shooting him, so he got a free hit on him. There we go. So he's using his strikers up here to try and fend off the helicopters. And they might take that one out because that one's smoking already. Not quite, they just didn't have enough time to get there. He is taking out the trade route, so Hako, again, is still trying to chip away at the enemy. He's taking out these trade boats to make this economy here not really worth it anymore. And I don't think KFC has noticed that. The submarines are really hard to sort of spot in this game when it's like that. But, to be fair, KFC does have 1,400 economy per minute. Whereas Hako has 900, so he is like 50% ahead of him. Hako does need to pull something out of the bag right now to take over. But he is doing a lot of good trades at this point. A lot of Hako's attacks are probably better trade-offs than KFC's attacks. So he took out a couple of cruisers then, and he lost 1 helicopter, so that's not a bad trade. Whereas earlier, KFC was sending his strikers in this area, and they were dying before they could really destroy anything. Which is in favour of Hako again. And all these little things will help Hako win this match. If he ends up doing so. Look at the submarines there. Did those strikers spot them? I don't think they did. I can hear an assault going on over here. Submarines trying to get through this area, but KFC's built a wall. He's got a lot of infantry on the ground over here. All the way back on this island, he's got a lot of infantry that have just been maybe forgotten about. He could bring them closer to the front lines. Now, how's the advance going on over here? So he's got these, he's got a factory being built. And you also got to remember he's got this stuff here that is constantly producing and going to be transported by boat. So this area is going to get fortified pretty quickly. Hako seems to be focused on the north a bit too much, and I think he's forgetting about that south. And even if he's not, he might just be spreading himself out a bit too much at this point in the game. So he might be forced to only focus in this area of the map. But he's going to be trying to be cheeky, sending a transport boat over here. He's going to try and take over this island next, which is relatively undefended. So Hako might just need to get a couple of units there and be able to take it over. Those helicopters are trying to destroy any units that come here before they can get destroyed themselves. But Hako has a lot of units on this island here, so if he gets across, it shouldn't be too hard for him to take it over. That is if he gets across. We do have KFC trying to advance his units across. And we've got more commandos trying to fight over that little island there. And there are submarines in this area. I think KFC has spotted this. They destroyed this of his, so he's sending in some strikers to take them out. KFC has spotted this line here, but none of his units are going for it. He's got a submarine here that could be taken down this way to take him out. And KFC's got his submarine stuck up here again. He's building them up and sending them in, but the helicopters are going to take him out extremely fast this time. That trick is not going to keep working all the time. Hako has figured it out and he's stopping it from happening in the future. We have some more of these transports going through. And I've just spotted it. I could hear him, I couldn't see him. And I'm not actually able to see them, so... Commandos are going for this airfield and they might just take him out. Submarines are attacking this area again, so... Hako is insane on the stealth right now. Submarines took out that. He managed to stop the commandos from destroying this section. But the submarines are getting through and they are trying to take out as much as they can. And it looks like those strikers are going to clear up this island for KFC. He's going to keep that section of the map. And he is slowly advancing his sea units up here. Trying to get this choke point by the looks of it. And this is probably enough of a force to take on this section. Get rid of them and take on the helicopters and push him back even further. Have a look how Hako sees this. So you can see everything that's going on here. He's got enough units there to see everything. And it's got to be a concern for him right now. But he is being pressured in the north over here at this choke point again, but those helicopters are really going to help him here. And the interceptors will prevent any strikers coming in doing as much damage as they could. Looks like we have another attack on this airfield. We're going to have 2 commandos dropped. And again by this plane. And they're going to start shooting this straight away maybe. Yep, they're taken by the strike command, so they are going to take that out probably this time. Got 4 commandos here, it's gone. The next target is going to be this missile silo. And he was able to stop this units coming in too close. Which is fortunate for Hako. He's going to be able to push back against KFC. But KFC's main navy force is down here and they're pretty much doing nothing. You could start bringing them around if you have the energy, which I'm assuming he's going to struggle with. And just as I say that, he is. The KFC can pretty much see everything that's going on there, or had been going on there. And he is trying to attack down here. He's got his artillery moving in at the side here. Got infantry setting up a nice little defense there in case he tries to come around the back. Which is exactly what he's planning to do against Hako with his units down here. As these move forward, he's going to bring these units around the back. Anyway, did KFC save his silo? Has not saved the silo, but there's no units there to defend it, so he's bringing these guys up. Got some aircraft coming in. But if Hako tries to do that again, he might be able to take out that silo as well. So he sent his helicopters in first to do the initial damage, trying to do as much damage as quick as possible. And he's going to try and chase them with these guys. There we go, he's taken out enough ships there, he's taken out 3. Can he take out a 4th? Lost 2 helicopters so far, I think. Might lose another. Nope, that survived. He's finally spotted the sub-pen here. He's passed this about 3 times now, and he's not noticed it before. Okay, so he's going to easily take that out now that it's been spotted. But submarines have still been running riot over here. This is heavily damaged. You can see them trying to sneak off. They've attacked this now. They have taken away all of these trade ships and they have absolutely been destroyed. So if he's still producing them, this is not actually earning him economy at this point. It's just costing him economy. Keep producing something that gets destroyed 5 minutes later. So as he's being attacked down here, he's now bringing up his Red Army, Red Navy over here, coming up Trying to see what's producing it. Hako is bringing everything he can to the south now to try and defend against this onslaught of artillery at his main island. There is not much he could do. He could probably try and send his infantry into this area so as they come through, you could try and rush them then. But that's about all I can suggest there at this point in the game. Anything that can be shot at the ocean's considered gone at this point. The energy while there's probably able to be hit by the cruisers. Hako's still trying to get across this water here. But unfortunately ran out of transport ships. So KFC is now focusing his fire on this energy well, like I said he could. And I'm pretty sure KFC has cleared most of this area up. He's got a cruiser just lying there right in the middle, doing nothing, but he's going to go for the energy now. So he's got a sneaky cruiser going around. The submarines are just checking around. He's trying to get a scout, see what's going on. What was that? There enemy subs there? No, he was taking out something though. So he's now going to bring the units here. He's going to try and take out as much as he can on that island, which is a lot of free kills. And at the same time, he is bringing up as much of this territory as he can. My personal opinion would be to try and take over as much of this island as possible, place down some more production, try and send in some infantry to see what's going on up there, and then try and attack with the artillery after if I deem it necessary. Or should I say not necessary, but possible. It looks like KFC has managed to save this, but it would have been better for him if Hako had destroyed it. Hako was to destroy that, it would actually increase his income because it would take away the upkeep cost of the structure. The commando's just firing through across the shoreline. I'm sure nothing's going to grow on this area again. There's artillery. So the Hako is bringing in his units, trying to get them into this area. But you probably should bring them into this area, wait for the artillery to be there, and then try and send them in at this point, because there's not as many that can fire at you at the same time. They'll be limited. But definitely building a lot of helicopters to try and take them out as they progress is definitely a good idea here. He hasn't built any SAM units to follow up with this army. At least I don't think he has. He did have some at the beginning. He does still have some there. They are following up. He's got some here. They're coming in slowly. But eventually these helicopters won't be able to do much because the SAM will just outright destroy him. But these artillery are going to be able to take on this infantry army. Hako is going to struggle with that, unfortunately. And KFC is searching around for any opportunity with his navy, and it's going to kill his energy supply pretty much completely. So he's got all of his units sweeping in from multiple different directions, just coming in around there. And at this point, you might want to just delete these lines, because they're not needed anymore. You just want to get your units straight into the battlefield, and this route's quicker. But it's important to note that KFC is doing this assault, but he's not taking it lightly. He's not just overconfident that he's won. He's still expanding through the map. And he's taking his time expanding, making sure that he does collect everything. And at the same time, trying to push Hako back into the final corner of the map. Did Hako claim this land? He did, and then he killed his units with a command there. So that command is just like the line commands at the bottom of the map. And when you press it and place it on the ground, you select which units you want to go in there, and they will die, and that helps with the upkeep costs, so you can get your economy back. Right, and at this point in the game, we are very close to the end. I'm just going to speed it up. There we go, so we're on ×2. We can see that Hako is struggling with energy. See smoke coming out of his aircraft eventually, every now and then. And this force here is struggling to get through this little section of the map now. But they are eventually going to get through this. I don't think there's much you can do about it, but Hako's sending in some commandos trying to go through the behind section. It looks like he's going to try and take out these, hoping that they are undefended. And you can see the units progressing forward, but there is a lot of SAM there. They're going to take him out before they even land. Or drop the units, you know what I mean. And Hako's bringing up units by boat into this section now. Not Hako, sorry, KFC. So he's coming straight from his reinforcement area and is bringing them straight over here instead, so that they get straight on the front lines. And that is going to cause even more problems for Hako as he tries to deal with this onslaught from here. The only thing slowing KFC down right now is his energy supply, which he could have probably done with some extra power plants throughout this game. It might have helped him during some of the battles. He's brought in some missile ships to help out with the air units, which is not a very bad idea. So Hako is really struggling now. He's going to try and bring in some units down from here. His submarines over here are going to try and take these out as they enter one by one because of the lack of energy. This might end up being a very good trade for Hako if he can get them all to fire at once and the energy for KFC diminishes. But no, it looks like KFC was able to get some energy going there. And I think Hako is about to lose his power plants. End of the match reached, so it's safe to say that Hako has lost that game, which is unfortunate for him. He is now out of the tournament. KFC has moved on to the next round, and this is the last battle of round 1. So, hello, welcome to Line War. Today we have Orbnet, who is red, and someone said that my nickname sucks, who is blue. And Orbnet is literally just here, so they're going to start this battle pretty early on. And someone said my nickname sucks. We're going to stick with nickname. So he is spreading out through these little tunnelways, these little choke points, to try and find Orbnet, which he's already spotted by now. And he has gone for 2 barracks and a factory to begin with. And I assume he placed those before. He's stopped now and he's trying to figure out what to do next. Now that he's spotted Orbnet, he's going for a naval yard. Not sure why, but he's probably trying to gain some territory over here. He knows this area is going to be safe. So it might just be to move units around quicker. But we'll see what he decides to do with that later on. Orbnet is going for a very offensive start. He's gone for 3 factories in the forest and an airfield there as well. And even though he probably can see some of them, but they're in the forest, so they're stealthed. Which might give Orbnet an advantage because Nickname won't know what Orbnet is up to at this point in the game. He might be able to reveal it with these units here. But it really does depend. Orbnet is on the run right now. These units are going to head straight for these structures over here. And I don't know what Orbnet's plan to do is. He's going to send some units straight across here. He's taking this territory, so these are going to be on the move again. He is dedicating a lot of his initial forces to expanding despite finding Nickname early on. But he has his artillery up right now, so this is going to be a lot harder for Nickname to get through. However, he does know the artillery is there, so he's going to have to respond to this. And at this point, he's going to have the ability to do so. He's gone straight into SAM units. He is expecting Orbnet to use air, which is, to be fair, pretty accurate. He has gone for an airfield. And he's still producing SAM despite seeing the artillery, so he's still expecting that SAM. That is not a random mistake or anything. And yet, this naval yard is producing transports only. I assume that these transports are going to go up here and take these guys off somewhere in a minute. These units didn't stand a chance, and Nickname did not manage to get the reveal on these structures in this forest here. So Nickname is still in the dark on what is going on with Orbnet. And it looks like Orbnet has successfully pushed through that area now, and will very likely claim this area. As soon as this unit leaves, though, he's going to start claiming this territory. We'll have a look at their economy, because they're both trying to expand with an early engagement. So Orbnet is currently on 350. Wow, Nickname is on 380, so Nickname is ahead in the game when it comes to economy. Orbnet's gone for helicopters to start with. Nickname's responding by bringing his SAM down, but he's retreated. He's going to get one shot off, but that's not going to be enough, and it'll probably recover that damage anyway, so... It was quite smart that Nickname used those anti-air straight away. However, I don't know how he's going to tackle these artillery if they decide to push through. It looks like Nickname's gone a lot into barracks. Put a lot of money into barracks. However, that might favour him in the future. Neither player has economy at their start locations, I don't think. They don't have towns, industry, or anything like that. And with Orbnet only using one barracks to help expand, it's going to take him a lot longer to do so. Whereas Nickname has a lot more barracks that he's using to expand and defend with. But infantry take the land very fast. So I'm going to suggest, guess that Nickname is going to be ahead in eco for quite a while soon. Whereas Orbnet seems to be focused on attacking Nickname. And I guess he's trying to go for the short game here. He's trying to push through as fast as he can. Taking his time though. He's not trying to rush this. The helicopters have come to engage here. The SAM's being forced to come up this way. And I don't think Nickname has enough artillery to support that attack. Defend that from that attack. So we've got quite a lot of artillery being produced here. And Orbnet is trying to produce some SAM units just in case Nickname decides to go for air himself. Certainly has made a focus on the artillery though, and he's going over the mountains, which may be in the favour of the artillery. Because to get there, they'll have to walk slower over the mountains, giving the artillery more time to fire against the infantry. That helicopter is specifically targeting that SAM unit. I think the AI does target the anti-air first, if it has the opportunity to do so. But that SAM wins against the helicopter, so that's one down. This one's going to be distracted while this one shoots back. But there the helicopter does survive, so we have this nice early engagement going on, which Nickname has been pushed back a little bit from. Orbnet is saving his economy. He's gone for energy up here. He hasn't produced many structures, so he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 structures, and Nickname has 7. So he's a bit ahead of him on production, but he has put some of that into transport boats. I can't find any more. I'm not sure where he put his boats. Oh, over here. So he sent some across over here so he can claim some territory. Even faster over here, I guess. There we go. So it looks like Orbnet is clearing up this location from Nickname. Which means we can't see everything that Orbnet has. We have to check on his side because the mountains cause stealth, so Nickname won't be able to see everything that's there yet. I think Nickname is going to get pushed back. Those helicopters are coming in a bit further in this time. He's going to try and start taking out some structures of Nicknames. And we have another factory. No, that's a barracks. That's a barracks there. And he's going to try and use that to expand up in the north over here, which Nickname is in this location. And he sent his units up here, if you remember. And I don't think Orbnet... Oh, Orbnet's come around here already. So he's coming up. There's going to be another engagement here soon. Fight for this territory down there. That helicopter is just getting away with his life there. I don't think he's going to be able to send in more helicopters over that way. Not with the SAM units there to defend him, unless they target the SAM first. Which they probably won't. So the artillery is going to try and take him out. And there's quite a lot of artillery here already. We're only at 7 minutes into the game. 8 minutes. And his artillery, quite a large enough number now to stop these attacks from doing much damage to them. Those helicopters are sticking into the top section over here rather than coming down the bottom, because that's where the SAM can get them easier. But they will start firing soon. They're coming into range now, I think. Or very soon. From Nickname's side of this, we've got pretty much just single lines of units going in there, and that's probably something that's really not helping him against these artillery right now. They're going in one at a time, or at least relatively. He's trying to build up his artillery and he's trying to hold them back with the infantry, so this might actually be a good idea. Just to point that out. Because if he did bring his infantry back, these units will be starting to progress forward again. He's bringing his artillery back. He's trying to save the artillery, he's sending infantry over there mostly. But they are being split up over here. Nickname's trying to bring his infantry down and trying to target some structures down here while they're undefended. And over in this section, it looks like both players decided they didn't want to engage over here. And since Nickname's got this navy yard and he has his transports that he wants already, it might be wise for him to demolish that structure to get some income back from it. Nickname is expanding this map quite well. Where's his boats? They're still up there, so he's going to try and bring some over here. He has done already. He's got one there already. He's put a barracks on the mountain there to be hidden, as well as allow him to gain some extra control. Those artillery there are pretty much destroying anything that comes close to it. I think he's going to start bringing in his artillery now to try and hold off this attack. But these SAM units might get caught off guard. He's definitely taken out one. The other one's coming in line of this one, but I don't know if it's going to get destroyed. Probably not. The infantry down here are going to be challenged now. Orbnet thinks he can try and take control of the southern part of the map. So he's going to try and push forward over there. Let's have a look where he's gotten to. So Orbnet's pretty much taken over this whole section of the map. And he's definitely going down here. Soon he'll be able to focus all of his efforts on expanding into Nickname's territory. So how much income has he got? He's got 656, whereas Nickname has basically 600. So I think Orbnet is now ahead of Nickname. Yep. Orbnet is beating him on production and on eco at this point in the game, which is not good for Nickname. Nickname's units are a bit too spread out, but unfortunately I don't think he has much of a choice in this. Orbnet's forces are coming in from all directions. He's got air units there to try and take out any frontline units. And the SAM units there I just don't think are in enough numbers to take them out. There's a lot of helicopters and a lot of artillery. I think he might lose another helicopter here unless they're going to spread out the damage. That's unfortunate, because if he did target this one, he would have managed to get the destroyer on it. He still managed to get a destroyed one, but that's unfortunate for Orbnet now. Orbnet's front line is taking heavy losses, but at the same time it is being reinforced more than it's being destroyed. In the south, Orbnet is still expanding through this territory, and he stops Nickname's territory from being expanded. He's pretty much claimed everything down here now, or definitely soon will. On Nickname's side of things, he is definitely struggling on the front line and will soon lose this production structure. He is sending some more units in to claim this area that Orbnet has taken off of him, whilst at the same time he's expanded over here. I think he's missed a few territories. I think that was on purpose, just to expand as far as he could. The boats over here are just doing nothing now, so they're just there. And he is still trying to claim up stuff up here, so... And it looks like Nickname's trying to kill this one unit of his, but it just wouldn't die. So I probably would have just left it there. And see a bit further in, just do some extra damage. It was probably going to die anyway. Now at this point, some of these artillery are distracted by shooting this, so it might give Nickname the advantage to try and get some free shots in. Might be able to benefit from that. However, it looks like Nickname is struggling in this game right now to hold off Orbnet. We just have a fight at the artillery at the minute. We've got pre-production structures of artillery, and I think that's pretty much what he's focused on. Whereas Orbnet has 4 artillery production, which is also being supported by the helicopters. It looks like, though, Nickname is able to push back now. He's destroyed this front line of artillery. However, Orbnet was aware that he was going to lose this fight. By the looks of it, he's holding his units back a bit more so he can build up a new force. But Nickname's going to have these units come into about the same location. They might end up going straight back into the fight. Down here we have the engagement of the southern part of the territories. And with Nickname's units clumped together, they might actually have a bigger chance of defeating these units. But unfortunately, I think Orbnet does have production down there because they are being reinforced. Yeah, so he's got 2 lines of production here. And he's now built a factory down here. I think his plan is to control this area to have another way to get access to Nickname's base, either through this section or this section. So I think that's why he's prioritizing that heavily. Orbnet's trying to sneak some units around the top to stop him from getting out away from that line. Looks like Nickname's going to lose the southern part once again. The Nickname can see this line, even though they're in the mountain. He's got enough units there to see through it and be able to spot those units. So he's trying to go up here to try and go around them instead. But it looks like Orbnet has decided to take away his line. He's going to try and bring his units round and curve around him. And those SAM are being brought in now as the helicopters take off. It's quite an intense battle from the beginning at the point. I mean, originally, Orbnet's structures were here, so Orbnet has pushed Nickname all the way back over here. And is pretty much choking him at this point in the game. He's trying to prevent him from getting access to any other part of the map. But Nickname does still have some production up here, and he has built an airfield. I don't know what his plan is with that airfield, but it looks like he's going to have to defend it as well, because Orbnet has control over this section between the 2 bases. There you go. As I said about destroying this earlier, it looks like Nickname has done that. You can hear the beeping, which is about to make this explode. Now that won't have the upkeep cost, so he can do whatever he wants with that extra cash. Orbnet has doubled his line here. He's trying to push through slowly by the looks of things. And he's going to try and get them here eventually, I think is the plan. Once he has enough units to push back Nickname once again. From Orbnet's perspective, he has no idea what's up here. He does know that Nickname has territory here though, so he is expanding and he's trying to find out soon. I think he's hoping nothing's there, that he's just going to find territory. Now on the southern part of the map, we've got some artillery being put in through this way as well. Now he's got 2 factories down here. So this is just more structures that are coming down here, increasing his production and pressure in a different location. He has pushed this line forward now, which is really going to add pressure to Nickname. He is going to want to get out of this location as soon as possible. And I do know that he had a lot of units over here trying to claim territory, but has he done much with it? He's got barracks, he's building a town. He's trying to increase his income so that he can try and push back against Orbnet as well. Got barracks up there too. But other than that, it doesn't look like Nickname has much of a way out of here. He wants to defend this area and destroy Orbnet from here. So he's got an airfield here. He's using that to use bombing runs over here because he's noticed that Orbnet doesn't seem to have much anti-air. He's got some there, but he's definitely focused a lot on artillery. And has he been spotted over here? He definitely has. So Orbnet spotted these commandos and he's taken them out with those helicopters as fast as he can, because commandos are a big old pain in the butt. It's always good to have them, but it's never good to fight them. There we go. So he's taken those out. They're not a problem anymore. But he's spotted the structure and he's going to take that out pretty quick with those helicopters too. It looks like he's building a navy yard because he wants to take over this location over here. I think he's going to get this territory, which Nickname could have got this boat to take over this territory instead. She decided against. Orbnet spotted the airfield. He's going to try and take that out as best he can. He is still applying the pressure. He's going to go for a proper attack now, going straight through the middle. And this line commands only infantry and the artillery, so he's going to try and set up a four-way pathway through this area, try and take these guys out. And the air units have pretty much completely moved to fight this battle up here, and this airfield will not last long against this amount of helicopters. The airfield's finally gone down. That's got to make Orbnet happy. It's going to relieve the pressure from him up in that area. He can then just focus on the south and down here. But unfortunately for Nickname, that's just added pressure for him. He's got nowhere to go at this point. He can only keep this area of the map, which he's still yet to claim fully. And Orbnet is trying to push through as hard as he can with his artillery, and he's slowly breaking Nickname down. And as soon as he does, even if he loses this front assault here, he's going to be able to push through around here soon as well. Let's have a look at what he's got down here. So he's got these units moving in across here to take territory. He's got a couple of units straying off up here to assist in this area after they take the territory. Orbnet's playing for the long game as well, just in case. He's making sure he's thinking about the future. He's building a town. I don't know whether he's got anything else going on over there. So he's got another town and a docks. He's got navy units there, and he's taken over the ocean as well, increasing his energy supply because he is quite low on energy right now. But he is only using it for helicopters, so I think he's claimed everything over there. I don't think Nickname has anything up in that section of the map anymore. Oh, he does. He's changed his mind. He's gone for a bit more of a navy attack. He's going to try and get his transports to sneak across over this water here. So it looks like even now Nickname is being outnumbered in this location. He's got two airfields here that he can use to support over the water, so it's going to take a long time for these units to get to those. So they might be able to do a lot of damage over time. Nickname's going to try and take some territory away from Orbnet across the water now, because he's definitely going to lose this area. He's building missile ships because he knows the helicopters are nearby, but I just don't think he's going to be able to build them fast enough. That is far too many helicopters for this to be efficient. And the transport boat there is going to try and be blocked by this one, by the looks of it. This one's just trying to get to this island. Yeah, he's trying to take that territory, but it looks like he has been spotted. I don't know if Orbnet is going to do anything about that right now. He doesn't have any units in the area. He might have missed it. But he is building some navy units himself. These helicopters could try and attack this. I'm not sure how he's going to deal with it. I'll try my best to keep an eye on it. We've got this attack still going on, and Nickname has built up some more artillery to try and push back against Orbnet. Orbnet's forces are not in a great position right now. They've got to get into more of a flat line against these units, otherwise they are going to have the advantage in this fight. It seems like the reinforcements were killed, but Orbnet has a lot of units in this forest here, and they're going up, and they're going to go this way. So they're splitting up in about half, maybe less than half on this side. But Orbnet wants to apply as much pressure as he can in this area, I think. That's his plan there. But he has no anti-air. Oh yeah, he does. He's got some coming in. He's got some anti-air coming in through here, so even with Nickname's airfields, they might not produce these helicopters fast enough for him. What can Orbnet see over here now? Nickname see over here. So he's got these commandos in this area. He's taking this territory. I think he's going to try and build some structures in that territory. And my next move would be to try and take out this structure. If I could. Take away his eco. Without trying to take the land. Orbnet's units have aligned themselves a lot better now. So they're going to be able to hold off against any attacks coming towards them at this point in the game. Nickname's trying to bring his units around here to stop any of Orbnet's forces coming through that choke point there. And it looks like Nickname's forces are thinning out once again, and Orbnet's forces are holding strong there. I'm not sure how long Nickname's going to be able to hold this area for. We've got two cruisers in the waters here, and I think he's trying to take the territory. He's also searching for Nickname, because he must have seen the boat that was here at one point. And it doesn't look like Orbnet has spotted the commandos that were in this location here. But this northern battle is pretty much over at this point. I think those helicopters are going to destroy this. The infantry will take the land. And Orbnet will own this location soon. Those helicopters are very powerful, especially in large numbers. They take out structures very quickly. Which means Orbnet can pretty much focus on this area of the map, except for with those commandos that are hiding back, running riot. So let's see what they are doing. Because Nickname certainly hasn't forgotten about them. He's building as close to the edge of the map as he can. And he is trying to get some vision, I think. He's going to try and take some things out eventually. So Nickname is trying to play smart. He's doing the best he can with what he's got. It's just unfortunate that his opponent seems to have more than him at this point in the game. The helicopters are pretty much the only thing standing between the force down here and the base up here. And when I say standing, I mean flying, obviously, but they still need to land in the territory to repair, or well, to refuel. And let's hope they don't land in this territory, or here, right on the edge. Is Orbnet still trying to go for an attack? He is. And it's these infantry that are holding this force back. Because every time one comes close, they have to deploy like this. And it just takes time for them to fire and shoot it, and then they have to deploy, undeploy to move again, and deploy again to fight again. Artillery seems to be the main weapon to beat your opponent in this game, but there are certainly a lot of ways to hold them off and slow them down. Orbnet is aware that Nickname has structures in this section of the map. So he is going to try and advance, apply pressure, and see what push he gets back. I am quite impressed with how Nickname has held this area of the map for as long as he has. Even considering this is where he started, and Orbnet is practically surrounding him at this point. And Nickname is still there holding it strong as much as he can. There we go. So we're back at Orbnet. Is he worried about this area of the map? He is not. He has taken this map. He's bringing his units down. They're going to come down through this area to come back and join the fight here. And Orbnet has built a rocket that I have missed. And that rocket is going straight over into this base here. And that will probably hit around here. No, he's gone a bit further in. He's trying to take as much production structures out as possible. There isn't a big enough army to focus on. But there is now just one artillery here and 2 production structures. That is not going to be enough to hold this area. That was a really good use of that rocket. So Orbnet pretty much controls all of the map that he wants here. What is Nickname doing with this part of the game now? So Nickname has most of the units here that he's got to fight against and stop them. He has started a very good job at trying to produce eco in this game. However, you've got to remember that Orbnet is producing naval units and trying to take the land over here, so he's potentially ready for an assault to go up this way. Orbnet is being absolutely relentless in this match. We've only got 2 barracks here defending against these artillery, and Nickname is struggling with his eco. He's got a decent amount of eco, 1,000 per minute, whereas Orbnet is at 2,000 per minute. So that is definitely where Orbnet is getting most of his units from. He's claimed all of the territory in this water here, so he's going to be able to do what he wants in this section. He could start producing transports, which he is. He's got 1 transport coming out there. And it looks like he's completely cleared this section of the map. He's got this missile silo there still, which he could destroy. He could demolish it, because that is not in range of anything useful right now. And it is using up a lot of his economy. By the time it becomes useful again, you may as well buy it again, and you'd have saved yourself the money. Because the upkeep cost over that amount of time wouldn't be worth not buying it in the future. If that makes sense. So Nickname still has a plan over in that section. This section he is losing control of it as well. Doesn't seem to be able to control much of the map in the areas he's at, but he is putting everything he can into this section of the map. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 barracks. Another barracks producing here and 2 factories. And he's just trying to build up this force slowly. Scouting out with his commanders, trying to find out what Orbnet's doing. And eventually we'll come out with a massive army in this section of the map without Orbnet realizing. So that is Nickname's plan. Secret base that's going to catch Orbnet way off guard. But Orbnet is funneling all of his units, which he has a mass load of units, into this area. They are coming from all over the map into this stream. And eventually going to come up to this section of the map. However, a lot of his units are coming here, and he's going to transport straight across the water. He does only have 1 transport boat at this point, but he is going to be building more. He has spotted this airfield now, so these naval units, the cruisers can attack them, and the anti-air can stop anything taken off. Not that anyone is using jets. But those helicopters have grown in numbers actually, and they're going to take out these quite well, but there's a lot of anti-air in this section of the map. So Orbnet's units are coming in through this way, and he's got his SAM to gather in this section here to protect them as they travel. And he's pretty much taken out all of Nickname's helicopters. And now he's ready to bring in his helicopters, and he's building 2 missile silos. Which I think I'm going to use for the thumbnail. That just looks funny. That is literally showing his superiority in economy in this game. But little does he know, there is a big army appearing over in this section of the map. By the looks of it, as I said, it would be better to destroy the structure. He did. But as soon as these are built, those helicopters took out those airfields quickly, but as soon as these structures are built, he's going to lose 1,000 credits, or whatever they're called, capital, on trying to get these to produce a rocket each. And Orbnet is happily taking his time with this match, trying to gather all the territories before moving on. He spotted a group of units, so he's sending his ships over there to try and damage them as much as possible before his main army gets there. I'd like to see what Nickname plans over here, so I'm going to keep Nickname's camera over here and just going to keep checking it. He is sending some units up into this section to retake this area that he had once before. And I've only just noticed, but Orbnet actually set up a trade route over here. Which is interesting to note. That's probably something that is really helping with his economy at this point, which is at 2,200. Whereas Nickname is at 800 per minute. Go back. So Nickname is desperately trying to save this town in the docks here. But those helicopters are going to come in very soon. These nukes will be ready at some point in this game, a bit later on I think. And Orbnet is setting up a ton of production over in this area. Here the helicopters come. These infantry won't stand much of a chance against these helicopters. I think they're pretty much going to take everything out there. But he does have some helicopters down here ready to fight soon. And that has gone. Both the docks and the town there destroyed at the same time. There's a massive flood of units just coming in, streaming through at multiple different lines. But I'm going to check Nickname's section over here. He's pretty much doing everything there. He's going to take out the energy over here, which will reveal something's wrong to Orbnet, because he's going to hear this noise in a minute about his energy supply being attacked. There we go. So it's just been hit, so we can have a look over here. You can see it's been damaged. And it looks like Nickname has set up those commands really well, because these commandos are at the locations hitting all at the same time. So he's destroyed that one, and that one, and he's about to destroy this section without Orbnet being able to respond. That is a great stealth attack there. That was very well organised. So Orbnet must be aware he's lost all of his energy supply all at the same time. He has nothing to use now with his helicopters. Unfortunately for Nickname, he doesn't require much that uses energy apart from his navy, which Nickname can't do anything about. The helicopters have stopped, which is really good for Nickname. However, the main force at the bottom here will still be moving forward. They don't require energy to move, or fire. Anyway, what's going on with these rockets up here? I can hear some beeping that's being destroyed, so there we go. We have 2 rockets being built at this point in the game now. Oh, he's decided to take one away. So he's decided to get rid of that one because, probably because of energy. So he's realised something's up. He's building loads of production over here. He's panicking a bit. But he has the economy to do it. I wouldn't say he's panicking a lot, but he's wondering what Nickname has planned at this point in the game. So Nickname's got these SAM units here to defend, and he's just pretty much producing commandos to try and do some sneaky damage, take over a lot of the map at the same time. Which is really good for Nickname. He is one of the best at holding out in this game I've seen so far. But it looks like he is going to lose a lot of the territory in the right side of the map. Orbnet is going to plow his units through up this area, taking everything out, and I don't think this rocket's needed anymore with the amount of units he's got there. But he can see what's being built up in the mountains over here, which I don't even think is going to get built in time. So we're following these units over this way. They're going to get a bit confused with the line commands going back and forth, I think. They seem to be circling over a command that might be pointing this way. I can see there's an arrow pointing that way, so they get confused and they sort of circle around like the Ant's death spiral. Commandos are taking out some units over here. So he needs to group them up so they can see the commandos a lot easier, which he is doing. And there we go, the commandos are going to be trying to take out these artillery once again. Some nice little sneaky tactics there from Nickname. But unfortunately for Nickname, it was just too little, too late. That rocket's nearly ready. I don't know where Orbnet plans to fire that. He might not even need it at all in this game. So is Orbnet ready to see? No, these units keep getting taken out by the commandos before they can really do much. So Nickname is situated in this top section of the map now. Concerned about what's going on down here. The helicopters there. The only other parts of the map are up here where the commandos are slowly taking, as Orbnet is also distracted down here. But he has taken up a good portion of this section of the map now. And is controlling most of it with commandos only, but he's out of eco. So he's only got 800 per minute, but his outgoings are 870. Doesn't have enough eco to support the army he needs. Push back enough. But he has good visibility, so he can see what army is coming towards him, and he might be able to take him out with commandos. There we go, we've got one lonely barracks in the top area over here, sending in units one at a time to their death in this section of the map. Let's go back to Orbnet, see what he's doing. Is that rocket ready, or has he destroyed it? I think he destroyed his own rocket again, or is that... Yeah. He had those rockets here, I think he's got rid of it. I'm going to put it on ×2 at this point. There we go, so we've got ×2 speed now. We've got these artillery trying to push up there to take out that one barracks that's left over. We've got the factories here on this side of the map. We have the commandos still trying to go through this area, taking over as much land as they can. He's producing commandos from here. He's increased his economy with the territory claims he's managed to make. And he is moving out these SAM units, along with some tank units there. And he's bringing them out to the front lines to try and see if he can stop these helicopters that have been put there. They might have been better to bring out earlier, but we do have Orbnet's whole army coming this way by the looks of it. Those helicopters are just circling around. They're going to take out anything that comes close to them. They will be able to spot the commandos. Looks like they're there protecting another army. So we've got this army up here on the top right of the map. They're going to find this barracks eventually. They will destroy it. There's another one being built there, which Orbnet can see. And Orbnet is streaming in as many units as he can into this area of the map. Trying to fight back from Nickname, who managed to sneak attack from around the back. He's got tanks coming in at this point. But there we go. So we've reached the end of the map. And those tanks would probably be quite easily destroyed by the swarm here, unfortunately. I think Nickname did an amazing job holding out in that match. And Orbnet was very fast to try and push back against Nickname early on in this game. So let me know what you think. Hello, welcome to Line War. Today we've got Valathor versus Animorph. Valathor has started here, he's crossed the water here, he's gone for 2 navy yards to begin with and a couple of barracks. Whereas Animorph has started right next to him practically. They must have started away enough to avoid the blacklisting, but they did end up blacklisted on this island here. Animorph has gone for 2 airfields. To begin with, he has access to an energy well when he needs it. I'm assuming he's going to go for strikers. And he's got a factory there. And after that, he's just going to continue expanding this island. This is a strange map, so we've got one island here, which they both wanted at the beginning. We've got this top island here, which Balathor is currently on. He's hiding his units as far away as he can. Then we've got this island over here, which has an like trade route really close together. You could have started like this. And it goes down, and then the rest of the map is mostly islands, but there's a lot of energy around this section of the map. It's very interesting indeed. One side's economy, the other side's energy. On Valafor's side, let's have a look. Now he's going to circle around this map and capture all the territory. But he certainly has enough navy yards to be able to produce a vast amount of units. And if he goes missile ships, he might be able to avoid those these air units that Valafor's going for. But obviously he doesn't know that. He's just trying to capture more land at this point in the game. He's going to cross the island over here, which could give him a good economy boost later in this game if he decides to take that path. Animorph looks like he's going straight for an invasion. He's getting boats ready and barracks right here. He's got his factory there. They're going to start going across to this section of the map soon, I believe. And Valathor is trying to push and retreat with these units. But he did get a bit of a scout off. He can see the airfields now because of that move. So he can pretty much see exactly what Valafor's planning, and Valafor doesn't know Animorph's planning, and Animorph doesn't know what Valathor's doing. He has one striker on each airfield. And normally you wouldn't want to reveal them, which is why I wouldn't use them. So right now, because they've been scouted, I would start using them straight away. Especially while your energy is scarce at this point in the game, until you get a new one. He is, by the looks of it. He's sending them out. He's going to check out what's on this part of the island to make sure that Valathor isn't in that area. And if he is, he can start attacking them. So he can see some units there already. Which I assume Valafor did because he needed to. No, he just got there naturally anyway, but he would have probably wanted to put a defense force here anyway in case they start crossing the water. He has started producing missile boats only so far. These look like more missile boats. So they're going to cut across over here and try and stop anything from being produced from this navy yard at all. We've also got some energy over here, but this is kind of right in the eyesight of the strikers. So those strikers could quite easily take that out. It looks like Valathor's just focused on trying to take this island, trying to have good vision over it. And later on we'll probably try and go for the eco. Got his missile ships going in now, and Animorph is almost undefended. He's got one being built. He might be able to take out the transport. However, I think this missile ship will be enough to defend with time and the strikers. It won't be too much of a problem for Animorph to defend against. But to be fair, it looks like Animorph has forgotten about his energy. That's something he's going to need to start building. Looks like he's got one coming up now, so that should cover him for a little while. Animorph's next target probably should be this. He's got a foothold on Valathor's island now. And Valathor lost his grip on this territory here by the looks of it. What else is anyone planning on doing? I think they're still just trying to claim their islands. Make sure they've got a secure point there, and as soon as this is done, I'm sure these strikers are going to be back on the move. Bringing some units up to defend it. I think he's worried about commandos dropping on top of it. Because that would be a good way to expand on this map, and the usual way people take. And you've got to remember that Animorph hasn't really explored Valathor's base yet, so he doesn't know what's going on there. And it looks like Animorph is going to try and take over some land over here for extra eco. While he still can, but he needs this to start up to be able to do that. And we have barracks being set up on this piece of land here. Right on Valafor's doorstep. But Valafor has a plan too. And he's going to try and take over the bottom of Animorph's base. While Animorph has no vision there. I don't think he can see the ocean there at all. Oh, he can spot this. And he's intercepting here. He's set up a command really far away. I think those strikers might actually reach there in time. A lot of people mispredict this and they put it too close, me included. I reckon the boat's going to be about here when those strikers get there. We'll have to find out. No, it's a bit further away, so even I misjudged it then, but he's going to kill one of them. Definitely kill one of them. There we go, that went down on the first practical hit there. Now, Animorph does still have some structure, some units down there, so he can still defend this. He's found the energy well there. He could probably hit that with the strikers, which I'm sure he saw that earlier, but I think he's going to try and hit that with the infantry units. So we have a lot of strikers already in this game right now from Animorph. And Valathor has seen them a few times. And I don't see that many SAM units. He's got a few. But he might need to focus on anti-air a bit more in this game. I know he's got mostly missile ships. I think that's what he plans to use for defense. But they're going to take a little longer to get round and into these sort of places that he's going to need to be at. And Valathor's going for some air units for himself in a different direction. I heard a commando then. Yep, these guys are coming out as commandos here, so he's got some stealth tactics in mind. What about Animorph's units going this way? So he's got one man over here so far trying to take over an entire island. Bit of a castaway over there. So I get the feeling that Animorph here has a lot of firepower with these SAM units, but he doesn't want to try and take this on, go round, or anything like that, because he might be worried about these SAM units that are there to defend. And I think he's not willing to risk his strikers trying and take out that energy supply. However, if he were to do so, that is Valathor's only air supply, and it would ground energy supply, and it would stop these units from moving. It might have been a possibility to attack. Obviously, Animorph doesn't exactly know Valathor's situation. We've got the missile ships taking on the infantry on the ground here. Animorph's grouped his units up here to try and defend this area rather than pushing them forward. There is only 2 units there, so he should be fine. But there is more coming in from the forest and mountains. He doesn't know how many is there. He's got an artillery pretending to be a plane on the airfield. So he's just sat there ready to take off. And I think Animorph's biding his time because he knows that he's got control over most of this map as well. So he's got the advantage here. He can control everything that goes on this side of the map. And I think it might be just as valuable as this side when it comes to territory alone. But I think the economy on the right-hand side of the map is definitely more valuable in the long run. Those strikers are going to try and take out all of these all at once with the inclusion of SAM and missile ships and the cruiser there. This army is going to get torn up by everything at this point, which will give the strikers pretty much free reign over Valathor's base. Valathor has retreated and he's trying to get away as fast as he can. Animorph's leaving his air units there. He might end up losing this section here because these are a lot of commandos in the area, so we can't even see how many units are there. He's called back this command so that they can start on this command here. So they're going to go back, they're going to come back in here and start taking on the units that are there. And at this point, those missile ships won't be able to come into the section to assist them in any way. Balfour tried to push through again, but he has been spotted, and Animorph is going to take those 2 stray ships out. And unfortunately, Animorph has lost his ground here. But the strikers will be able to clear up that area, and he might be able to build something there again. Now, Valathor might be able to take over a lot of this island soon. So, and I've just noticed the commandos did drop in over here, like I said earlier that he was worried about. And he took out the storage, which was a lot of energy. But will he take out this energy supply as well? Got 1 commando left, it's just going in there. The strikers come out and blew him up, so no. So that energy well survives. And let's have a look at their economy then. So we've got 570 for Animorph. Valafor, I think he's got more, so 668. There we go, and Valafor has reclaimed this island. There we go. He's taken back control over his main island. He has control over this island, which is going to give him a lot of economy, even in just land. There is more territory to claim on that land than there is on these 4 little islands over here. And it looks like we're going for a big swarm of strikers over here from Valafor. So, Valafor can see these 2 airfields, and Animorph is pretty much focused on this island here. He can't get access to this island yet because he's focused mostly on here, and I think Valathor is going to do a massive surprise attack by air later on. He just needs to make sure he's got the energy to supply that attack, which he is preparing right now. As you saw then with the placement of that energy well. And when these have sufficient amount, he is going to be able to overwhelm Animorph without Animorph realizing what's going to hit him soon. Valafor just needs to hold out on this island here and stop Animorph from invading, but also have the ability to invade later as well. There you go, those commandos are sneaking up on those artillery. They couldn't see them in time, so they couldn't get the extra damage out. There you go, the artillery get overwhelmed by the commandos. These infantry will also have the same issue. And this single boat is just not producing or not transporting enough units there to get them into that position. But the strikers will clear up those commandos. So this is going to be a bit of a back and forth territory claim here. Have a look at his expansion so far. So he's managed to do that. He is trying to claim that territory back. He has no idea what's going on this island here yet. But there is something going on here. Have a look. Valathor. Yeah, he's got some commandos coming in through that by boat. There we go. It wasn't dropped in by plane over here, I don't think, because he hasn't got any... There we go, we've got the jets coming in now. I've just spotted this being damaged here, so... have a quick look over there. Yeah, we've got a commando that snuck through. He's going to take out that energy supply just when Valafor needs it as well. So these strikers are going to come in. He's been hit with the energy. He's just lost this energy supply while he's doing this massive attack. And these strikers came in at just the right time. There you go, they destroyed one airfield which had the most strikers on it as well. So he's destroyed all of those strikers. That is a lot of eco to have lost there, or value to have lost there. And if he's got the energy to do it, he could do it just again here. Might be still worth the damage output there. I mean, the commando's going to do most of the damage here. Animorph has taken his claim on this land again here. There we go, so that commando's moving around slowly. He's running around away from those SAM units, shooting while he moves. And while the SAM units are distracted and spread out, I think that's what he's planning to do with his strikers. He's going to try and take them out as they go. Not that the lines or setup actually matters too much with air units, because they end up flying over the pathway anyway, but still. Have a look at Orbnet's expanse. He is taking over this island. It looks like he's maybe forgotten about it a little. Will he get both of these airfields? I don't know. He's already taken one out earlier. It's got a lot of SAM here this time, and the strikers are off the ground. It's like a proper little dogfight going on now. So the strikers, there's 4 red strikers versus 9 or 7 or 8 blue strikers. And they were not able to destroy this airfield by the looks of things. However, he has spotted the commando down here. He's taken it out. But he's still going to send some units down there, I think, to check out that section. We've got a Navy battle going on here, which for some reason I've only just noticed. The difference is that Animorph has gone for some cruisers, which might be able to sway the battle here. Those cruisers can take a lot of damage before they go down. And they can deal a lot of damage to stuff like missile ships. Which unfortunately Animorph needed at the time, because he could only build these to defend himself against the strikers that were there. He no longer needs those now. He might need to build some more cruisers to counter the cruisers that are being built here. And if I was Valor, I'd be a bit more concerned about this army that's already on his base right now. The strikers are coming back in, though. They are going to take this out now. There's no way Animorph's going to be able to defend from that. Those strikers go down. Both buildings have gone. Don't know if that was caused by splash damage. Let me know in the comments if you think that was splash damage. I'm pretty sure it was. Unless there were just 2 sets of targets. There we go. So we've got those coming on up there. We've literally got air battles, sea battles, and ground battles going on all at the same time here. I think Valifor needs to retreat over here and build up his navy fleet again. He is only fighting 2, but he's just not strong enough to take him out. It's bringing down a lot of units from this section of the map. He's going to try and push back against Animorph. But these strikers are going to come back in again, and they're going to lay waste to Animorph's base there. There we go. He's going to take out the only SAM unit that's defending that section of the map. And his strikers are just going to attack anything and everything that they can see. They are pretty much unchallenged in that area. So Animorph is losing to air units in the south. In the middle, he's just about winning with 1 cruiser left over in the sea. And in the north, he is winning on the ground. Eventually, if Animorph can do it, he's going to be able to push through and start trading bases with Valithor. But unfortunately, those strikers are going to stop the reinforcements going in this area, so Animorph's army here will slowly diminish over time. Let's have a quick look at their economy before things change again. So Animorph is on 660 and Valithor is on 800, so this area has proven beneficial to Valithor at this point in the game. Whereas Animorph, he does have this section of the map. He is trying to expand in it again. And he has unfortunately lost this area of the map. Which means Valithor can start taking it back over again. And Animorph only has 2 factories being produced here. He hasn't got them produced there now. So he's got a sub-pen. He's being taken over here. And that's pretty much his only production. He's got barracks there. Valithor has free range over this section of the map. He just doesn't know it yet. I mean, he can see a lot with those strikers, but you know what I mean. Where'd they come from? He's got 3 airstrips in the forest at his main base now, so he can get some extra range in the north. And it won't be long until he has control over this island. He'll be able to put strikers in there too. If Animorph can't do anything about it. We've got the one commando down here. He's going to try and take out these 2 units. I think they're not going to be enough to detect his stealth, so he's just going to happily kill them without them seeing it. There we go. We can see that Valathor is building some towns over here. And that is going to be pretty much for that trade route, I would expect. These commandos are sneaking around trying to destroy these structures before they get and build anything and before they become an issue. But Animorph is trying to build as much as he can here. And is finding that commandos are running around on his island without his permission. So he's going to have to stop them before he can do anything about it. It looks like Animorph is going to push back to these islands here and try to make up a defense in this section of the map. Before he's going to be able to try and save this island. And it doesn't matter about those commandos, which is what Animorph was worried about. These strikers are going to come in and finish the job anyway. There we go, so they're taking out 2 of the production structures here. This one's about to go down. And we've got some more strikers coming in from the north. There we go, that's gone down. And the airfield is the last thing on this island that produces any units. That is now down as well. The Valathor has a nice swarm of jets here. Strikers that can pretty much take out anything. But they do cost a lot of energy to run. There we go, he's sending them back on their way. He is still producing more because he's got the airstrips up here. He sent most of them up there to be able to produce a lot more. Now, Valathor is going to be able to take over this island after he gets enough units onto it. What is Animorph planning to do next? So he's got his sub-pen hidden over in there. He's trying to hide in the forest there, try and get anything going in this island to take it back. And he is pretty much fixated on that island. He's not going to retreat there. He's just trying to take the territory there. He's just going to keep trying to build here and try and take back this island, which is definitely a good idea. If you can do it without the commandos spotting you. Which they can't. They can see this territory, but they can't see through the forest. So Valathor's bringing back his commandos over here to be picked up by the transport boats to send over there. It looks like he's concerned about something being placed there, so he's trying to scout out the map, make sure Animorph doesn't do anything that Valathor doesn't know about. It's going to cost him a lot of energy for these scouts though, because you can't just send a single unit over there. They're going to stray off to try and take out this energy well with those commandos there. And now Valathor is building his own production structures in this area. Animorph has successfully started producing some units. He's got SAM units being built here. He's got infantry there. More infantry hiding in the forest here. And these submarines just patrolling the map. Checking out the bottom of the map so he can have visibility on the ground. He knows something's here. Because he can't see it, it's probably commandos. There we go, so let's have a look from Valathor. So he's in the mountains. They can't see that either. There's 2 energy wells right next to each other on this island. Looks like he's filling up all the slots on his airfields. They're going to be off again. He's checking in this forest here. He spotted some units in the trees. So he's assuming there's production there, I would have thought. And those strikers are not going to waste time. They're going to take him out quite quick. Have a look from Animorph's point of view. So you can see the strikers coming in now. They're going to come in through that section. They're going to join in the middle. And they're going to take him out. Unfortunately, Animorph was spotted once again. And the amount of strikers that Valifor has won't take him long to destroy anything in this forest right now. If it was possible, probably the forest itself. There we go, he's losing more structures now. He's still got these 3 down here though. He might still be able to defend this island. I don't think those strikers were close enough to this forest to spot everything, but he has spotted something. So, the accumulative vision from everything all the activity going on here has revealed the barracks in that area and the units. My next best guess would be these strikers are probably going to come into this area. There we go, so the strikers are coming into that part of the map now. Animorph has 3 structures there, he's got some structures there. But if you lose all your structures in this game, you're out. But it looks like Animorph is building all over the map right now. Those submarines are going to take out those missile ships. I don't think Valifor can see those because they're stealth too, so these are being attacked by an invisible force. And these guys are being attacked by an overwhelming force. Yep. Definitely won't take long for those strikers to clear up that area. And as he does so, these commandos are going to be taking all this territory for themselves. There we go, so we got the last one going down now. And let's have a look at the eco one last time. We've got 1,290 from Valathor and Animal. Doing his best to maintain anything, but he's got 700 coming in every minute. Animal's trying to clear up this section of the map. He knows the commanders are there, so he's sending his units in to try and take back the territory. He's got a helicopter placement there, so the helicopter comes in as soon as it's ready. Other than that, he's just got some energy supply over here. And he's going to need to try and take back this island as soon as he can. He's sending his submarines this way. He's trying to see if Valathor has a trade route set up. And if he does, he might be able to do a lot of damage with this. I can imagine this transport's probably going to go down soon. I'm wondering why it's just stood there doing nothing, to be honest. Okay, he sent his strikers over here thinking they'd just wait, but they're not. They're on the attack, and they have been spotted by these strikers anyway. And those strikers are going to take down a lot of these submarines. The submarines have no defense against strikers, as you would expect. So he's redirecting his strikers now. They're going to have to land before they can come back to this command here. But Valafor can see that they are retreating. Yep, and Animorph has decided to send them back away. You can't see this energy well, I've just noticed. I don't know if Valathor is still going to try and find those submarines with these strikers, or if he's just going to try and protect this area. Not that I think it matters too much. So, Valathor is going to push through down here now. That's his next target. He's built some airstrips in the mountains here that he can send his strikers there, and now they've got greater range, they can come down here and start taking on units and structures there. Which it looks like Animorph was successful at trying to take out these commandos down here. He's setting himself up to attack back, but not realizing those strikers are being pushed forward. So far, Animorph has one helicopter ready to defend this area with. Which unfortunately is not going to be enough against the strikers that are coming in. However, he is doing his best to try and take Valathor off guard, and he's going to send some infantry up here. Might have been better to try and take over this section of the map. Try and bring him up a bit further north, a bit more away from the vision. But nonetheless, it should be easy enough to try and figure something out to do with that. I think these strikers are going to tear up these structures before they can actually produce the SAM unit required to take out the strikers. But he is building a missile ship once again. He's going to try and use that to defend himself. And unfortunately, I think Animorph is right at the end of his game right now. Time limit is nearly up. He's about to lose his last production on this island once again. And the end of the match has been reached. Animorph has given up and will be going into the losing round of the tournament. And will be able to earn his way back later on in the game, maybe. Later on in the tournament. Whereas Valifor is moving on into the winners rounds. Hello, welcome to Line War. This is round 2 of the 22 Q2 tournaments, and we have 2 players starting right next to each other. Blue is Juiceless and Hawk is Red. Both players have opted for production only. They've got no eco. So Hawk has gone with 3 factories. Started a little later than Juiceless, and he's got 2 barracks as well. Useless went with the exact same configuration by the looks of it. He is pulling back his units to start with. Except for these ones, they're trying to catch up. He's trying to draw these ones down and then have a bigger force to move up with. Hawk is using a single line command, which is probably not good in this situation. And I think he's made the wrong line here, because I think that was meant to be drawn like that. But I could be wrong. He may have a plan now. No, he's deleted it and he's... There you go, he's replaced it. That's alright then. And Juiceless has actually managed to build up quite a large blob of infantry. Try and take out this group of infantry here as they're straight away from the main group. Now, both players starting off with this type of eco means they're going to have some units claiming territories behind this battle. Otherwise their eco is not really going to produce much. So Juiceless has 300, but his negative spending is 270. With Hawk, he has 290, but his negative spending is about the same because, well, they've pretty much started the exact same way. So is Hawk trying to expand in other locations? He's still pushing on pressure, so he is expanding here, but he's expanding towards the enemy. These are risky locations because if you get pushed back, then Juiceless not only claims this territory, but he's taking it away from you. So unless you can hold it, it's not a very good idea. Now, Hawk doing this has pulled these units away from the main fight and is now putting pressure more on here, so it should be doing alright for him in the future, so we'll have to see how it goes. However, I think with Juiceless, he's got so many units behind, not too many from the main lines, but enough to start expanding through the entire map. A lot faster than Hawk will be. His eco will be a lot better in the future. And we'll have some very wide line commands, and these ones are on only infantry, so only the infantry will go there, and the artillery will come straight through this way. And now Hawk has gone for some tanks, so he's trying to push through on this blue line with tanks only, so that they ignore the territory, and they're just going to go straight for these structures and try and do as much damage as they can, trying to outspeed these artillery. But Juiceless has noticed, and he's coming down this way now to try and block off these tanks. And Hawk has changed direction, noticing them. He's gone into the back of the artillery. I think he wanted to take them out as... well, they were kind of distracted with the infantry. But I just think there's too many artillery there for the tanks to take on. However, Hawk in general should be able to deal with this with the amount of artillery, infantry and tanks that he has. They have pretty much gone down, and Hawk has been successful taking out the front line of Juiceless. He's bringing up his tanks here, probably trying to go around there maybe a bit later on, after using his artillery on the front line. And he's bringing his other tanks up this way as well. So they're all going to group together. He's going to have at least 3 tanks close by. I can't see any more. I don't think any more is being produced. But Hono hasn't been able to produce any more production structures. His economy is at 330. And Juiceless is setting up a line for defense. And then changes his mind. And then a circle changes his mind. Now he's going for the attack. There we go. He's trying to swing around through this way. He also hasn't been able to build any more production structures. However, he seems to have a bigger economy than Hawk. 350. Let's check through this again, just make sure. 360. Okay, it's only a little bit, but that little bit will help in a game like this where eco is really scarce. Honor really needs... not Honor. Hawk, sorry, needs to really try and make these tanks work for him right now. But unfortunately they've been stopped by the artillery. It's not going to be easy to get units to sneak around on this map with Useless being right here. He's got the ocean to protect him. How far is his unit spread out? They spread out like this. So he's got quite a large territory spread, with the frontline battle being focused here. And Hawk is trying to spread out a bit. He has managed to claim some units and territory down here. And he is now further expanding up north and around. We finally have another production structure, and that is a factory, so that's going to help with electrics. With Useless's production, he's going to be able to push back a bit harder now, and Hono is going to have to find a way to get that money too. Hawk, sorry. I just watched Electric and Hono, so now I'm a bit confused. So, Useless has quite a good defense area here, and Hawk is pushing straight through it, but Hawk does have a significant amount of numbers. He might be able to do enough damage to push back. I think this match is going to pretty much depend on who is going to be expanding the fastest without taking away enough units from this section. So you're going to want all your infantry to expand because they take territory really fast compared to artillery, which are pretty slow, and infantry are going to be fairly useless against these apart from meat shields. Like that. He managed to fire once. So that's kind of the point. You'd rather him to be expanding over here, with the artillery being the only units on the front line. That's my logic there. I mean, it might not be the best way, but that's my thoughts. However, they are stealing territory from each other, and Useless has decided to take some artillery down that way to check it out. It looks like Hawk has retreated and is trying to build up his forces in quite a large line. And instead of going for another factory ground-based units, he's going for some airfields. And I'm going to assume he's going for some helicopters, and that will force Useless to go for some anti-air himself, whether that be interceptors or stop production of artillery. So this little unit down here is getting struck by some artillery that's obviously out of sight. But will he get away in time? It looks like Hawk is on that, and Useless won't know where he's gone because he is in this fog of war for now, and he's kind of in the mountains. One lone straggler. And it looks like Hawk is slowly progressing his line forward. Which is not a bad idea. But he probably could do with some more units or a smaller line. There we go, he's got some units coming in this way. He's trying to make the line smaller. There we go, look at that. So he's tried to set up this concave using the lines in different ways, and it's worked really well. I don't know if he's got enough units or he set the line up a bit too big, but he's going to do a lot better in this position anyway. Sorry if you can hear that buzzing, that was my phone going off. Someone messaged in my Discord. I will check it after this match, and hey, there's a link to my Discord down below. There is a chat for Line War where you can share your replays, and I prioritize replays in the Discord of my channel, so I've got some unique things. That's the plan in the future anyway after this tournament. And it looks like Hawk has started to thin out the line here. He's got quite a nice line of units here that are strong and holding up, and he's got very little units to fight against now, so Hawk might be able to push through, mostly due to positioning there. And Useless is trying to put units straight through the middle, but they are going to spread out a bit throughout that, so that's not too bad of a way of doing it. He's trying to find this unit. He's found it now. I think he's going to try and sort it out, or he hasn't noticed it. And he's just trying to expand through the game. He's building up eco structures, actually, I've just noticed. I don't really know who's got the majority of the map if they cut it off here. I think they both have a pretty even split. And it looks like the curve has changed. It's gone into Useless's favour, so Hawk is retreating. And he's setting up these lines here and having some units come through the middle so that they present a stronger force when they get there. Unless Useless was to go around this way and try and attack from up or down. But then you can just sort out these circle commands and try and move them around. But we have the first helicopter on the airfield right now, so he might be able to take that in there and see what he can do with it. And he's got a lot more production going on here. And that is one of the energy wells by the looks of it. Yep, there we go. So that will be able to fund those helicopters after the tanks were used and used up all of Hawk's energy. Useless is probably going to try and plow through this eventually. I think he's just setting up an arrow sort of shape. And Hawk is going to try and slowly push forward with his units just to try and apply some pressure. He decides against it. He's pulling back a little, I think. The focus has definitely been on this small portion of the map. But it's very important to keep progressing through every part of the map, which both players have been doing an excellent job of trying to expand after their initial invasion force. Well, not invasion, but initial groups of units. The helicopter's taken off and he's going to start providing an attack in here. I wonder if he's going to switch into SAM or if he's trying to hope to destroy the airfield before needing to. Either way, this is going to be a hard fight to put pressure on Hawk without having to try and rush through and waste your units. From Useless's perspective, he's got a lot of units being reinforcing this area, and he probably is suspecting that there aren't as many units coming into this area, because it doesn't look like there are as many reinforcements, because he's gone into helicopters, so Hawk should have less ground units than Useless. Unless they're obviously being destroyed by the helicopters, but I just mean in production. Because Useless is now building an airfield, however hasn't had to worry about energy for this entire match yet. He hasn't used any energy units until that airfield gets produced. And he has had to retreat. He's brought his units back. So he is not able to take out that airfield with those artillery. But he is going to be able to secure most of this land as territory. So let's have a quick look. We've got 700 economy for Useless, who built economy structures. Hawk is currently struggling to expand the map and only has 400 economy per minute. Useless is nearly doubling Hawk's economy. He's brought Sam onto the field. There we go. So we got the Sam coming out to deal with these helicopters. And they'll probably be able to deal with that quite well, because this is one large area and this is where all the battles are happening. So the Sam will be very effective at defending this area. But Hawk has spotted a second group of units down here. I wonder what's actually there. It is literally just those 2 units. So Hawk's worried about an army coming through here when it's actually just literally 2 units. And Useless has done this probably because he spotted the energy well here, so he's trying to sneak some units around and see how far he can get them. So Hawk has a concave here, but it's just not enough units to make it effective. in this little area it will be to take out these infantry. He's going to have a lot of firepower there. But there are 2 firing here against 1, so that's always going to be in favour of useless there. Hawk is going to need to retreat and build up, otherwise he's going to end up feeding the enemy with his artillery at the production sites. Useless is constantly building up more production structures, and he has more than enough sand to deal with the air units. And to be honest, probably stop producing them for a little bit. He's got enough there to take him out, at least at the main location. And he does have some units doing nothing up here. I think he's forgotten a bit about conquering new lands. It might just be for a short amount of time, but even there we go, bringing them down this way might be good just to reinforce the defense. Maybe even try and set them on a different path and take up this way, just to give Hawk something extra to think about. But Jesus wasn't able to sneak around to get this energy well. Hawk did defend that with his helicopters, and the production of artillery here has pushed Hawk back a bit. But Hawk is still trying to get in there and try and take something out. And his helicopters are hitting and running different locations, trying to make sure they avoid the SAM units. But unfortunately these units are going to be fed in kind of one by one. It's not too bad, luckily. Hawk is slowly increasing his economy, so let's see how far he's got now. He's now on 500, so he is growing. His economy is getting there. And Useless has built a striker. He hasn't gone for helicopters, he's gone for strikers. And I think that is to do damage to specific things like this a bit faster. Maybe for the extra range, or even a bit more armor against the SAM units. I think they defend better than helicopters, but I'm not 100% sure. So he's got the energy well there, so he's more than enough energy to utilise those strikers. And Hawk has built a barracks down here. And with Jesus taking this land, it's actually giving Hawk more time to respond to this area, so probably could have done with arrow commands and not capture commands in these sections of the map, just so they get there faster. And it looks like the strikers are not going for the airfield, they are going for the energy. I wonder how fast Hawk's going to be able to respond to that, because he only has 1 energy well, so this is going to be an important strike here for Useless to try and take this thing out. And it looks like he's going on the offensive on the ground as well, so Hawk is going to be heavily distracted at this point, worried about multiple things, and then these aircraft come in, which probably should be on a blue command to take this out mostly. And he's bringing his SAM down, so they are already striking before Hawk was able to place that. And Hawk has to deal with so much right now. This whole force on the ground, they're coming in straight towards these airfields anyway. And Hawk is bringing a SAM down to deal with the strikers. So Hawk was expecting this, because he hadn't seen any air units at this point in the game. So his SAM units were just there in case the enemy decided to build them. And it looks like Hawk's units on the ground here are going to get surrounded before they can really set up a proper line to defend. Defend themselves, I mean, not a defense line. Barracks has gone down. It looks like the pressure from Useless is finally too much for Hawk at this point. And Hawk's economy is 600 while Useless's economy is 900. So there is a big difference in economy. And that was mostly due to those few little infantry units that kept on going around the map instead of focusing on this front battle here. It allowed Useless to get the advantage he needed against Hawk. So, way back in the game, But Hawk is defending himself really well. He's trying to put in the pressure where they can. He's just brought in those helicopters and he's just taken them away as the SAM units come into place. But now there are so many SAM units, these helicopters aren't going to be able to poke a hole anyway. The strikers are going to come straight over the top. They're going to try and take out this area and these structures. And the SAM units are way out of place for this because he's worried about the energy well down there, which had been attacked a few times. So these SAM units are going to be absolutely useless at this point in the game. And the strikers are going to tear up these structures as they circle around, while Useless carefully applies pressure forward, making sure his SAM units don't get taken out by anything else. And not only this, but Useless is thinking about the future and he's expanding up here, so he's trying to get here before Hawk can actually do much about it. And Hawk isn't even there yet. So this could be interesting. Useless could end up in the north as well and surrounding Hawk in a defenseless area. What is Hawk doing? Has he figured anything else out? Is he coming out around anywhere? He just seems to be focused on this main battle. It might be that he's got a bit of tunnel vision, focused on this area, worried about losing it. Because if he does lose this area, he's going to have to try and find a different way around to get through to Useless's weak points. But it looks like Useless is exploiting that before Hawk has the ability to do so. And at this point, it looks like he is trying to set up some trade routes between some of the towns and cities so that he can boost his economy even further. Now the SAM units are trying to move away as strikers are coming in, but it looks like they're just sitting there now. So they will be able to take on those strikers, but there's just not enough of them. 2 SAM units really aren't going to be enough to take on 4 strikers. That artillery didn't even manage to place itself. They're going to take out these SAM units before they even manage to do much. And then they're just going to destroy this energy well, grounding Hawk's air units. There we go, we've got that boat going across now. He's going to land there and he's going to spread across some more land. Increasing Justice's control over the entire map. He has taken out this energy well now. The strikers successfully completed their mission. They're going to go home now and have a cup of tea or something, like I will in a minute. And these artillery are slowly building up on this front line. Hawk just isn't able to destroy enough before reinforcements come in to back them up. And Jesus is bringing back those strikers. He's probably going to try and target something else. And Hawk is being pushed back way too far at this point in the game. He just doesn't have the economy to push back himself. And those units up here have been met by Hawk. So Hawk can probably spot these units very soon. He hasn't spotted them yet, so Jesus has spotted him first up in the north here. I would like to know if he builds anything there as fast as he can. And it looks like Jesus is going to get this energy well to try and have some safe energy, because Hawk hasn't built any naval fleet yet, or naval structures at all. Strikers are striking up here to try and take out some points that stop the production while it's undefended from air units. And the end of the match has been reached. I am pretty sure that Useless is the winner of this match and Hawk has been knocked out. So, there are 2 videos on screen right now, and if you'd like to click on one of those, I'll see you there. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you around. Hello, welcome to Line War. This is... oh, it looks like he's only got 4 territories. This is the second round of the winner's side of the 22Q2 tournament. And to start the game, we have 2 barracks, 2 navy fleets, navy yards, and 1 airfield. And it looks like he only claimed 4 territories, which might have been to save some extra cash so he could build more production structures, I don't know. And on this side of it, we have a lot more territory at the beginning for electric. And he's gone with eco, he's gone with the docks. He's trying to claim some territory up here so he can get the eco routes going up again. I think in the last game that he played against Hono, I think it was, he actually did this and started with eco in the beginning. And it went in his favour because he's still here today. Anyway, the person red, I don't think I mentioned, is Crazy Flying Chicken, who I am going to call KFC because I really like KFC. And I think that was his idea all along. So he's trying to expand his units. He's getting a lot of territory at this point. So he's going to have control over a big portion of an island. And I think he is well aware that he's not going to be able to hold this whole island to himself. And that electric is going to probably be somewhere on it. However, electric is definitely going eco at first. He's going for interceptors on an airfield first. And he's gone barracks. Other than that, he is very, very exposed in this game. So, it may have worked out well for him last time, but this is a short game. And I don't think the trade route idea is going to work out in his favour now. Unless he can pull something out of the bag that surprises KFC. Looks like he's going to end up getting fried. So, we have an energy well being produced here. This is to fund the transports that are going up here, and KFC is doing this probably to try and acquire this section because this is one of the likely places to land your fleets of units and by transport. So he's trying to secure this area. As he already has this area, he's going to control most of this land if electric isn't in it already. I think that's what's going through his mind here. He does have 2 navy fleets. He is expecting a large navy battle at some point, but they are really close together and haven't spotted each other yet because of the way the map is set out. When it comes to territory though, it looks like electric is going to be down unless he crosses this water really quickly, which I think he's going to plan to. When it comes to over here, he's going to get the transports or something. So he has something in mind. But his focus is going to be eco right now, and at this point in time, he has 480. He's going for a commando, so he's going to try and send commandos across. That's his plan to expand. And his enemy has 330, so electric is ahead in economy by quite a bit, but is behind in production. And he is going to capture his territory a lot faster than KFC because he started off with more units. So, KFC is controlling these farmlands. And these farmlands will probably produce him some chickens, so that'll be good for him. He's just going to try and cut off this area so he knows what's coming through. And he is going to try and find a new place to land. He's gone for one really long line. I think this is just to try and control some extra areas, some potentially safer zones. Try to secure himself, but he is unaware, but he's going exactly around the enemy. Probably doesn't have a clue where electric is right now. So he hasn't managed to make much progress yet, but when these units finish off over here, they'll be able to go around here, and as a collective unit, group of units, they will be able to expand a lot faster through this area, so they will make a lot more progress soon. And he is about to find electric very soon. So he's got some units going across, he's got those boats going there, he's got some boats going down that way, and he's already claiming this land here. So KFC is doing extremely well at trying to expand the map, even if his main area was quite slow to start with. He nearly has his trade route set up. Electric has got his next docks coming up. This line will turn blue very soon, but unfortunately he doesn't know it yet. He's going to have a problem very soon too. Got commandos going over here to try and expand. He's going to take this land for himself. I don't know if KFC can see that happening. He cannot, so he has no idea yet, but he will do soon when this barracks starts producing more units. And these boats seem to be doing nothing right now. I don't know why. But I think they're on strike, so we'll go back to electric. Which, I'll just say, went in his favour pretty well, because electric would have been spotted earlier if that little error didn't happen. Those boats aren't moving anywhere. But we do have these boats moving that way, so they're going to start expanding the map over there. And Crazy Flying Chicken has been spotted by electric. And we've got... There we go, he's sorted out his lines now, they're not confused, and he's paying them better wages, so therefore they're not on strike anymore. And now, the boats are moving across the water, he's spotted the docks, and now he knows exactly where. Electric has started this game, and I don't know what Electric can really do about this right now. He's got some units here to defend with, and there aren't many units coming across the water. And he's producing commandos as well, so I don't think he's going to be able to spot that very easily. He's placed air units to defend this area as KFC is landing on here. What's his commands like? He's going straight for the economy here. And if he takes that out, Electric's whole plan is pretty much over. And he's got his Navy fleet going that way. He knows what he's doing, I think. So KFC is going to end up destroying the stocks and this town. Really early on in this game, he's got strikers moving in as well. He's going by land, sea and air. And he's going all in to take out this area right here, right now. He knows this is key this early on in the game. In my opinion, in Electric's last game, he was right in the corner when he did the trade route idea. And that worked well for him then because he was able to build up that time and build it up over time, is what I mean. But in this game, he just doesn't have that time starting so close to the centre of the map. He's going to get caught out. Not only that, but these units have landed here, cutting off his expansion. And this airfield is about to go down. As more units come in, KFC is trying to circle round up here as he tries to take out more structures of Electric, trying to make sure he has control over this area. Which he does, and I think this is the fastest win in this tournament so far. Hello, welcome to Line War. Today we have Orbnet versus Valithor. Both of them starting really close together, trying to claim the central area. There was a blacklist at the beginning of this. Valithor has gone straight into 3 factories, and he's got some barracks down here, partly to expand, I would have thought. Except for he's got some commandos. I think he's going to try and sneak in for some scouting there. We have an airfield from Orbnet with 2 factories to protect it. Got a barracks coming down here to help him expand and get that economy going. Valithor is bringing his units up through the north here. And Orbnet looks like he's tried to claim both these choke points here so that he can claim a lot of this land. And try to stop Valithor from getting anywhere further into it. Which would mean Valithor is stuck in this area only until he comes down here. So far we've got Valithor bringing them up into circle commands so that they line up a bit nicer. He's going into the forest a little bit there to hide his units a bit. He's building another factory over here. He's decided not to expand up here and instead to stop Valithor. Or at least to try to anyway. So I think Valithor's going to actually win this top engagement over here. But whether that will carry on through the rest of the match, I don't know, because Valithor's going to have to deal with some air units pretty soon. Both players do have energy as well. Just to point that out, both players will be able to supply their energy requiring units. There's one helicopter done. Valithor is bringing in his artillery over here, so he's got some being produced now. He's got 3 in total, 3 producing at a time. He has not forgotten to expand, but he's also got his commandos coming out, so that is Valithor's first play, really. And you can see he spotted the helicopter. He's switching in his SAM units to come out now. I think Orbnet probably should have kept that helicopter back a bit. I wouldn't have used it so early on, just to keep it behind and then bring him out in a bit bigger of a force. Surprise the enemy a bit, because obviously he was going straight into artillery. Having more helicopters with no SAM to defend against might have been a bit better in the future, but to be fair, Orbnet's probably a better player than I am, so I'm not going to question him too much on that. He has managed to pull back, actually, so he's managed to fight off Valathor in the north area, which I thought he was going to lose. Mostly due to Valathor having superior numbers there, but he's bringing his artillery over now for support, and Valathor is pretty much retreating here. He's expanded this line, so these 3 units will come as more of a flat line against them. Got 2 here because there's 2 units there. These commandos have spotted a small troop of units coming through in this section of the map, and haven't been spotted by the looks of it, so those commandos were able to get away without being seen. And maybe they were spotted just for a second and we've missed it, and that's why he's going up this way. I'm not sure. But those helicopters are going to be able to put a lot of pressure on Valathor really early on in this game. Probably able to kick him out of this area for a little bit, but maybe Valathor's got enough SAM units coming in. And so far, both players will check their economy now, because neither player has forgotten to expand. But they have been stalling each other quite a lot here. And it looks like that helicopter's not going to go down, I don't think. He's going to survive this hit. So, the economy from Orbnet is 340 per minute. And from Valathor is 220, so Orbnet is slightly ahead. But this early in the game, it doesn't matter too much. And despite his best efforts, it looks like Valathor has been denied access with his commandos. Apart from here, he managed to get in, but he's not able to get through anymore. Unfortunately for Valathor, things are not quite going his way so far, but he is holding his own pretty well in this. The helicopters won't be able to do too much damage in the future here. But Valathor's got to remember he's got 2 areas to go through, so he's still going to send his commandos in this way for scouting as well. But that one's not going to survive this little attack here. He's on his own there. Let's have a look at Orbnet. Orbnet's still trying to expand, and he's only using the infantry here to expand, so no artillery is going to go this way. He's going to keep his full force up in the north. And Orbnet was obviously expecting some air units in this game eventually, so he's gone with some SAM units to start with, but that might actually put him behind if Valathor doesn't ever choose to go into air units. So it looks like Orbnet is bringing some artillery down here, which I mean Valathor's going to have to spread his units out a bit more, create a bit more of a balance here. I think Valathor is expanding this area a lot faster though, so have a look there. He's at 390 now. The Orbnet is at 416, so Orbnet is still expanding faster, or at least it's got a bigger income. I'd say that's probably due to taking over most of this area, as well as taking over the land behind him. So it looks like we're going to have artillery versus artillery for a while. Got SAM units across the ocean, so they're protected here pretty much. So the helicopters can't really come over without these being able to respond pretty fast. This is a very good positioning for those SAM units. It does seem like Orbnet is going to be able to push round through both sides here. At least applying enough pressure onto Valathor. Valathor does have the advantage here. He does have more artillery already at the front line here, so they're going to start being able to take out Orbnet. Orbnet knows this, so he's bringing back his units so they can build up in numbers a bit faster. And it looks like Orbnet's knowing about his energy issues, and he's still building his helicopters because he's going to have energy soon anyway. So he's not concerned about energy in the future. Orbnet set up a line, so he's going to probably try and push forward with this just as a line, literally. Instead of trying to move them like these lines. With artillery, it's actually not a bad idea. I don't know if he is going to do it. I'm just assuming here. Whereas on this side, he's doing a different strategy. He is going to push with his lines. And he's got his helicopters coming in. So these Sam's going to have to come back down here now. And Valathor is holding his units back a bit. So he's keeping these guys here for a while. He's letting them build up. Hoping that he can take on this group here eventually, I assume. He does have an airfield building though. And he's going to build strikers over here. So that's something going on over there. He is nearly maxed out his land territory here, I suppose. I mean, he can always go around here. Which will be interesting when he gets there. It might be a good reason why he's put this here. It's in the forest, so it's stealth, but it also will be able to support him when he comes to this area of the fight. He hasn't got any energy wells set up yet, so he will have to worry about that soon. Something he's going to have to invest in. His commandos just trying to attack through this. It's not really going to work, I don't think. I'm not sure why he did that, so... There we go. So Orbnet has a barracks up here, just a bit out of the way. Now that it's safe here, he's put the barracks there. And from that, he's expecting to try and take all of this land, and he's set it up straight away so that he doesn't have to worry about it, and nothing will get forgotten about. So that's always a good thing to not have to worry about, because, well, you need to have a lot of focus on these fights over here. And from the looks of it, he was hoping these artillery would come down and start attacking these guys, but they're not. I think he was hoping for a bit of a distraction there. I think these helicopters will be fine to take on those SAMs though, because they do a lot of damage. But they are going to take some heavy losses, and these artillery are going to try and come down through here. And those helicopters would be very useful in this area of the map. There we go, so Orbnet's pushed some units into the middle. He's going to push through now anyway. And at the same time, he is going to try and bring these units down. And trying to hit at all different directions. Now Valathor has decided to go for a defensive line here, which he maybe should have done earlier. Because now these guys, because they don't require energy, they're going to use their actual health to have dug in there. And these artillery are going to have an easier time taking them out because they've got less health. I think they take quite a while to regenerate their health as well, so that is going to be something of an issue there. Valathor does have the numbers here to be able to take on this little group because, well, the infantry aren't going to do much, but they are going to be a meat shield, while these free artillery now are going to be able to do that. However, these guys are coming down, so that's not going to happen anyway. Let's have a look at how he's doing that. So he set a single line command, so they're going to spread out really far. And even if Valathor does attack this way, Orbnet's single line is actually an advantage here because he can then push through to the side. That helicopter's doing some weird acrobatics. He is a pro pilot and he's showing off in this game. Valathor has built an energy well here at probably what's the worst time to do so. He's gone with another airfield though, so he's got two airfields down here. And it doesn't look like he could have built an energy well anywhere else. But he could have claimed this one, maybe just with a bit of preemptive thought there. So he's going to try and have some units here, and he's going to bring some units around here to protect the SAM units. But I'm not sure that's going to be enough at this point. Orbnet has the advantage here with numbers, and the SAMs are being pushed at the back, so they will protect from these strikers coming in now. But I think Orbnet is going to focus on protecting this sort of area. They're going to come in and start taking stuff out en route to this area. So he's changed it to a blue command so they don't go into the firing line of the SAM units. Unfortunately, those two are going to fly straight over those SAM units, and one's going to take a lot of damage in doing so. Once they've reached this target, though, they are going to stray off and try and take on the front line, and I think that is going to help save Valifor in this little scenario. So the pressure is on, but Valifor seems to be having this little curve going on. It looks like Orbnet has lost most of his frontline artillery, which Valifor still has. He's going to be able to clear up most of these stragglers now. As long as he can protect himself against these helicopters anyway, because he has no SAM in this area anymore. It looks like they all got destroyed, which is very unfortunate for Valifor, because Orbnet is now going to be able to protect his units with his helicopters. And to stop Orbnet, Valifor has a plan. He is sending his strikers in behind this front line. These SAMs aren't going to be able to do anything because it's going to be across the water. He's going to have to bring them back quite a bit to be able to protect that area. Oh, I say that too soon. He's actually changed his mind. He's going to bring them up through this area. And he's going to have them go this way, and they're going to come into this area to try and take out some units before they can even get into the front lines. Let's have a look from Orbnet's point of view as these strikers come in. So he hasn't spotted them yet. If he had, his SAM units would probably be moving, but let's have a quick look at how far he's got. We can see the strikers coming in now. He's really expanded in this map. He's going to come towards Valifor down at the bottom here. And these strikers have pretty much free reign over these artillery right now. And I think they're going to get rid of two of them. Certainly heavily damaged two of the others there. There you go, he's got rid of two. This one's going to go down as well. The SAM are not going to be able to get there in time, but this one's flying directly over them, which is unfortunate. But the same thing is happening to Valifor, where he's got these artillery units exposed. But he's trying to bring the artillery in to take out the SAM units, which is unfortunately for Valifor not working. However, in the north, it looks like Orbnet is sorting out his economy. He has a town. He's got another town and some industries building up. His barracks over here is still expanding all the territories up here. And it looks like Orbnet is not slowing down and has a massive potential to gain in this game when it comes to economy. Whereas Valifor is pretty much at his potential and is now having to fight for more territory. And they have had the engagement here in the forest here. You can see those units fighting to see who's going to come out on top in this location as well. And if Valifor can push through here, he's going to have significantly increased his chances of winning in this game. The advantage of having control over everything you've got, it means you don't have to focus on it anymore. All your units can be on the front line. These strikers are coming in at this area, and they're trying to take out the energy and the airfield. And that would be a great advantage for Valifor if he could do that. Fortunately for Orbnet, though, he has helicopters which don't require the airfield to stay alive. Any other unit would destroy at the airfield or would fly off and explode randomly. Both players seem to have pretty much destroyed each other's armies in this lake battlefield area here. I think Valifor has called off the attacks on this area, but he has got his aircraft going down here because those helicopters won't be able to reach him and the SAM are way out of place. So these strikers are going to be able to control this area pretty well, like I said earlier on in this game. And he is dedicated to going air units. He has got 4 airfields all producing strikers. Well, I assume this one will do when it's built. And I think Orbnet is very well aware that he's gone with strikers, but I don't know if he knows how dedicated he is to them. He is trying to take out any units that are strayed out. He's making sure that he's taken up any opportunity presented to him. And it must be really windy because that just went really weird smoke. There we go. So down in this section now, he's put his units in the mountains so they can't really be spotted, but Valathor has free reign to come over this way now. There isn't really much to stop him. Orbnet is trying to do something about that, and with the upgrades, let's have a look at their economy, because Orbnet has been trying to work on his economy for a while. He has 1,100 per minute, and Valathor has 780 per minute. So, if Valathor can't make good trades in this game, he is going to start falling behind very fast. But these strikers might be all he needs to do so. I think Orbnet does have a good idea that he's going for a lot of air units and is not going to waste money, or is not going to leave that out as an option, because he's got a lot of SAM units there. Valathor is trying to take the opportunity to go up north and try and take some territory away from Orbnet, rather than trying to attack his base. Don't even know if he's got anything there. He does not. He's going to focus all his units coming down this way. So he doesn't see the units sneaking up here. When he does, it might be a little too late for him to respond to it. And not only has he gone for these SAM units quite a lot, he's got interceptors, which will be great at intercepting the aircraft that he has to deal with. So he has spotted some units straying up here. Is he going to respond to that, or is he just going to let them walk around? Looks like he's not too worried about it yet. But he's got a lot of commanders walking around up here. He's got some commanders up in the mountains there for no reason. He might pull those back when he spots this. He's obviously forgotten about them after setting these lines up and not having to worry about it. He has spotted it. He's going to send his helicopters straight over there and some artillery to support that. But I think Orbnet's more concerned about him coming this way towards his main section of the base. However, that is not Valathor's plan. He is going straight up north, and he might be able to destroy this barracks if those helicopters do not do enough damage in time. And these strikers have built up in numbers, and they've come over to try and fight this section. It's a good job he didn't send his interceptors that way as well, so he left them there, and that might actually seriously help him in this situation, but it is not enough interceptors. Those SAM units didn't last long either, so maybe I was wrong. Maybe you definitely need a lot more SAM units, but I wasn't expecting this many strikers so fast either. And they tore up everything in this area as well. Those strikers are going to be very effective at clearing up Orbnet's units on the ground. Right, so let's have a look at Valathor. How is he going to command these strikers now that he has a lot of them? So down in this area we've got a lot of infantry coming in, and it looks like there's only really one barracks in this area. He knows he's needing more energy, so he's built a lot of energy wells. And as these units come back in, he's trying to take out some infrastructure here, so he's got the energy well he's going to go for. These SAM units will not have built up in enough numbers just yet, but he has retreated. He's going to hope that his ground forces take this out more so than his strikers. I'm not sure what his plan is to go next, though. So he wanted his ground units to be there a bit closer to the battlefield. He's going to send his strikers in alongside them in two different sections. They're going to be thinned out a bit, which might actually be a wise thing to do considering how many he's got. We have 3 artillery versus 3 artillery, and the new ones unloading at about the same time. Those strikers are going to try and destroy absolutely everything here. So despite Ordnet having a much greater economy here, Valathor is taking really good trades with these strikers, except 2 went down then, but he's got a lot of interceptors to fight against right now. And these SAM units are going to do a lot of damage. He probably should have relied more on his ground force in this section, and then retreated his strikers when the interceptors came up. But we've got some strikers coming back now. They're all coming back now. Down in this section, Valathor is advancing, and he's going to be able to try and take this section out. He's going to try and push through the main area first. Those interceptors are going to be a pain in the ass when it comes to these SAM units for Orbnet to try and handle, because as soon as they take off, they're going to have to worry about these SAM units. And it looks like we've got an airstrip coming in from Valathor to try and get a bit closer. So he knows he's got the advantage now. He knows he's got to keep up a lot of pressure. Orbnet has sent in some sneaky helicopters over here to try and take out this energy well, but I just don't really think that's going to be enough damage. But you've got to take anything you can get at this point in the game. These strikers are going to end up coming down here next, trying to take out as much before anything can build up enough SAM units to cause enough damage. Let's have a look from Orbnet's side of things, because Orbnet has a lot of income. He's got 1,400 per minute, and Valathor has 900, so he is actually pushing hard against Orbnet. But Orbnet seems to have built a lot of factories in this section of the map, somewhere new, somewhere the strikers haven't been yet. And I believe this is mostly to focus on increasing his numbers behind the back of Valathor. He's not going to be able to hold this area long, not without reinforcements. Because a single produced SAM unit over here, or 2 at the same time, is not going to be enough to handle these strikers. And as soon as that SAM unit's gone, the structures are going to go soon after. Over here we got a lot of commandos sneaking down. I assume those were from the mountain. I don't need to switch to him. So I assume those were, yeah, from up here. He's bringing them back now. And they're going to try and sneak through this area and trying to get to the back of Valathor's base, but I don't think it's going to be successful. Definitely going to get spotted here. And they probably shouldn't be on flag commands. They should be on arrow commands, most likely. Unless Orbnet's plan was more to capture and he's just using what he has. Those strikers have decimated this base down here. So Orbnet is now majorly on the defensive, trying to find a way back in. Trying to deal with these strikers. Now let's have a look how far he's captured. Has he captured everything yet? Not quite. He's still got a few bits to capture. But he has pretty much ecoed up on every spot that he possibly can. He's even got a trade route. So he's got these sections coming in here, and this trade route will massively boost his economy. Which I'm not even sure he really needed in the first place. He's got 1,500 per minute, and Valathor is at 900 per minute, so he's at about a 50% increase. Valathor has sent his strikers over here. He's got 2 airstrips here, so he's got more spaces for strikers as well as more reach. He has spotted this area where he was trying to build his factories in, and these strikers are going to do as much damage as they can. Don't know how long these strikers are going to hold out against these growing number of interceptors and Orbnet switching to pretty much just SAM units. Even here, I think this is not a great idea from Valathor. There's a lot of SAM backing up these artillery. And strikers naturally come in pretty much one at a time. And this is not going to be very good for Valathor. Not the trades here. He's going to lose a lot to the interceptors and the SAM on the ground. And the artillery on the ground are pretty much just acting as meat shields for the strikers' damage output. It looks like Valathor is still going to dedicate to this section. I think this is mostly due to concern about this army reaching his base. And he might have just been better off slowing it down with infantry rather than trying to dedicate so many air units, which he's now practically lost most of. And he does have a good advantage up here. I don't think this army is going to be big enough to effectively destroy all the production here, but at the same time it might be able to do enough damage to Valifor in the long run. And unfortunately it looks like Valifor is going to lose these airstrips in the mountains here. He's got his strikers coming back in, but I think again he's going to take a lot of bad trades for this. Over in this section of the map though, the army is pushing on through the base, and his reinforcements have been cut off by some commandos, but they are going to get shot at. They are not going to be stealthy enough to hide away long enough, get some free damage. But it looks like Valifor's got some infantry trying to sneak around. He spotted the artillery here, he knows he can't face that, so he's trying to sneak around while Orbnet is distracted in different locations. And for now, this airstrip is still standing, but he is being fired at by a lot of units. Not too many, they are getting distracted, and the strikers have destroyed the SAM here, so they might be able to tear through this bit on their next return, but I don't think it's going to be quick enough to save that airstrip. And these commandos and infantry here are not actually being too effective at killing these units, but they are stopping the reinforcements from getting to this location. Meaning that Orbnet will be able to destroy these units here if Valifor doesn't retreat them. There we go, we've got the strikers coming back in now, the infantry are holding back the artillery. And they will be able to take them out at this point. The infantry are trying to spread out as far as they can, trying to get to key locations. It looks like these infantry are targeting this city here, the town, sorry. And now that Orbnet has destroyed this location of units, notice he's bringing his infantry back here. He no longer needs to hold the artillery back here. So he did that on purpose. He was holding these reinforcements back, even though he knew he was taking bad trades. And it was probably worth it in the long run. However, he now has to do the same over here, and he doesn't have the infantry to hold them back, so he's going to have to use his force. Not that they are artillery anyway, so it wouldn't matter too much. He's got his helicopters going straight in to stop the production of these artillery and SAM units, but they have been met with a lot of SAM units themselves, and that is going to be a lot of damage. Will they be able to fire again? They will, but it's not enough to take it out, so that helicopter will survive. And as time goes on, Orbnet is building a city over here. He is waiting for the long run of this game. He is in for it for a very long time, and he has enough capital behind him to be able to build enough of this eco and be able to hold back Valifor at this point. Valifor is being very offensive, and he's doing it pretty well. But Orbnet is holding the line just enough and not allowing Valifor to get any further. These strikers have been an absolutely great asset to have to defend this location of the map. And this front line here is a great positioning to have these there. But once their reach has been reached, they are almost useless at trying to attack. So now they can only really be used in defense until he can get a foothold with some more airstrips. And there is a rocket. I nearly missed that. This rocket is flying straight over. I'm assuming it's going to land here. It is. It's going to take out all those frontline units, including some of Orbnet's units. The Orbnet even lost some of his own units there. Orbnet is going to be building another rocket here. And Orbnet has the money, so I'm wondering, has he managed to build any more? But I'm going to assume that Orbnet's going to try and put a lot of pressure on right now, as he has just fired that rocket. I don't think it was as effective as it could have been, but at the same time, Valifor is pretty spread out, so I think that was as effective as it could have been, just not as effective as Orbnet wanted. But either way, Orbnet has managed to push back in this location here. He's cleared out most of the units. Might be some surviving down here. But he is going to be able to push back a lot in that section of the map, meaning these strikers are going to have to focus their defense in this area and up here as well. See these units coming down. Those strikers have a lot of work to do if they're going to make Valathor win this match. He's even building a town on the front lines here. And I've just spotted this. He's built a transport boat trying to sneak some units across into this little island here. So even now, Orbnet is still trying to maximize his income. Which is something that Valathor potentially could have done earlier on in this game to increase his eco. And it's at this point that Valathor is trying to expand his economy with towns. I don't know if that was just a really late one and he'd been doing it all along. I'm not too sure. Right, it looks like Valathor is mostly abandoning this area, hoping the strikers will hold them off. And he's sending most of his ground forces down this way. Oh no, he switched up the line. They're going back up there. I think that might have just been a misclick. Either way, we've got a lot of battles going on here, so a lot of these strikers are going to come into this section of the map. And there is Sam in that mountain that Valathor probably can't see. There is a lot of Sam in that mountain that Valathor can't see. So we'll go back to Valathor and see when he notices those Sam units. They're coming into view right now. As they circle around, they're going to go right over that, and that might be the end of these strikers if Valathor doesn't take this line away. There you go, he's taken out 2 strikers, 3 strikers, 4, 5, maybe even more. I can't really tell anymore. He's taken the command away, so Valathor took a lot of damage in that section, that time then. And Orbnet is going to be able to push back a lot harder here now that his SAM units have taken out a lot of these strikers. Hiding them in the mountains was probably a great idea there, so Valathor didn't worry about them and not bring them in. Let's have a look at Orbnet. I don't want to miss the next nuke just in case. It's nearly done. He's got his interceptors trying to protect this area of the map, just in case the strikers try to come through here. There we go, I just heard the energy beep. That's usually a rocket. Where is this rocket going to go? So it's going straight this way. It's probably going to go into this area. And those strikers are coming up there as well. I don't know if they're going to get caught in the crossfire there. They are not, but a lot of this frontline units are going to get taken out, and that gives Orbnet more free reign over Valathor's territory. It looks like Valathor isn't going to be able to hold back on this, but Orbnet has got another rocket being built now. He's going for another one up here. He's got this one being built now. To be honest, he could probably delete this one. I don't think he's going to need it, but it might be good to keep for defense. But the amount they cost is probably not going to be beneficial. However, he does have the eco to support it, so why not? The artillery here are coming in a bit slowly. Maybe you need to retreat this section from Valathor's side of things. He does have his strikers coming here just to stop the advance of any artillery coming in, taking out as much of the front line as possible, but those SAM units are going to force Valathor to retreat and accept a loss of territory over here. So at this point in the map, we've got this line here where Orbnet has a nice line going around here, a bit like a reverse arrowhead, a concave. And these units are kind of just feeding into it, so a lot of these have their line of fire going straight into the area there. And they're going to be able to take full advantage of this. And I think Valathor has forgotten about all the SAM in this mountain here, because he is flying over once again, potentially fooled by the stealth. As his strikers are going to get taken out quite easily in this area. Again, if you retreat here, these units are going to start getting exposed on their own, and you might be able to take them out down this section, leaving the SAM behind. But not a single striker is going to make it back if he doesn't return. There we go. So we've got another one going down here. No, that one survives. I'm surprised he managed to survive. I don't know if it really swayed the battle enough. And we have missile boats coming in over here from Orbnet. Have a look at what else he's been building. He is going to expand across the water over here. taken away Valathor's land that even Valathor can't see himself because the fog of war is over his territory. But Orbnet is doing his best to take territory away from Valathor either without him knowing or just at any point in the game that he can. Another thing he's doing, he's got these missile ships that are being produced. They're going to come into the side and prevent those strikers coming in from any angle at this point. So these artillery are going to have to find a way to fight off Orbnet by themselves. These infantry are defending in this section of the map, but they're probably not going to be able to hold off this many artillery, which is unfortunate. And Orbnet has taken away a lot of the infrastructure that was originally in this area. Orbnet has destroyed this rocket, as I thought he might. It's always good to keep it for a while, I guess. Especially when you've got the economy to do it and you don't have to worry too much. And at this point in the game, Orbnet has 2,200 per minute. And the end of the match has been reached. Valathor has given up. So, Orbnet will be moving on to the next round. Hello, welcome to Line War. Today, we are doing the last match of round 3 with Juiceless versus Crazy Flying Chicken. Both players really wanted this location of the map. They blacklisted it twice. So Juiceless decided to go here quite dominantly. I think he wanted the trade routes. He's gone for 3 navy yards right at the beginning. KFC, on the other hand, has started over here, which in my opinion is possibly one of the better options. Considering there's 2 islands, you may have the opportunity to eco up early, and I would personally be trying to go for this very short trade route right here. That would have been my first start. Or, if you did start on Juiceless's island, I would have tried to get this location and commandos to transport across to here to get some early eco as well. And there's a lot of trade routes in this game, so if you can control the ocean, you're going to have a lot of eco in this game. We have another airfield here, and he's gone for some industry, so he's going to be trying to expand with only his infantry he started with, which is probably not a bad idea on an island-based map. However, KFC is going for a lot of infantry, but I think he's planning to get some transport boats out to go elsewhere. And I have just noticed, actually, you don't need this trade route. There's one little one right here. So if I was going to eco on this island, this is what I would be doing, right here with this trade route. So he's going to be trying to expand really fast. He's going to be trying to cross some islands. And he's already got his energy well building, whereas Juiceless has left the energy for now because he doesn't quite need it. So I would probably agree with Juiceless on this one. Get the energy a bit later when you start using it a bit more. But you need to make sure you can use it, otherwise this transport run won't actually be very efficient. But to start with, all he needs is to get a foothold on this island. So as long as KFC is not in this area, he should be able to do that. Looks like he's going for strikers. And so is KFC. So, other than the barracks here, they're pretty similar builds. We have 2 navy yards, 1 airfield, 2 barracks, versus 3 navy yards and 1 airfield. But he's also gone for some eco, so that's where his extra cash went. It looks like Juiceless is going to get straight onto that island there. I don't think KFC's in this area. We'll have a quick look. He's not, but he is trying to expand there. He will spot that pretty early. These boats are transporting across to this island, which will be a great first expansion for KFC. Get somewhere new. Juiceless is probably going to make it onto that island. He's only got 1 boat taking units across. He's building missile ships otherwise with cruisers. So 2 missile ships for 1 cruiser. Looks like that's going to be his ratio. Here we're going to have more transports and a missile ship. I'm not sure if this is a cruiser or not from the front. It looks like it to me. But I'm going to assume that KFC is going to control a lot of his island really early on because of how many infantry he's going to have soon. I think his island's bigger, so probably quite a good idea to have those. And what is Juiceless doing over here? Has he taken the territory yet? He has not yet. And he's going straight for this energy well with the rest of his energy. I don't know if he plans to build in the water. He has already got an energy well up. I hadn't spotted that being built. There is another energy well over here that he could claim, which might be a lot easier to defend. So it looks like not too much is happening right now, so we'll have a look at the difference in eco, considering they have gone for a different strategy slightly. We've got 450 from Juiceless, and KFC is running with 356. So KFC is definitely on the eco gains, I think. 350, well, 360 now, and Juiceless was... Oh no, Juiceless has got more eco. I'm remembering it badly. So Juiceless has more eco pretty much because of the industry here. But KFC might be able to catch up quicker because he's got units probably on that island down here now. Yeah, he has. So he's got some units down here. He might, in the long run, be able to hold this area with a lot of trade routes. It'll help him later in the game. He has spotted that there are units in this area. I'm assuming they're in the mountains. That striker cannot spot them, but KFC has revealed that he has a striker to Juiceless, so I don't know if Juiceless is going to do anything about that. Bringing down his anti-airships there. So it looks like that's what his plan is going to be. But KFC does not know about Juiceless's strikers yet, so... And this one's going to get hit by some missiles here. Is he going to retreat? He is. He spotted them pretty quickly and he's pulling them back. Go. Sorry, hay fever's getting me. I'm going to be sneezing a lot, so I'm going to turn the mic off if I can catch it in time. So, I think Juiceless is just trying to hold him back until he can get his units up and running. Start producing some units. Got a factory coming out straight away and a barracks on KFC's main island now. What is KFC's response going to be other than strikers? He's not too worried about it right now. He's still focusing on expanding. And he's going to curve this unit round to deal with it as it comes. At the same time, he does have some structures over here. Well, one, he's got a barracks. And that'll help him capture this territory. I don't know if Juiceless is going to do anything about that, but it looks like KFC is trying to take the territory away from Juiceless over here. May have had to have destroyed a transport boat to get there. Oh no, he hasn't. He's moved the transport boat away to capture more territory. But he is probably going to be chased by KFC soon. There we go, we've got more cruisers coming out, but he's not revealing his cruisers yet. He's just showing his missile ships. He's bringing some transports down here. I assume this is when these units come down, he's going to transport those across. But now, it looks like he's nearly captured everything that he can on his own island. Nearly. He's not quite there yet. But very close to it. Means he can then focus on what KFC is doing, not worry about his territory. KFC's not far off it either. He's got this island potentially to capture soon as well, or Juiceless could do that. But KFC is going to have this island to himself soon. It is interesting that he's built his navy yards down here while Juiceless is up here, because that presents this as a very nice little choke point to control. But also a very dangerous one, being so close to each other's airfields. So we'll probably see some high engagement around this area later in the game. KFC is going for some eco. He's going for a town there. And he's got an industry here, so I'm not sure what he's planning to do. He's probably going to try and get the docks up and running with a city and stuff like that. That's his probable late game thoughts. And he is advancing in this area. He's got interceptors. Just spotted these interceptors in the area. So yeah, he is going to use his interceptors as a scout to see what's over there. He's taken them away. He knew the missile ships were there, so he's tried to keep them away from that line. He has been able to spot this defense in the mountains here, so he can't really use that as stealth, which I think is what his plan was here. From Juzel's perspective, he can't really see what's going on too much. You can see a couple of units building up in the area. Hasn't managed to build much there yet, but he only has 2 production structures so far. But he's going to be able to transport his infantry across very soon. Got his strikers coming in to attack this area. He's got a lot of ships there, kind of exposed. There's a couple of missile ships there to defend against strikers, but the strikers are probably going to outpower them. It looks like KFC's plan is to try and destroy these structures from range. He's not going to retreat. Instead, he's going to defend this with interceptors and hope that he can hold off to destroy this factory at least. Which he quite possibly could do. Cruisers are very powerful, so when these interceptors come in, it will thin out these strikers, but strikers can shoot back at the interceptors. It's just not their main focus. They've taken out one. Another one's smoking. This could be an energy issue. Yeah, they're smoking, so Useless has run out of energy. He can't run his navy as well as his air force at the same time, so he's going to have to manage both of this. And just because of that, he may have lost this structure because he had no energy. Looks like he's going to be bringing in his air force again if he can. If all 3 of these cruisers were firing right now, I'd say that KFC has the advantage, but he's trying to run away, so I think that's going to cause him a bit of extra damage. Now that these strikers are here, the cruisers don't have much defense against air units. That could cause issues in the long run when it comes to this fight. Got another cruiser coming in, but doesn't seem to have any anti-air by the ocean now, so these are going to be very exposed to strikers. At the same time, he is trying to build up his infantry coming up in this area now. All the units seem to have finished off their expansion, so he's bringing them back into this area. He's got this big group of units to take over these 2 areas, and then they'll start joining in over there. And that's what he's going to try and do this. He's going to overwhelm it all at once, probably. Switching into interceptors, though, is probably quite a good choice, considering he has run out of missile ships. So they are going to sort of protect his missions in the ocean. And he's got something else sneaky going on, but what has useless in that area? Got transport boats. They are doing the exact same thing almost. So unfortunately, KFC is going to get seen pretty early on in this. These transport boats are going to come up through here soon. But I don't think Useless will be able to stop it with anything in the ocean. Have to respond via air units. Can't really do that because he's running out of energy all the time. But he is trying to work on that. He's got his energies up and running a bit more. He has spotted these transport boats. Or he has the ability to spot them. I don't think he's actually spotted them yet. Got another one building up there, another energy well. It looks like Jesus went to explore where he could be building his eco and thought he'd try and take that out. He has spotted it now. He's going to bring in his strikers to try and address this, but he really doesn't have as much energy he needs to deal with it. However, they are producing more now that he's got 3, so he should be fine to do this. And there's infantry in the forest. I don't think he could see it first. But this isn't going to be successful. However, it will distract Useless a bit in the long run, and I don't think... I think he's going to try and defend his main island, because I think Useless is going to try and cross it very soon. So we will have a fight for that location. He has rebuilt his factory, plus an additional one. And KFC isn't too worried about his main island right now. He's building up commandos, actually. He's using these barracks he had at the beginning. The white jackets here are showing commandos being built or recruited. And they are going to come to this area, so he's building a transport jet. Or he has built it by the looks of it. And he's going to get that transport jet to take him over this way and claim this island for himself. There we go, we've got the transport boats coming in. They're going to be instantly staffed as they are unboarded onto the land. But KFC did spot that. And he is sending his units in. These two are going to stray off in the mountains and just stand there anyway. They're going to stay there for a bit. He's got submarines coming into the game. And it looks like he's got another navy yard. He's got another 2 navy yards. He's going to be building mostly missile ships by the looks of it. He's got this one still producing cruisers. Still trying to build up his eco. So, his navy's coming in this way. He's trying to catch him off guard and take him out in a different line. And I hit them at the side so they get hit one at a time. And if this command was blue, there you go, he switched it to a blue command. These guys are not going to attack anymore. Well, they will, but they're going to move more than attack. And this is a big navy from Useless. Considering he was struggling with energy earlier, he's managed to fix it, and now he's got a force to reckon with. And he's trying to attack on land as well as sea to force KFC to manage a lot of stuff at the same time. Is he planning anything else over here? He is still trying to get this area done, but KFC is handling that quite well. The strikers over here are supporting against the ground attack rather than the ocean, because they'd probably get torn up by the missile ships quite easily. But unfortunately, I think he's going to have to resort to using them against this, otherwise he's going to lose a lot of eco in this area. These cruisers can shoot everything on the coast and even shoot as far in as this. They might even be able to get this energy well as well, so this is going to be a really bad location to lose. Useless has his strikers coming in now to support the offense on the ground. And they are going to quite easily clear this up. There's commandos flying off over this way, I think. I don't know if he's going to get away. That striker might cause him issues. Let's click that. Go. So I think he called off that run over here. But unfortunately, I think he's going to struggle to defend against this many artillery. He's only got the airfield is very exposed. He's got a lot of units going into that area. But he is losing ground, or water, in the ocean right now. And he's lost his eco advantage from this. He's losing these navy yards. And he's definitely losing ground on his main island. I wonder if anything's going on over here. It doesn't look like it. Oh, it does actually. KFC is trying to push through on Juseless's base to see how much damage he can do while Juseless is distracted. And he's still got his missile ships moving away from the battle. He doesn't want them to die as soon as they come out, so one managed to escape. He's bringing it back around over here to try and take these on and build up his numbers in one specific area, so make him harder to destroy there. And bringing your units over the mountain here might not be a good idea, because they are going to be slowed down, meaning the artillery get longer to shoot at you. Which is unfortunate. He should probably go a little bit around that. And this missile ship's getting confused. As soon as he goes down, he's switching to this line and coming back up. So he's going to infinitely loop, I think. There we go. But I think he's going to handle the sea battle quite well. He's brought his units all together. He might lose this airfield very soon if he doesn't address these cruisers. He's going to move in now and try and take them out, but might be too little too late here. might be worth just taking everything off just to try and shoot at anything he can. Just in case he does lose it in the end anyway. Got some strikers coming in against him now as well, so he's going to have to deal with some strikers. These interceptors might be very useful at this, but unfortunately that striker took it out before he had a chance to respond. And Useless' side of things, he looks like he's taking control of everything. He's got another Navy fleet coming in soon, and they'll be able to handle this new force over there. Has he spotted what's going on over here? He has. Take this off. There we go. So he has spotted some units over there. I don't think KFC has full control over it yet. It doesn't look like he's building anything, but there is a mountain there, so I wouldn't be able to see that as Useless. However, he's not. He knows that Useless has spotted him, though, with these units coming in now. And for now, KFC feels safe. He's got his units back in. He's saved 2 out of his Navy yards. He's building 4 more. So he is determined to control this area. Does not want to lose his coastal stuff there. And he's trying to use this mountain as defense, which is not a bad idea. I'd probably pull him back a bit, especially if you're using artillery for defense. And that way, the units come over the mountain. They might be stealth, but if you have more numbers, you can see through it. And their units will move slower over the mountain. Got some sneaky commandos coming up through this area now. Have a look from Useless' side of things. So he is trying to take back this area of the map, which these strikers are going to have issues with these SAM units. There aren't enough strikers. Might be able to take out that energy, which would be very good for KFC, stopping that Navy yard coming in. He's going to try and check down here just in case he's built more stuff over there. But he's now bringing in his Navy force again, and going to see if he can take out KFC in one foul swoop here. So KFC is trying to hold up a good defense here against this line of army that's coming in. He's trying to take them out as they come in one at a time, rather than... Some of them are in groups, but they're still straying in a bit. And unfortunately for KFC, a lot of his units were damaged already from the previous fight, and I don't think they had enough time to repair. They are going to fall a lot faster than they would normally. Now we've got 3 cruisers against 1, and there's a missile ship and another one, but it's just not going to be enough, because Useless does have more reinforcements coming in very soon. And they're still being produced. And I think he's taking back control over here. He didn't manage to... He did save this energy well. KFC didn't take it out. And I don't think KFC is going to be able to hold that area anymore. I want to see what KFC's been building. So he's got all these coming through here, and they're going to build up here. And Useless is going to try and take out some of these other production structures, and KFC is going to try and stop him. But he mostly has missile ships, which at this point probably need a lot more cruisers, because his aircraft can't reach this area. And he is taking out a stray here, and he will be able to take this one out very easily. It's quite damaged already. And he is going to start moving his ground forces once again into the forest. I don't think he can see the defense. He can, so he's going around that. I was looking at KFC's lines. The Jules is coming down and around. He's going to aim for this energy well first. This defensive line is leaving exposed. So we have 4 cruisers here versus 2 cruisers and 3 missile ships. But these are going to get reinforced soon, so those numbers might change anyway. What has Jesus done with this force over here? So he's sent them up there to try and stop any reinforcements coming into his main island. He's not too worried about KFC bringing more units over there. He doesn't think he has the capability to do too much damage. But he's defending from it nonetheless. So these artillery are going to be great at dealing with this defense, because a lot of this defense is infantry, especially in this location. He only has to worry about the one firing against him, so these are basically getting free shots on this defensive line. It will take him longer to get rid of because it's a defensive line, but other than that, it's just going to slow him down, and that's about it. And it looks like KFC's Navy is doing a good job at holding back this army. Got more units coming in now. He's got a fresh cruiser, but so does Julesless. He has got 2 fresh cruisers right now. And it looks like they are going to struggle in this area to make any progress. Ah, he's built an airstrip over here on his island now, so they've got extra range with those. The energy well has gone down for KFC, which means he's going to struggle a bit more with energy. But on the other hand, he is using a lot less energy anyway, so I suppose it doesn't matter too much. And those strikers are now coming further into the battlefield, and they will be able to do a lot more damage over here because it doesn't look like there is any anti-air whatsoever. So these guys have pretty much free reign over the top of KFC's main base. And KFC doesn't really have much on the ground to deal with this, so he is probably going to lose this island very soon. Unless he has something hidden away. He does not, but is he planning up over here? He's got an airfield there, so he is planning to try and make a comeback there. And at this point in the game, Julesless has been kicked out of this part of the ocean, but he probably has built up his army again somewhere. They're coming back in. They're going to stop at this location. So we have Julesless with 1,100 per minute, and KFC is going to probably be struggling now with 770 per minute. And there isn't much he can do about what's happening on the main island here at this point. Which is unfortunate, because eventually, even though he managed to defend against the ocean, he's going to really struggle at trying to keep these navy yards alive, because these ground units will be able to take him out. There we go, looks like Julesless is going to defend these structures just as KFC gets there to try and take them out. And the strikers are going to come in and try and take out these missile ships, and because they are out of energy, it might be a lot easier to do. Unfortunately for KFC, I think Julesless has won this one, and therefore KFC is out of the winners round of the tournament. Julesless will likely move on. Over here, he's not going to be able to build much of an army with that, so no, unfortunately not. But he does have some submarines sneaking around up in the top. There we go, the end of the match has been reached, so Julesless will continue on in the tournament. This is the semi-finals of the first ever Line War tournament hosted by the developers. So, welcome to Line War. We have Julesless here. They both argued, to be fair, over this big area here. They both wanted it, but they kept on blacklisting it. So, Julesless decided to go in this little gap here, and he's expanded from there. He's gone with 3 factories, 2 barracks, and he is trying to expand on this very heavy map with land, lots of land, and OrbNet is actually still really close. And he has gone for an airfield, barracks in the mountains, a barracks there, and he's going for some factories now. He is trying to expand mostly sideways, up and down. Not sideways, but, you know, splitting up and down. And he has found Julesless already. He spotted that straight away, and he's taken measures against it. He's left it there. Has Julesless spotted him, though? He has not. So Julesless is still unaware of where his opponent is. Until now, we can see that one man there. And Julesless is going for artillery first, and then he's getting some SAM units out, and after that I assume he's going to go strictly into artillery for a while. Or leave one in SAM unit, I'm not sure. They both know where each other are now, and they both wanted this location, so it looks like the fight for the game will be the original starting location both players wanted. And Jules has tried to, instead of going this way, he's going to bring his units up and around. Trying to cut off Orbnet's advance in this area so he can maybe hit him from two sides. But who does have the advantage? So he's split like this, I guess, because both players are sort of like this here. So Jules has control over this section and this section potentially. Orbnet is in a position where he can control a lot of this area. This back area and this area. I think Orbnet has a ground advantage if he can hold the areas, if they were to like share it evenly. Jules was very quick to get his artillery on the front line here, which will mean that Orbnet won't be able to take that on because he hasn't got factories actually producing anything yet. They are producing, they haven't produced anything. So he'd have to rely on his one helicopter right now. He is a little bit behind when it comes to armoured units. But I do think he really wanted to focus on his expanse first. I have noticed from Orbnet, he doesn't really focus on eco until later in the game. He starts off with a lot of infantry and expands across the map. And, like, look at these lines. They're everywhere. He is prepared to take over the map. If he didn't have an opponent, he could take over the map just by controlling it for the first 30 seconds. There we go, he spotted Jules advancing forward. And he's going to retreat those two units so they don't become a sacrifice. Orbnet is trying to prepare his artillery here. He's got another one coming out soon. Going to bring some infantry down through the forest by the looks of it. Not quite through the coast edge of the forest. So, yeah, but these units are being told to go this way, so they will end up going around instead. Because they're on orange lines, they are attacking enemies within range. This one's actually taking priority. He's bringing his helicopter in. He's trying to take out the artillery that are here. Got two helicopters now. This match could have some quite large open battlefields later in this game. And cause we're so early in, and Orbnet expands mostly through infantry, and he is a bit behind in production, I think. He might be catching up now, though. Let's have a look at the economy. So Orbnet is already on 480 per minute, whereas Juiceless is on 450. So Orbnet is ahead in eco, but has less armor right now. Useless is in the opposite situation, so it really depends on who can make the most out of what they've got. Orbnet is not advancing, this is so he can build up his units and wait for the enemy to arrive to him. That was a missile being fired off like a firework. I think Jules is already celebrating. There we go, he's bringing his units in now, and they're going to come in a line of two. Going to try and plow through this section of the map. So there's a SAM unit that's straying too close to the front here. So let's have a look at Jules's thing. He is trying to put them there. There we go. He's brought them back a little. So the SAM units are going to try and go into this location, and they will stop following these lines. They're just going to store up here behind the front line. So when air units come to attack, they can shoot over the front of the units. There is a little battle going on here. There's quite a few infantry here and one artillery that is going to be firing at them, but I don't think that artillery is going to be enough. So other than that little force going over this way, Jules is really going to try and push into Orbnet's base really early on. And even now he's got his units up here, he's going to bring them down and around. See what he can do. Pulled them back. He doesn't think he can take this on, and I think he's right with that thought. He's lost the battle down here, so Orbnet is now, instead of expanding, he's going to split off in two. Yeah, he's got two units over here going this way. There you go, he's trying to drag some more of that. And he's going to have some units go this way to try and scout and capture some territory at the same time. Spotted some SAM units trying to sneak in through the bottom of the base. And the artillery are going to go try and attack them. But Jules has spotted that, and he's going to bring them back. Okay, so he's bringing some units across through different parts of this forest here, and I see there are some units in there. They're quite spread out, so their accumulative vision might not be as strong to spot Useless's force going through. But Ordnet has spotted them now as they attack him. It looks like Ordnet set up this nice little line here, but it's maybe a bit too much of an angle. Ordnet is struggling with energy at this point in the game. He is building an energy well though, so he is aware that he was going to have that issue. And it looks like it's nearly ready, so he's not going to have that issue for long. Ordnet's building another factory here. He thinks he's going to lose ground, I think. He's pulling it a bit back. Or he certainly just doesn't want it in a riskier zone. And these SAMs are literally right behind, so they're going to be able to protect Jules' units quite well. If he brings them a bit further in this direction, as these helicopters come across. Can he even see the helicopters coming in? He can. Is he going to change their position though? Now it looks like Jules lost his units over in this location, so he's got one unit left there. But he has got a barracks to try and keep up the expansion. There we go, he's got his SAM moving now. They're going to try and take out that helicopter. They're probably going to do it. One last one, there we go. He's got more fireworks going off now. There is not enough artillery here from Jules. I'm not sure why he's trying to put on that attack right now. He should have probably retreated. I think Ordnet certainly had more units there than he did. I think Jules was just trying to take the opportunity as he saw a weakness, maybe? Not sure. But both of them are expanding their production in factories by the looks of things. I don't think Ordnet is doing anything else. He's going for more factories as well. He is, but he has got a large expanse going this way across the map, despite the fact that he does control most of this map already. Almost. We've got some units going in that way too. But now Ordnet has the advantage with numbers on artillery on the ground. He is now going to spread out his forces a bit more, I think. He's going to send some units around this section of the map. He's got some artillery going that way too. So Ordnet thinks he can hold the line with these guys for now. Probably right. Let's have a look at their economy at this point in the game. We have 600 from Jules and Ordnet is at 860. Quite a bit ahead of Jules right now. And it looks like Ordnet's going to go to the right. Well, Jules has spotted this and he's going to try and come in from behind. And see what damage he can do with his artillery. He's going to move his SAM units separately like earlier he did. And got another factory here to produce some artillery for him. And we've got the infantry moving up in the north here to try and get back that forest for Jules. And I remember seeing some units over here. What progress have they made? They are slowly being killed. Ordnet has pulled back a little to take in this army. Setting up a nice little line here, which will be great for his defense. These SAM are way out of position for this helicopter that's coming in. And Ordnet decided to pull it back anyway. Helicopters are going to go to the right more than anything. I think that's why he probably pulled it back. He wanted to have something more over here to fight these guys and stop Jules from hindering Ordnet's expansion. Because at this point, instead of just claiming territory for themselves in the White Lands like these two, Ordnet has taken territory from Jules himself. So not only is he gaining economy, Jules, his opponent, is also losing the economy too. But both players have a sizable army right now, and I think that Jules is going to send some of his army, at least, down this way to try and force Ordnet to defend down here as well. And if he doesn't, he'll just claim it instead. Go, the helicopters kind of come in and tear up these infantry. Which they are doing unchallenged right now. Orbnet is trying to expand his production into a different location, so we've got something over here now being produced. And I think his plan is to try and build up some artillery here and put some pressure down this way for Useless to have to deal with as well. Now Orbnet does have a decent amount of army in the mountains and the forest here. He's got them moving literally through the mountains so you can't see them. And they might just be able to hold back Useless if Useless can't see that stealth. Be through the stealth. And these artillery are going to set up a nice little line here. It looks like Useless has his own line. They're curving around like this. Got a little death spiral going on. They're trying to move their units into the right position to be more offensive than the other person. I think Julesless is going in at the right angle. Coming in like this, but I think Orbnet is going to have to readjust this or he's going to take a lot more damage than he anticipated. Despite having more numbers than Julesless. Coming in at probably the perfect angle here to take on a line, but these units are coming in forward because they're on an orange line, so there we go. Orbnet has put on an offensive move line towards them, and he might be able to circle them, especially coming around this side of it. It's almost like they're doing a death spiral at the minute until they figure out the best route to attack from. But I don't think Julesless will have the advantage for long in this one because his units are moving back. He is circling these on purpose to be out of range, while his other units curve around Julesless instead. So Orbnet switched that around by moving some units back and forward, pretty much leading Julesless into a trap there. And now these SAM units are forced to move around here, which is actually not a bad idea because of the helicopters that are here. But these artillery are going to sneak around this area and potentially stop the reinforcements getting in there too. But these SAM are too far away and the helicopters are getting some free shots in on this army as well as this nice little line here. It looks like Jesus went for an airfield himself recently. He's got some strikers on the ground. And they are going to tear up a lot here because it doesn't look like Orbnet went with a lot of SAM units. Got a couple in the ground and they should be able to start hitting these strikers very soon. Maybe on their next run. But the artillery is definitely going in Orbnet's favour right now. He's trying to still bring his units up through this way now, and that would actually be beneficial if he can just get in there quick enough. Do as much damage as he possibly can. We got the strikers coming back into the battlefield right now. They're going to come in at the same route his other army is. Over here we've got some more artillery from Orbnet coming down this area, and we've had some damage here as well. And just to make sure I'm not missing anything, we do have Julesless. Looks like he's taking control over this area. He has beat Orbnet in that section of the map. Orbnet is trying to spread his units out quite well. He's got some overlapping lines, which sometimes isn't a bad thing. So we've got these helicopters coming in. They're taken out from the side because these SAMs have gone this way. He is using these helicopters like hit and run tactics. And now the SAM are moving in. They're probably going to take out one of these helicopters. Maybe. He's not going to fire that last one. No. That helicopter managed to get away, but we have this line that I hate to see my enemies using against me. The concave line, where his units are being fed into many firing lines. For now, Orbnet is just taking the hits from these strikers. Orbnet probably needs to have some more SAM units on the ground, or to build some interceptors instead to help against these strikers, because they are doing a lot of damage to his ground forces. However, Useless will have to spread his strikers out a bit, because to defend this area of the map, he is going to need to worry about some more artillery coming in at him. And if Orbnet had these on arrow commands, they might be able to take out the structure a bit faster instead of trying to take over the land. You can take over the land afterwards. We had a helicopter go down as he tried to attack a lot of SAM units in there. And Orbnet is going to challenge this. He's got some structures placed in the back over here. And he's going to try and bring them down to stop the advance of Useless in this little area here. Orbnet still hasn't managed to claim all of the land that he had available to him. But Orbnet's economy right now, because of so much land available, was 1,444 against Julesless, who has half the amount, 724. And considering Julesless is running on half of the economy, he is doing very well at trying to fend off Orbnet. Trying to constantly put on the pressure when he hasn't got the ability to do so, not really. But I think Orbnet has just been biding his time. He is not rushing this game at all, he's just trying to push through when he has the ability to, allowing Julesless to do most of the damage for him. So Julesless will win this little mini engagement until these reinforcements come in. And as you can see, we have Julesless with some arrow commands here. They will not try and capture this territory. But once you get there, you can always switch them out to this as a flag command, and then they'll follow a new arrow command. There we go. Those strikers have been called to defend this area, but I don't know if it's going to be... No, it's not going to be enough. Because artillery did manage to take out that structure. It is unfortunate for Julesless. Has a lot of pressure on him right now. And he's already lost this area of the map too, so Orbnet has taken over this area again. And he is building a lot of economy. So we're about 20 minutes into the game, and this is when Orbnet generally tries to go into economy everywhere. He's bringing in his helicopters into this part of the map. The SAM units are straying behind a bit, so they're not going to be very helpful defending this, but we do have the strikers coming in over here as well. And there are the helicopters. Is he going to be able to do anything about that? I don't think he is. He's already got some helicopters in here, and the SAM is still straying behind. And Julesless is having to fight this front line, but he can already see that there's another army building up against him as well. So he's trying to have to figure out how to stop this army as well as when the reinforcements come in. Orbnet, on the other hand, has captured all the lands almost in this area and is bringing in the conquering infantry to the front line of the battle. And not only that, but after taking this area of land, he is bringing these units into this area of the map as well. I don't think Julesless can see that yet. Oh, he can, he is, and he's trying to defend it with what little he has. But unfortunately, it is too little, too late. The strikers are going to come try and assist that, and they definitely have to, because this is a very, very vulnerable location for them. Because if this airfield goes down, even if they're on it, they'll all blow up, and if they're not on it, they'll fly away and blow up because they don't have anywhere to refuel or arm, or whatever the logic is behind that. There we go. So up here we've got those reinforcing artillery coming down through this location now, so these guys are going to be slightly off aim as well, so he's building up some lines here. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be overwhelming. And most of these are commandos as well. Or at least some of them. Oh, have a look at Orbnet's side of things here. So he's got his commandos going in, trying to take out those infantry, which they probably will. He's got some infantry still coming in through the forest and on the land there. And we've got artillery soon to back that up. Over here, Julesless has been able to hold him off for a while, but this reinforcement's coming in. Julesless does not have reinforcements to back this area up. And up in this area of the map, Julesless is also losing ground, with 1 artillery to 5 there. But we have a large ball of artillery here, and they are backed up by SAM units, so these strikers won't be able to do much damage there. So he's definitely going to have to try and clear up this area first, and then this area after, if Julesless wants to survive and use most of his ground units on the front line here. The helicopters are going to try and come in from Orbnet to try and take out the barracks and the production structure specifically now, to try and thin out Julesless even more. And there's even a sneaky small force coming in down here. Or could I say a lone wolf? I think Julesless can see that one individual, but can't see the SAM there. So if he sent his air units to try and take out this area, he's going to get hit by the SAM units. There we go. Orbnet is making slow but effective progress in this area. Strikers are going to come down over here to try and assist in this location, but that might take a couple of runs at this point. There we go, so Julesless is bringing his units into the front line here, but these have concave ground and they are pretty much going to die as soon as they are fired upon. And before the second one can be effective enough to fight back and increase their numbers. And we have a rocket coming in. I did not even spot being built. And that's going to land probably about here. There we go. Going to do a lot of damage to some structures there. Take out a few as well. And it took out all of the front line defending units. And unfortunately for Julesless, that means he will now be out of this tournament. At this point we have reached what is practically the end of the map, and Orbnet has taken control. Hello, welcome to Line War. We're watching the last of the losers round of the tournament, so these two players are fighting to fight the last battle of the tournament for the I guess to be the champion. So we have Animorph over here, who has had many battles throughout this tournament, and he is going to be starting off with 3 factories in the forest area. They pretty much blacklisted this entire area, about 5 different blacklist rules then. Julesless went on the other side of the blacklist, which he has gone for 2 factories, 2 barracks, and a navy yard. Animorph, I heard building something else, I'm sure. Yes, 2 barracks there. So Animorph is focusing more on the ground. He is expanding across both sections, both of these little stretches of land, and he's going to try and push it into this area too. Whereas Julesless has this area of the map, and it looks like because he set up Navy Yard, he's going to be trying to claim the territory over here. Wow. It looks like Animorph doesn't have much intention of doing so, but they probably are pretty sure they're close to each other in this game. It is important to note there was a potential chance to have a trade route straight away, because you could have linked across here like that and had a trade route. But high economy on this type of map would be great later on, but if it went bad early on, it's going to go bad for the rest of the game. So it's important to note that there is one there that Animorph could take advantage of later on. Oh, we have some tanks rolling out from Animorph. He started off with 3 tanks here. Not sure what he's planning to produce next. But it looks like the animation's going a bit funny in that. But it is still building something. So they have spotted each other. They definitely are close to each other. Animorph is taking some mountain routes over here, so he's not going to be spotted so easily. Julesless is going for artillery at the beginning and Sam just to protect himself from some air units, but he's definitely going to focus more on ranged units on the ground. So Animorph is going for a bit of a plan here. He's got his tanks moving on a blue command with arrows, so they focus on moving, and they won't be trying to take over any territory. So I want to see how Juiceless responds to this. But I was right, yeah, he's got his transport boats there, and they're going to take some units across the water. These boats are these tanks are coming in through this ground now. Juiceless has spotted them. And it looks like he's going to spread out his artillery a bit. These tanks are moving up a bit more here now, so they are going to end up in firing lines of these artillery. But I'm not sure if he has enough here to defend against them. Not if Animorph uses them well enough. He could go around a lot of this. So it looks like Jules is going for a line command there to try and block the path. But Animorph has adapted and he's trying to change their direction, but he's running out of energy. Animorph doesn't have any energy to use these tanks. So at best this is a scout for him. And the artillery are going to be able to outrange them, so they cannot move anymore, but they can still fire. So I don't know if those tanks were actually worth it in the end, especially if you didn't actually try and produce any energy for this assault. Because now you can't go around the armies, you just have to sit there. So unfortunately, I think that kind of went against Animorph in this case. What else is he going for? He's now going into artillery. He's got some SAM units. But those tanks did go down. Jules' perspective, he is building an airfield up in the forest here. And he will claim all the land that he can soon. But he has managed to acquire a new island, which he's already set up the pathways for. Jules is going to have to deal with these groups of units up here. He's got 2 units to be able to spy on them, but that's about it so far. He's sending some artillery that way. He is building some anti-air boats there, but he's focused more on transports as well. Is Animorph going for any air units? Does not look like it, but he is still expanding and he's almost... I would say it was almost done, but he's still got quite a lot of expanding to do. I think he sent quite a lot of his units towards Juiceless at the beginning, and I think that's going to cut his expanding in half. So let's have a look at their economy. So, Animorph has 500 per minute, and Juiceless has 500 per minute. So they're about the same at this point in the game. So Animorph has much more potential of the map to claim, and that could go in his favour later on. But Juiceless is nonetheless still trying to expand, and when he claims these islands, that may end up being in his benefit. Animorph doesn't try and claim some islands as well. These artillery are easily going to push these infantry around, but is Animorph trying to sneak around? It looks like he is. He's got some commandos up here taking on this airfield. And those artillery are probably not going to reach them in time. They're probably going to quite easily destroy that, and that's going to halt Juiceless's approach on the airfields before he can even use them. Does he know about it? He's probably noticed it. Yes, he's got his artillery going up this way now. He wants to take them out, but I just don't think he's going to reach it in time. And at the same time, Animorph has his units coming in through this way, straight through the middle, so these artillery are being diverted into a direction that he kind of doesn't want them to be diverted in, but he has to. But fortunately for Juiceless, it looks like Animorph is doing the flag command to get here, so he's being slowed down while taking territory. So, is there any more commandos lying around from Animorph? He's got one up there trying to shoot these guys. I think they're fine, but the artillery are starting to fire at this line. He's trying to make a line command here so that they all set themselves up nicely. And these commandos are being chased out of this way, trying to find any energy wells. So he's targeting key locations, but I don't think there's one there yet. No, Jules doesn't have any energy production whatsoever right now. So those line of artillery are going to be able to hold back these artillery. They're going to be pushed back from Jules. He is trying to increase his numbers before he tries to push forward again. And at the same time, Jules is expanding down in this area and has taken some land off of Animal. Right, so he's built barracks on this island as well, so he's going to be able to expand quite nicely over in that area. Whereas Animorph will soon have this whole area. He's got a navy yard and a barracks there, so I do think he plans to cross the islands. And he is going to be able to claim this territory up here very soon, but he's going to have to keep managing this. He hasn't set them up prior to being there when he first started sending units over there. I have a little engagement going on down here, which Animorph will probably lose. Maybe able to kill these two people, maybe, before the reinforcements get there. But killing that airfield on over here was actually a very good catch from Animorph. So far, Animorph's production is coming from 5 barracks and 5 factories and 2 barracks. Pretty much all coming from one location. It's got this down here as well. But this is what's reinforcing his front line. And from this side of it, we have 3 factories and 2 barracks. And he's got another airfield being built. So the airfield is what is holding him back because he lost one. So that's a production structure is going to be holding him back for a while. However, it looks like Jules has gone into solely artillery here. He's got no SAM. Well, he's got 2 SAM units. He hasn't got SAM being produced. So, with Animorph having to produce some SAM units, it might actually put it in favour of Jules for this attack. Looks like it is going in favour of Animorph at the minute because it's curving around his army, but Jules' army is a bit larger, which just means that Animorph is going to be taking better losses in this battle, but he is going to end up losing the fight. It looks like he is actually going to use the SAM units on the front line as well, and this is to probably more as a meat shield. So these guys are going to get attacked by the artillery, while these artillery are going to get 3 shots in. But when you've only got 3 artillery left, I just don't think it's worth it at this point. It would have been great when you had more units to back them up with, but they just didn't make it in time. And after Jules has tried taking over territory from Animorph in this section, we now have Animorph taking that territory back. Right, now since they're coming up to what's considered their almost maximum potential, we have 700 a minute from Animorph, and Jules is at 600 per minute. So Animorph is ahead in eco and in production because he hasn't lost production structures yet. Jules is building an energy well over here while he's got his aircraft strikers being built. Is he building up anything over this way? No, he's just expanding. Go. So he's trying to go around the army, but it looks like Animorph is retreating in that direction too. He's hoarding an army in the forest here, so even if Jules can see it through the fog of war, he won't be able to see through the forest. And now he's going to bring these units down and probably bring these units around in a bit. Potentially trying to flank the enemy or pincer the enemy. More production being placed. Animorph crossed the water yet? He hasn't. That's because he's out of energy. He doesn't have an energy well yet. Set up. Does it have an energy well at all? Does not really. Not in a safe location. Not that I can see. He's got one right here, but that's in a very contested zone. Could easily be taken out. Personally, I wouldn't even build an energy well. I would go for power plants, probably up in this area. He is about to claim, so we'll see if he decides to do that. I haven't fully checked. I might have missed a spot, but I would if I was playing, so see if Animorph does so. He hasn't got any energy production right now. Useless is building up his strikers, and he may send them in soon. He decided not to engage after seeing those units come out of the forest, so that was probably quite a wise decision. And now Jules is trying to explore the ocean, trying to claim the territory, and see if Animorph has done the same. Go, these units are going to come up through this line here, come down through this line here. And the strikers have lifted off. Where are they going? They are trying to help in this location here against the commandos. There's 2 commandos up here so far. By the looks of it, there is only 3 in total, so... And there's another one coming in now, but you can't see that. Stealthed and in the mountain. So Animorph has spotted these units coming in. He's trying to hold the line. I'm going to bring these units in like this instead, because this way they'll all come in and move in a straight line from this location, instead of a line of 5. They might end up engaging in a lot better of a position than they would have elsewise. He's trying to bring them in, just making sure that it catches all units. Go, he spotted strikers anyway, so he definitely has enough SAM in this area. Don't know if he's got enough artillery to take this on, because it does look like these units aren't coming in the best situation. But he does have a lot more units coming in. He's got a mass load of factories in this forest, which I don't usually recommend having them so close together. 1 nuke, maybe 2 nukes for this size of a cluster. But useless. He is trying to use the strikers to stop any pressure at the sides and apply extra pressure himself by the looks of things. But he's definitely holding strong on the front line, and so is Animorph. But I think Julesless has this engagement until these reinforcements come in. He has his own reinforcements coming in too, but I think he can set up these lines a bit better, a bit like Animorph is. I'd say the line setup from Animorph was a bit more better than Julesless. But I think Julesless is trying to curve around the edge. I think that's what his plan is. But I think it's going against him right now with the position, and he's got like an arrowhead situation, which isn't usually the best one for artillery. Okay, so he's trying to go, instead of going down now, he's trying to go up and around instead, and it looks like Julesless has actually pretty much lost all of his units, probably because of the positioning of them. The way they ended up situating at the battlefield. But I think he's taken out all the commandos up here, and Julesless is going to go around into this forest, and if he can get behind Animorph, which he can barely even see right now, then he might be able to take out some structures, because all of this section's stealth. If he doesn't spot this quick enough, that is going to be a real big problem for him. Have a quick look at what's going on down here. So he's managed to claim this island. He's spotted these navy units though. And it looks like he's lost his navy yard. But this cruiser could probably destroy this. He's got a power plant set up in the mountains. Thought he might do that. However, at this point, these units are going to start coming in straight in towards Julesless's base. And the strikers are going to come around, and are they on a nice little line command, or are they, it's just a circle? But unfortunately, it turns out there's a bit too much energy being used from useless at the minute. And it looks like those strikers are going to end up going down to those SAM units. Or at least some of them are. There's one down. One was heavily damaged, but he will repair some of that. And Animorph is about to be hit again by Jules's reinforcements. Those cruisers are taking out this. I think Jules is definitely getting control over the ocean at this point. And he pretty much has control of these two other islands. Animorph's perspective, he can't really see too much of what's going on in the ocean. He saw something then. They're probably going to catch this transport boat out in a minute. He's nearly claimed that island. And this fight is getting reinforced heavily because there is a lot of production here of artillery and SAM units. Get the feeling this is going to be a very large battle just sitting there, going to stay there for a while it keeps getting reinforced. And as I said, that transport's been spotted and Useless is taking that out. Don't think Animorph has another one. Yeah, he does. He's got another one there, which still has a unit in. That guy's having a day off, I think. Over here, it looks like Useless is pushing back and he's winning this engagement in the top. Strikers are coming in to support, but the SAM are going to try and shoot it down. Possibly successfully at this one. There we go. Now, Animal should probably have to retreat. He is. He's just retreating now. And he is trying to push in some units down in the bottom part of the island, trying to push around with those infantry that are there. Making sure that he doesn't get through, but I don't think he actually spotted this area. He's got some helicopters now, so he tried to send those over there at one point. And if Useless had these on arrow commands, they would already be inside this forest right now. And they would already be able to stop some of that production. But this helicopter's getting extra free damage in, so is the artillery, because they're just trying to stop and take over territory. Have a look at the command. Yeah, he is using a flag command. Because there's a unit in there, they're allowed to move forward now because they can't capture it. He's found the airfield. And these 6 infantry have snuck round. They are heavily damaged, and I don't know if they're going to be able to take out the airfield, but they are definitely going to do some damage to it. There's one commando just on his own defending it. And at the same time, Jules is going down here because he knows that if he wants to deal with it, he's going to have to push up this way. There we go. He lost it anyway. Unfortunately, Jules could not take out that airfield. So Animorph is safe for a little bit. And Jules is going to try and go down this way. And I think he's going to try and attack here and bring his reinforcements through this way, maybe. He still has quite a few strikers. He's nearly got 4 now, so that'll be able to support him quite heavily in battle. He's pretty much claimed everything that he can except for this one, and he is about to do this island, which I completely missed. Did not know that was there. But their economy should be at their max potential, or nearly. We've got 1,100 from Julesless and Animorph. We have 1,000, so they're pretty equally matched. Almost got a stalemate here. It's pretty much coming up to whoever takes the best trades. They set these up to all come at this area, but these guys are moving that way and they're moving that way, so these guys are going to get killed first. Probably would have been better to keep these where they were, maybe retreat until the battle could happen all at once. We've got the helicopters coming in. They're going to try and fly through and destroy anything that they can, because I don't see any SAM units in there. They are right at the back there. They're way out of position. But then also, Jules has his strikers there, trying to take out what very little artillery there is in this little section here. And instead of Animorph trying to pincer Julesless, it looks like Julesless's reinforcements are going to come in instead. and pincer Animorph, or at least slow down these guys. So how is he set up his lines? He's going to move them straight up and move these across this way, yeah. But I'll... to be fair, Animorph has got his SAM units in a very good position, right in between his two front lines. He might need to move them just a little bit back though, because these artillery are going to hit hard. But why is he sending over here? He's sending his strikers in. Oh, they're going up north and they're going to come down and try and take out this airfield. From Animorph's point of view, he doesn't have too much defending it, but he could see him quite early. And it also might reveal that Animorph's trying to send his army up this way and try and come in and down. These guys are actually thinking alike, but they're just using different things to do it with. And the strikers are going to waste their ammo before they get to that airfield, so they have revealed themselves, but it didn't quite reveal what Julesless was actually doing that. But I think Julesless still has the advantage, and that did reveal what he was doing. These strikers are going to come down into this fight down here. They are going to actually attack this airfield. And Animorph has won the ground battle down that area, so these guys can now reinforce the top area. And I don't know whether Julesless is going to respond with the ground units over here. Got some still there to defend, but it doesn't look like he's actually responding to it just yet. Right, and Julesless does have most of the islands. It looks like he is working on his economy. He's trying to build that up. He's got an industry being built there as well. Whereas Animorph, I don't think he is building up an economy yet. I think he is just trying to plow through Julesless at this point, but he is taking the territory from this island here. The helicopters are coming in to attack the SAM units, but there is too many SAM there for these helicopters to take on, and he's just lost 2 of them for that. Those strikers are coming in, and those SAM might be able to fire at him. Yep, he's just changed direction, so they will. And he lost the striker as well. All of these units are converging towards this location, which is exactly where Julesless' army is, and they will just start curving around it quite naturally. We'll give Julesless the disadvantage here, give Animorph the advantage. And now Julesless is attacking Animorph up here. I don't know what he can see. He is sending a fair group of infantry over there, but that is going to be supported by the helicopters from Animorph. Whereas down here, the strikers are going to support this area and take out as many artillery units as they can. But the SAM are going to absolutely tear them to shreds if they carried on, so we had to call them back. And it looks like Animorph is going to win this engagement down here if Julesless can't do anything about this. And to be fair, Animorph is also being quite successful in the north as well. And if I remember correctly, he was taking over this island down here, which he has a barracks set up here, if I remember. And Julesless has spotted this, and he's going to try and send his units across, but I just don't think he's got enough on the island right now. So he might lose that territory as well. So Animorph is doing these small little things that is going to hit Julesless' economy over time. And that is going to put Julesless in a bad position later on. He's at 1,200 a minute right now. Animorph is at 1,100, so Julesless does have the advantage here when it comes to the economy. They have a very similarly situated army. Julesless is using strikers, whereas Animorph is using helicopters, but other than that, they're pretty similar. I wonder if Julesless is still building boats. It looks like he is. I think he was concerned a lot about boats that might be attacking in the future. He actually isn't producing them anymore, but he has still got some boats. There's a lot of engagements going on around here. It looks like Julesless is surrounded almost, but not too much. It's just spread out a bit too much though. However, this area is going to get annihilated if Julesless can't stop him. What's going on over here? Julesless wasn't able to respond, but he's bringing his transport boats down. He's got infantry coming down here, so he will be able to try and take that island back. Whereas up here, these artillery are getting some nice shots in on the production there. The artillery that's defending here is actually able to push back. However, they're going to walk around this unless he changes the command to go upwards instead. Strikers are doing whatever they can to try and get any damage in for free. Anywhere that there isn't SAM, they can alleviate the pressure. Is what he's trying to go for here. Animorph is just being absolutely relentless. He's attacking at multiple different locations. Julesless has this territory. He's going to try and take it back. He hasn't managed to get there yet. And the SAM are going to take out those strikers. He has 3 strikers left and 2 airfields producing them, so he should be able to recover with those strikers as long as he can defend them well enough. But it looks like Julesless is slowly being defeated in this game. So we're moving the SAM units down now to protect against the helicopters. That helicopter will go down with that amount of SAM they're shooting at. And the strikers are trying to chip away at the edge here because the SAM's on this side. If he goes this way, then those SAM won't be able to do much about it, so they'll have to move back around this way, and then he can pull the strikers back and go down another way. Just doing as many hit and runs as you can that gets free hits. But unfortunately, one has strayed away. It is a bit risky, and they are still going to get hit by those SAM units. From this perspective, Julesless won the fight originally and has taken over the territory, but it is being reinforced on the ground here, and I don't know if Julesless has enough infantry to take back this island. But this is going to sway the economy into Animorph's favour soon. 1,200, and now Julesless is at 1,100. I'm pretty sure it was the other way around last time we checked, so that has actually changed for them both. Right, now we've got a very strong line of units coming in now, and they're shooting anything and everything that comes into sight right now. Another structure's going down. We have 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more factories in this section producing every so often. We've got 3 up here and 2 airfields about to go down, and it looks like these industries are going to get hit as well, which is going to be insanely bad for Julesless if he can't defend this location at all. But I'm pretty sure Julesless is actually really stubborn and he really wants to stay in this tournament, and he's going to try his best to fight back any way that he can. He's even brought his cruisers to the coastline to shoot in. Any extra damage is free damage. Whereas Animorph is still just trying to push in as hard as he can and take out as much as he can. Striker trying to poke in there, so he's brought his SAMs forward. And that Striker will go down eventually. There we go, it's down. And it looks like Julesless might actually be able to take this island back. So he's still bringing units over. He doesn't have too many left, and he can't see the barracks that's here. But if he does spot that barracks, he will be able to take it out. The airfield's about to go down. That has a striker being produced on it right now. He's bringing in his helicopters to provide support. Can't see where they landed because they don't come from the airfield, they come from elsewhere. 3 factories went down straight away at once then, pretty much. And it looks like Animorph is clearing this island from Julesless's presence. Julesless still has a plan though. He's bringing his units down through the water. The airfield down, and the striker is going to try and do as much damage as possible, but he's literally just flying straight through the line of SAMs there. This is unfortunate for Julesless, but he is stubborn and he still thinks he can win this game. Let's have a look at what Jules' house is doing over here. He's trying to bring some more units across. He doesn't have many to do it going, but he is just trying to focus on economy right now. Trying to build up some form of economy so that he has something to rely on in the future. And he is trying to situate himself to have this island too. Anything is better than nothing, and I keep forgetting about this island, but he's got another town there that has a docks on it. He would be able to set up a trade route if he could. Protect it. So he is making a plan behind the scenes, and because all of this has been destroyed, he no longer has to pay upkeep for it. So even though he may have less income, he's actually earning a lot more money, so he might be able to pull something out of the bag here. But it won't be long now until he loses complete sight over this island entirely. But he still has his plans. He's going to send some units in across here now and take over the island over there. Try and take over the island from the back. Somewhere along the lines, Jules has managed to take out Animorph from this island too, because Animorph did have that originally. Over here, it looks like he's going to lose his navy yards now, one at a time, and this energy well is going to go down. I think this one should be safe. But Animorph has complete reign over this whole island now. Something's going on over here. Oh, he's destroying them. So he's destroying these, or self-destructing them, so that he can increase his own economy. As he doesn't need any more production. He's got enough units on the ground. And he's doing this probably to work on economy, other economy structures, so that he can make sure that he stays in the game. I don't think he's spotted this yet, but he is bringing units down just to make sure he's got some defense anywhere on the map. Building an airfield and barracks there. I think this Mando runs. Or it's just conveniently stealth next to each other because of the mountains. Most of these units are just going forward now and just trying to explore the map and claim all the territory left available to him. And now, Animorph has lost this territory, and it doesn't look like he's noticed it yet. The Julesless will claim it. And we'll probably try and build stuff on it. There we go, he's got a barracks set up. And he's going to try and expand as fast as he can over on Julesless' land. See what else he can do over there. Personally, I'd try and, because he got such a big economy right now, I would be trying to build a nuke here so you could destroy everything that he's got. When it finally reaches you. And I wouldn't expand any further until that nuke was ready, or a little bit, and have some factories set up so that you can sort of surprise them and respawn and battle back and stuff, you know. Hold them back, ready for a nuke to destroy them all. That way you might be able to change the tide of the battle, but you never really know. Both players now have an insane amount of economy coming in, and ready to do with it as they wish. Animorph should be working on his economy really rapidly right now, and he is. He's building loads of stuff in the mountains over here. He probably could do stuff with this. It's a fairly well defendable location. Julesless is just trying to find a way in that will change the tide of this war. Building a docks here, so he definitely does plan to have some trade routes. There you go, he's building that one there. He's got a trade route set up. He needs a town here to be built before he can set up this trade route. and that will give him an insane amount of economy and might be able to bring him back into the game again. There we go. I think Jules has been spotted by Animorph now. And he's trying to bring in a big force over here to try and fight back. Which is probably just too much for Jules to handle. But we'll have to wait and see. From Jules' side of things, he is trying to set up a defensive line, which is definitely going to end up being a bit too late. Fortunately for him, he has been spotted really early. But at least he's got production set up, so he is going to be able to try and fight back at least. Otherwise, Julesless is just trying to keep control over this ocean and make sure he doesn't spot any naval bays or naval yards, submarine pens being built, so he's checking the coast. Making sure that he is situated safely. And then he can have free reign to try and poke at Animorph. It looks like Animorph is going to be able to take over this section of the map again. He's got his artillery there. I wonder if he's bringing everything in. Is he keeping this line over here? He is. He's keeping these guys there. Got some airfields being produced, and they're going to be able to cross the water instead. So he's going to be able to try and have air superiority against Jules' naval superiority. Over in this direction, the helicopters are even being called in themselves as well. And I just think that that's going to be impossible to defeat. I was wrong. This energy well is not safe. This one single artillery unit can shoot it. Which will be a pain for Julesless, but not too much of a concern. Jules is having a hard time trying to defend this location. He doesn't have much he can use. He can't reinforce it. We'll look from his side. He has some boats and he can bring some units in, but I just don't think he's willing to put that effort in there. Got some artillery he could use, but I think he's just going to build them up for the next assault. Jules has just lost another energy well, so obviously one being lost there, but thought he had... Obviously wrong. So from Jules' perspective, he's just being overrun in this section now. He is trying to claim the territory even down here and hope that Animorph doesn't spot him, I guess. That they can just keep the territory there and wait till later. These three structures are going to go down very soon. They're not going to be able to produce much more. And Jules probably won't dedicate any more of his funds to that. Next thing I'm waiting for is the airfields that were being built here and what they're going to do next. Trying to keep an eye out for that, and I'll just have a look for Animorph's eyes to have that knowledge. I can see what's going on up here. Got three now. 3 airfields have been built, and he's building strikers. When there's such range, it might be wiser to try and go for strategic bombers, just because they have that extra distance. But I don't really know the damage output of those compared to strikers, so probably have to test those soon. Go, so Animorph has cleared this section of the map. There are some territory he's going to need to claim back. Be interesting to see whether he does or not. Whether he forgets about it. So he's building a city now. Knows Jules is across the water and he's not given up, so Animorph is building a city. Probably is building one over here. He is, yep. Both players are preparing for the long game in this. Animorph has a fair amount of ground force to reckon with right now. Here's some things being built. Where from, though? Oh, probably in this section. There you go. So he's going to use this area to build stuff on, and he's going to transport stuff across. He's got his trade route set up now, so I wonder what the economy is now, because Animorph doesn't actually have trade routes. So Julesus has managed to keep a really high economy of 1,490 compared to Animorph's 1,700. That's pretty much because of his towns and industries up in the back here as well. But he doesn't actually have trade routes. And Animorph is trying to build up his own navy fleet up here. Very nicely hidden away and defended with strikers. What can Jules see from that? So he is going to try and have a look around here and see what Animorph can build. I think he's trying to check to make sure that he owns the ocean. What is going on down here? It looks like Animorph is aware that there could be stuff down here. He is going to take that land. Unfortunately for Jules, there we go. He's got these strikers coming in this way to make sure he don't come too close. He doesn't want to get spotted there. I think that's the thing. Instead of just destroying the ships, he wants to make sure they don't get anywhere near this. And I don't think Jules can see that, so I think he is going to be denied vision over there. Yeah, they weren't able to hold up then, so now Jules knows about the air units over here. He doesn't actually know about the navy fleets there, so it could be that Animorph takes back the ocean soon. Looks like Jules is building up a large amount of transport boats, and that'll be to try and invade the land really fast. So that they can go to and from the land and put in a lot of units really quickly to try and take over later on. So Animorph has 3 cities right now. And that is producing him a lot of income. Trying to store up some energy for a later fight, probably with 1, 2, 3, 6 navy yards producing fleets. He knows he's going to need a lot of energy for this one final battle that is coming up, but it seems to be at a bit of a stalemate right now, and I think Jules will have control over what happens next. So I'm going to watch a bit of a faster mode, just so we can see what goes on. And when it comes up to a big fight or something, we will slow it down. Both players are just biding their time as we speak. We're just increasing their production. So Jules is going to try and invade over here. He's got something going across there. I think this is more of a scout. Anything? He got instantly spotted by infantry there. So Jules, Animorph is aware of that. He saw that and he's bringing down a group of units to protect this area as well. At the same time, Animorph sent his strikers around. Cleared up a lot of this defensive line here. Sent them across. But Jules is out of energy. So he is still struggling for energy supply. Don't think he has any safe places he can put energy either. Which is unfortunate. He's going to have to try and rely on power plants next part of this game. Did actually manage to get some through. I didn't spot that because we were in fast mode. So he has managed to sneak in some commandos, and Animorph has not spotted this. I think Animorph is aware that it might happen though, so he did send this to happen, so he might be able to spot them in a bit. There you go, he knows something's going on, he can see it's been damaged, so he's sending in his helicopters, and there is more than enough helicopters here to reveal the stealth of the commandos, but not before he gets the kill on that one structure, but he's producing it straight away. Probably not a bad idea. He knows he's going to destroy them. He knows he can defend it after. But actually, no, I think it looks like it destroyed again. Well, that was a complete waste of money. Animorph is bringing his navy down as well. He's trying to send in as much units over here as he can. And I want to see this from Jules' perspective, because he can spot this. He's seen the navy fleet there. He cannot even move his, so he can't do anything about this. And his boats are so close to the edge there, but they're going to get spotted before they can really do much about it. Whereas Animorph's side of this, he's got more than enough energy. And anything that comes close to these former strikers are coming over. He is building a rocket. I think he considers this to be the main island of Julesless, because it's the largest. But Julesless is situated on a smaller island mostly. Most of his infrastructure. And those strikers are going to come down in one bombing line, try and destroy anything and everything they come across. Pretty much like a carpet bomber. And he's even going for some extra energy just to rub it in Julesless's face. But yeah, those infantry aren't going to last much longer. He's just pretty much going to hold this area until most of his units are across. And then he's going to try and claim it. Because there were so many strikers here, you could see pretty much the whole ground, except for the mountains. Can't guarantee there's nothing there. I heard a rocket ready. Heard that standing by. I don't know who it was from. Jules just can't fire a rocket anyway. He's got no energy. Ah, there it is. But it is right there. That's partly to defend his invasion, which is exactly the same as Animorph's nuke as well. Animorph has pretty much built it in the wrong place. He doesn't know it, obviously, but this was to help protect his invasion force. And he's concerned of how much might be producing here, but Jules just doesn't have anything there. Apart from a city, it's going to go down. And that'll be great for Animorph, but I think he's expecting a lot more resistance up in that area. But with a lack of energy, it just looks like his invasion is not going to be as successful because he just can't get the units across fast enough. Up here, the strikers are coming down through the mountains, checking for anything that's there. I don't know how far away they can go from those airfields. It looks about the max distance. Could be wrong. But Jules just can't get enough energy to be able to fire this rocket anywhere. Otherwise, that probably would be quite helpful just to clear this area up. And I don't know what Animorph's doing about that invasion as well. He is bringing his newer produced structures over this way, and it looks like those animations are really being a bit weird, but alright. Go, so we've got these artillery fighting for control over that section, but it looks like Animorph has that under control. Animorph has protected this area of the water, and he is able to get as much units as he wants across there, to be fair. And he is going to bring them down. I don't know what Jules is planning to do against that. I don't really think he can do much. He can barely see what's going on up there. He is trying to bring his navy down a bit to try and sort it out, but he just doesn't have the power to do it. He's trying to increase his power as much as he possibly can. It's just not building up fast enough for him. Animorph's helicopters are clearing up what's left on the ground here, and they will be able to take on these boats as well. They'll definitely stop this invasion over there. So, Jules has been stopped once again with the invasion that way. Animorph, concerned there might be some more going on here. He's going to bring these into this choke point here so that he can take control over it. Only to find there's probably nothing there. And I'm going to speed up this part as well because I know there's not really about what's going to happen here. But Animorph is now struggling with energy as well, as he's trying to move his air units and or control that many, but he's got a big fleet of ships and that's going to be a problem for him. So he's just going to leave him there for a bit, let his energy build up. He's got a lot of storage, so when they are built up he can make some big moves then. Hear a rocket being fired. It is not Animorphs. There we go. So Julesless did fire a rocket and take over this location, built up some of his own energy, and now he's trying to invade once again. His plan is to place these missile ships right there to protect against those helicopters. So that was actually quite a decent situation to use. He also got rid of that rocket because he can't afford to keep it. And he wanted to get that in really well, and I think he's handled that invasion as best that he possibly could. Animorph, I'm going to have to deal with that. Otherwise, if he lets it build up, that's going to be a sizable force that can absolutely decimate this whole area. If Julesless is successful there, we could end up seeing the map flip around as Animorph goes around to this side of the map, and Julesless takes over the main island once again. I mean, he did get rid of a lot of his units, sending them across this way. So he is going to have to produce a lot to get there, but he also does have a nuke up here to defend with. Unless he got rid of it. It looks like he did. Yeah, Julesless has stopped absolutely everything, just so he can try and bring as many units down here as possible. And Animorph is trying to bring some more units down to this fight here. So Animorph has pretty much realised that there is nothing defending this island over here, and he pretty much has free reign to destroy the city without being challenged. And these strikers up here will be able to defend when they get so far into this. But Animorph is content on leaving his ships there as well as they build up the energy. Julesless is going to try and advance through this area, and they are going to be backed up by a lot of infantry. So I think the artillery are going to handle the infantry pretty well. The helicopters are coming in, but they're going straight into a line of SAM fire. And it goes down, so he has started to produce a lot more structures on this island. He has a lot of capital, so he can do whatever he wants with that, and he's going to be able to adapt very easily. On this side of the map, we see that Animorph is still progressing through the territory, claiming each part. Making sure he doesn't leave anything in control of Julesless. Strikers are going to come in and protect these new constructed buildings. And I think this is the last stand for Julesless right now. He's going to try and make one last push. See if he can take control over this island. His perspective, he's trying to take over pretty much everywhere. And he's got arrow commands. He is not going for capturing land, except for here, which I think is a mistake. And that is so that he can get straight in here and take out these airfields. Try and take out the structures before he deals with anything else. But now there's going to be a lot of strikers in this area. I wonder, did he just send them down? Yeah, he did. He sent them down. And they are going to be able to tear up a lot of this going on over here. And at the same time, the city is going to get shot down eventually. And that little area there is going to be filled with Animorph's ships. And he's spotted some more ships, so he's going to try and bring these around here. He's found the town and some trade routes. But unfortunately, Julesless just doesn't have the energy to respond to that. Over here, the strikers are just ploughing through everything they find. And these artillery are making a break for the city up here. But I just don't think they're going to reach it in time. Down here was a navy battle, and just can't get his units into a good enough position. These units are going to crowd around everything. They're going to destroy that docks as well, disrupting his trade routes. That's going to destroy both of the trade routes. And unfortunately, Jules has no energy and no money at all. He's got all of his economy in production, these units. And if he had the energy, he might be able to supply this army up here a lot better. Could have been able to turn the tide of war, but I just don't think that's going to happen at this point in the game. There you go, they're being stuck at this choke point where they can fire more off than he can at the same time. But some commandos are going to come in and try and help with this. Animorph side of things, he is going to protect this area quite well. He is going to lose some things, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't mind too much at this point. And yeah, the production over here that was there from the beginning is pretty much just going to stop this attack. Even if not now, but eventually it will. Jules doesn't seem to have any other plans elsewhere on the battlefield, but there is something going on here. Ah, the submarines were there. But yeah, this navy fleet is going to be destroying anything they can find. They've managed to destroy the town and the docks, leaving Jules' trade routes down even worse economy than he was before. And if he can reach with those cruisers, his energy is going to be under attack soon as well. Jules is doing everything he can to stay alive in this game, making sure that he wants to win this so badly. He's never going to quit. And Animorph has secured pretty much every location, and he probably realizes this is the last stand. I don't think we're going to see any more nukes, but it would be interesting to see how many you can build in this situation, because Animorph has a lot of money left over. And his navy is going to just carry on moving through as best they can. They are taking out... Jules once controlled this ocean, and he's taken that away from him. Submarines have reached that location, but they're probably reaching one by one. No, they're reaching a few at a time, but their energy just isn't able to keep up with it. Which is unfortunate, and Animorph is now trying to colonize this island as well. He's got his units there, and he's going to try and take it out, even without using his navy to destroy it. And slowly but surely Animorph is taking over this land as well. He's taking it back. There we go. Anyway, I believe this is the end of the match. Julesless has lost this game. He is therefore out of the tournament completely. Animorph has won his right back to go into the winner's side of the tournament again. And not only that, but enter the finals to fight Orbnet. Hello, welcome to the final match of this tournament. We have Animorph versus Orbnet. Now, Orbnet has been in the winner's round and has won against everyone he has battled so far. Animorph started in the winner's round. He lost his place in the winner's round, entered the loser's round, and has earned his right back here. So, we have Orbnet, who is over this side, in red, going for an airfield, a barracks, and 2 factories. And Animorph is going for an airfield and pretty much expanding with most of his units up in the north over here and attacking with some of these units down here. He has 2 factories and a barracks being built here right on the front lines against Orbnet. And he is now forced to bring his units into the play now from this side. Orbnet can see this now, so he is putting on the pressure so that he can attack these structures through the forest before Animorph has a chance to respond to this. But Orbnet also not ever forgetting to expand. This is the least amount of lines I've ever seen him do. He's trying to take full advantage of what he sees going on over here. Destroyed one of those production structures, and this early on, that really is going to hinder Animal. So he's set a strike cut target on this. He knows he probably can't destroy them all, but he's got every single unit trying to come in and destroy this structure here as well. Which he was successful at. He's got one more factory to destroy right on the front lines here. Animorph has got a barracks here now to try and help in the future. But it looks like the pressure is on Animorph this early on in the game. He's got a helicopter now. He's going to send that in to try and support this area. And he has gone for a SAM unit. That helicopter will fly over now. He is going to struggle with energy for a bit, but he should be fine for a little while without having to worry about it too much. He is claiming territory, so I don't know who has the advantage in eco, but I don't think it's going to matter judged by the length of this game. So Animorph is being surrounded at this factory. It looks like he's going to lose this factory as well. A helicopter's come in to take on this helicopter, and then this factory is going to go down to everything that's there. And at this point, Orbnet is bringing down artillery and his infantry. This map doesn't have a lot of eco in it, so an early game like this is actually not surprising. So he's taking his helicopter off again. He's trying to see what's over there. He's going to see if he can do anything about it. Got a factory being built right here to try and defend in the mountains. And his units are still out there capturing territory. But what is Orbnet? The Orbnet has set up some more lines. Little Trident going on up here. He's a good drawer. And we've got pretty much just capturing territory. There isn't really much going on there. The helicopter is going to be unchallenged in this area, except for by the other helicopter if it decides to attack. It is. There we go. Won't be long until Orbnet eventually gets to this location. This helicopter's found some stray units. He's going to take them on, do as much damage as he can before any engagement starts. Animorph has another helicopter here, and he is just trying to do the exact same thing before the enemy gets to him. Helicopters don't seem intent on actually targeting each other. They just like to hit each other once or twice and leave each other alone. Doesn't look like Animorph has any other plans, but he knows he needs his helicopters to stay running, so he's built an energy well over there. He is just trying to slow down this force and do whatever he can against it. Now Orbnet has two helicopters coming to the front line and has a nice stream of artillery coming too. Now it looks like Orbnet is not going to try and expand into these areas. He is going to just keep up the pressure and keep pushing against Animorph. See if he can take him out as quick as he can. The expanding Trident has changed into more of a bigger Trident, and we have the helicopters down here being hit by SAM units now, so he has switched into some more SAM, which unfortunately Animorph just doesn't have the ability to do right now. He's trying to get the ground units away before he worries about the air units. And that SAM is brave. He's just on the front line there trying to hit those helicopters as soon as they can. And the artillery is moving into position once again. And at this point, I'm going to say that Orbnet has won this game and therefore won the tournament. Animorph will probably leave from this assault now. It was just unfortunate that his frontline structures got taken out so quickly. But unfortunately, you take that risk and that's what happens. You have to accept the unfortunate consequences that do. And there are two videos on screen right now. There is a whole playlist for this tournament if you'd like to watch it from the start to the end. And thank you very much for watching. Let me know what you thought about the tournament, and see you next time. My next tournament, I hope... Well, not mine. The next tournament I hope to see would be a free-for-all tournament, but they'd have to wait for a new update for that. Anyway, I'll see you around. Thanks for watching.